It'll be fun night, my friends. سلام كم يتوعلوا كم ياللهم سمع الله خدوس كأوروب كمبيوتر قال ملق يراب بالنا لنا مو يا سمع الله خدو حدا سكبلو yeah I think so. It's kind of light a lot, right? Let's get it a little bit slow light. Okay, get him. So thank you Herman. All right, gonna be a long night. حوات نوحي ناخذ تحس نطايو sorry yeah probably gonna دحر فرق ساعات يوم دروب كجمرو تموطار قلقل استيتات كجمران ازينا نوحي كساب فرق ليتي زي كودا اخلي بلو معانتي مجمريا زينايتي مرجع هنتي يخلونا زخل مبر زي كودا اخلي تي موطارن تخالن كالن سلازي تخيلنا كندزي كندزي كبصحلو كندزي كونالو قال خنبلا ينخلنا نابتي نشتي قلص نابتي خونتات مخغلصلكم دنشعو كابو انتي نمصبه thank you yes all right let's get it some interior okay so all right certainly this is the one we're gonna use اذا اتريوا زلهم نحن نطقم لك كم ذا اتريوا زلهم كامالا هاريس 0 and then Donald Trump كا 0 زلو ازيات معك انيتهم كلتهم يتنسبعن electrical vote بحالالون كلتهم يتنسبعن من بصحيو وال زيادة خوني خوليهم قال يوم so زيادة ميدل so زيادة هيت نحر جراماس gonna be a president مالتي هجي حنتي ستيت بقطر حزبي كونتن بتناي بعلان الكترونيك فوت الله نسد حنك قصيلنا هنقول صينا زيادة معقتنا هجي كاب زيادة دحري most probably according to the computer الله هنبزي حوات دحري let's see دحر 4 3 قالين كنقرانا خجمر عن قالين ستيتات وطرن كنقران دنشعو دحر 4 3 انت يمثل كرينا مالتيو most probably okay so 4 3 اكثر فايو نهلك ما بصحتي دحر 4 3 من يضرب كتقبر كرينا so far اريزونا جورجيا ميشيغان نيفادا نورث كارولاينا بنسلفانيا ويسكنساس ان اريزونا اذا انتريون لهم حدا 3 3 4 5 6 وعدت شمن almost اتنقندي وسنتين زين قند وسنت كان سوينج ستيت بحالا مني خابن كعوت نزبل ازيو اقداسيو so كلن كبانا نابنت لمي I have an inherit not حوات نابنت جورجيا زي اترياز لهم جورجيا ساعة 7 بي ام ايسترن تايم كتمصيا مالتي like ايسترن تايم غنا يزله هجي انا نورث كارولاينا ساعات 7:30 ايسترن تايم دروب غوبيم قطرم سي كندز خبليم مالتي ميشيغان كومو ساعة 8 مصر كاب ساعة 8 كاب ساعة 7 اندرغا كلن كجمرا كساب نيفادا ساعة 10 لا اريزونا ساعة 9 لا زي انتن قندي اقدستين بمقصال انت نزبل احوات اتي ناي الكتروك تيفوتي بهم يتقصر انت اي كندي حنتي كندي حيزالا نامنت بنسلفانيا عند تعوته عند حر تعويتو كندي يركب تلكم 10 9 that's a lot 10 9 فوت يركب مالتي I got it in here my Facebook right in here so ابزي ان منع عوتي تقندي all right okay انت بسامر جرين قندي اتخالق نرينا قسيلنا all right come on computer long night you guys سجي تهوي كاذب بهاللن جنا زيرو امزلو جنا دعر 4 دقيقه اتي مرجع خجمر مالتي all right so كمان ابدات عيفينا له زين شو عدت ستاتس موستلي مصر شعت ستات اريزونا 10 حدا الكتريكال فوت الله مالتي الكترو فوت الله 10 حدا جورجيا 10 6 ميشيغان 10 5 نيفادا 6 نورث كارولاينا 10 6 بنسلفانيا 10 9 ويسكنسن 10 سو ازيان قندي مسرتين دحان ابز خرو دوكيمنت دخلنا خرو دينا هجي ابزي انا خري كملسنا ابزال علي ني بريزيدنت ابزي الك دحر بعد كجمريهم من ستيت كجمريا all see what happen maybe Colorado تكون خلا Colorado let's second يالله انت لكم 10 فوت راح يزلوا يا Colorado has 10 votes مالتي Colorado خان اي بلو ستيت يزفلت so ابزي انا هجمر ازي long night Senate so far 28 Democratic and then 38 Republican. So Senate 5 من بتحي زي يكون اللي على 5 خوني خد تريول لهم 5 Democratic اللي حرمت يوم 5 Republican اللي حرمت يوم أبزي استمرت أب President استمرت እቲ Vice President እንታይ ይኸውን ናቶም break ይገብሮም ማለት ስለዚህ ብ-White House and Senate በቶም ፕሬዚደንትን እዚኦምን ሓደ ይኾኑ ክደግማ ሓምሳ እንድሕር ረኺብና ሴኔት ለክሳይ 50 ብ50 እንድሕር መፅያ ሶ እቲ ዝተመረፀ ቫይስ ፕሬዚደንት ዓራቂ ይኸውን ስለዚ ቴክኒካሊ እንድሕር ትራምፕ ተመሪፁ ምክትል ናይ ትራምፕ እንታይ ይገብሮም ዓራቂ ምኾኖ ሶ ሪፓብሊካን ትዕብለል ሴኔት ብሪፓብሊካን ክትዕብለል እያ እንደን ፕሬዚደንት ላይክ ዋይት ሃውስ ካብ ብሪፓብሊካን ትዓብለላ ማለት እዩ ሃውስ ስለዚ ሃውስ ከዓ ከባቢ 218 435 ይትቆፅሪ ካብ 218 መኒ ዝበዝሐ ዝረኸበ ኣብዚ ከዓ ሶፋር ሪፓብሊካን ክልተ ኣድ ኮይኖም ኣለዉ እዚኦም ከዓ ሃውስ ይሕዙ ማለት this ሰለስተ step the most important ኣሕዋት ኣብዚ ሰዓት እዚ ፕሬዚደንት ላይክ ዲሞክራቲክ ሒዞም ኣለዉ ሴኔት መን ሒዞም ኣለዉ እንድሕር ኢልና ሴኔት ዲሞክራቲክ ሒዞም ኣለዉ ሃውስ ሪፓብሊካን ሒዞም ኣለዉ so we need Senate and House at least እዚአን ክልቲአን እንድሕር ተፈልየን it's okay ዓብይ ነገር ኣይኮነን ፕሬዚደንት ንምንታይ ዝኾነ ሕጊ ለሴ ከማላ ሃሪስ እንድሕር ተመሪፃ ዝኾነ ሕጊ ከተምፅእ ከተሕልፍ እንድሕር ደልያ still let me see if I make sure yeah I think so I'm left yeah let's say ከማላ ሃሪስ ምረፅ ኣሕዋት እንድሕር እዚ ዲሞክራቲክ ኮይኑ ሴኔት እንድሕር ሃውስ ከዓ ዲሞክራቲክ ኮይኑ so easy ዝኩሉ ንብሎ ዘለና ኢኮኖሚካሊ በል ካልእ በል 50,000 በል 25,000 በል ንገዛ በል ንህፃን በል ኩሉ ነገር straight forward ይሓልፍ so other way እንድሕር ሪፓብሊካን ፕሬዚደንት ኮይኑ እንደን ሴኔት እንድሕር ብሪፓብሊካን ተተሓይዛ ሃውስ ከዓ እንድሕር ብኡ ተተሓይዛ any ሕጊ ትራምፕ ዘምፅኦ እዚ ኩሉ ዝብሎ ዘሎ ፕሮሚስ ዝኣትዎ ዘሎ ብሙሉእ እዚኦም ክሕልፎ ይኽእሉ so this is different now I hope my personal that's okay من president يكون ፀገም ኣይኮን ንርአዮ እዚአን ክፈላለያ ኣለወን በቃ ኢኮኖሚካሊ ስታንድ ባይ ክኸውን እዚአን ክልቲአን እንድሕር ተፈላለየን ፅቡቅ እዩ ከምኡ እንድሕር ኮይኑ ግን ሓደ እንድሕር ንኩሉ መሪሕዎ ናይ ኩሎም ሓደ ክሓሊፍ እዩ ስለዚ ኣብዚአን ኢና ክንፅበ ኣብዚአን ክንፅበ ከለና ከዓ ኩሉ ሻዕ እታ ዝብላ ዘለኹ ክንሪአን ዘለና እተን ቀንዲ መኣስ በዓል ኣሪዞና ጆርጅያ ሚሽጋን ኔቫዳ እዚአን መኣስ ድሮብ ይገባ okay that's all overall ማለት እዩ እቲ ናይቲ ንብሎ ዘለና ኣብዚ ንህለት ቪድዮ እዚ እውን ትገልፆ ኣሎ so ነዚኣና ክንፅበ ገና ድሕሪ 37 እዩ ዘለና so ካብኡ እንታይ ይብሉ ኣለዉ ስእልና ክንሰምዖ ንኽእል ኢና ኣሕዋት እዚ ትሪኦ ዘለኹም ናምበራት ክመፁ እዩ it's all zero ዘሎ we gonna just see numbers ኣብዚ ቁፅርታት ንኽርኢ ኣብዚ ቁፅርታት ንኽርኢ like blue is ኩሉ ሻዕ democratic and red is republican ማለት እዩ this is how ድሕሪ 37 ደቂቕ ቁፅርታት ክድምሩልና እዮም ማለት እዩ okay let's go somehow እንታይ ይብሉ ኣለዉ CNN okay CNN is not alright ገለገለ ስእልና ክንርኢ እሞ ንግዚኡ let's see what it says ገብራለን سمعنا له مش حكي let's see the other way I don't like that نغير ركينا والدي
or so different polling locations throughout a couple of counties. Every single place we saw almost no line. I talked to some people, they told me most of them said that their wait was as short as about 5 minutes or so. Some people in the 15-minute range earlier in the morning, but that really kind of gives you a sense that early voting and those absentee ballots, those are the results that are going to have to be tabulated starting around 8 o'clock, because that's an hour after polls close. That's state law. So because the bulk of those votes were cast early, that's where we're going to start to see a lot of those results come in relatively quickly, Hallie.
As you're talking with voters who have been in line, Blaine, as you've been out there living and working in Georgia, of course, over the course of not just today, but over the course of the last couple of weeks, what stands out to you?
I think a couple of things. One, I think the increased focus on Metro Atlanta, I should say, Metro Atlanta for both candidates is very different from what we saw in the closing days of 2020. Back in 2020, Donald Trump was going to the reliably red counties, kind of on the southern part, the northern part of the state. This time, everybody has been focused for the most part, on Fulton County, or rather on the Metro Atlanta area. That really is where both of them are relying on the vote share to come in and take them across the finish line, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Battleground, Georgia. Blaine, thank you. Let me take you back to Milwaukee now, where Shaq, I think we fixed your microphone, right? So finish your sentence, please, on the latest.
especially swing state abnet this is Milwaukee is ساعة 7 PM ناتهم بولك قبل نعم close قبل مالتيو still علنا so ولا حنتي بلنا سلاس هذا just بقى if there is any حتة تليك من الصغير تحت صحفه so much as of earlier Tesla was up almost 5% لما أنت up كنارا and then Bitcoin was up almost 4% دحر down كينو and then DJ وكان I Trump media up نيرو دحر down كينو so very much comes the market kind of seem like Trump is مثل يبلو low. So let's figure out with this 4 ساعات 5 ساعات find out نقبرنا so زخون حتى ندلي أبز drop كتقبرته so many عوات يمثل you all have them. That's a good question. Like many عوات يمثل نزبل I don't know, it's going to be long night by the way بالتعم التايت هيجن تاينا نزلنا have them عن تبو like ترامب زعوت مسيلو نير مسلني ماركتنا مولو like green coin كلهم بعد تسلا قال دحرو تغيروا write down coin. Whoa, let me share this. Trump media. Look this. All right, let me share this. Trump, yeah, I know. let's let's look this out. So Antobo was like 14% up Geranera. So it's down now. 1% close down Gernagen after hours almost 6% up Gera. So let me say, what does that mean? In time Trump media comes the real okay. كلوز نقبر كلنا ساعة 4 كلوز قبر كله ماركتنا بنيجاتيف كلوز جرا دحري معصاونا جن دحري after hours جن رايو 6% يخون increase جرا technically Trump عنتبو أفري هو نيرو هجي قاعد حن كوينو لو مالتي so Tesla خريا خلنا look this Tesla is up almost لما عنتي like 4% and other 0.84 like 5% up جرا على Tesla so اندحر CNBC I know this new computer is not mine, like my brother computer. Come on, how do you do this? CNBC. I need to try. Let me stop sharing this. All right, let's go with it. So እዚ እንተን ቀንዴን ማለት ኣብ ማርኬትና ዓንተቦ ናይ ዓንተ ብዛዕባ ዓንተቦ ይዛረብ ዘሎ ሕጂ ግን ናብ ትራምፕ ዘዚሎ ትራምፕ ነይሩ ከመላ መፅያ ድሓር ትራምፕ መፅዩ so there you go look this one like Bitcoin Here you go. It's close like almost about 69,000. It was down. And when Absusan Shawatan down Kenanera. Heji kind of marketna Trump is bello. Let me tell you this. Marketna Trump is bello. Why? Tesla, Trump. Elon Musk is doing a lot of with him. Should be like DJ Trump made a raiwa. Come to Anda was welcome. It's up about 6%. In the Tesla, it should be up. Like Tesla is up. All right. So maybe Trump is coming. Who knows? We don't know. Let's find out. So as you قبل كله هجن تاعنا نزلنا it's long nice لزلنا تاي بتعمل long زخانة ترينا إتن especially إتن swing states بحالا بزي الله أريزونا جورجيا ميشيغان نيفادا نورث كارولاينا and then Pennsylvania. How do you say that? Wisconsin is in تنكندي كابزين منعوا. All right, this is how. All right. Tesla makina. Yeah, I know. All right, let's go. What do we have in here?
Your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Good evening from our NBC News Decision 2024 election headquarters.
It may be the closest election this country has ever seen, and we are going to cover every moment of it.
Our live coverage of election night begins right now. Tonight, it all comes down to this. One of the wildest elections ever finally reaches its end.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris make history as the first female president?
It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict.
Or will it be a historic comeback for former President Trump?
This will be America's new golden age.
An election rocked by upheaval.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
And violence. Now in the hands of some 150 million Americans who headed to the polls to have their voices heard.
Our correspondents live at campaign headquarters and with real-time updates from across the battleground states. Our decision desk ready to call the races. And our expert team here to break down all of it.
We have brand new exit polls just in, with the first poll closings of the night just a half hour away.
Who will control Congress? Who will be the next president of the United States?
It's all decided beginning tonight.
Yes.
From NBC News, Decision 2024. Live from Democracy Plaza at Rockefeller Center. Here now, Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening and welcome to our live coverage of Election Night 2024.
Hi, everybody. Good to have you along with us. Never before in modern political history have we entered an election night with the polls so close and, Lester, with so much uncertainty.
Yeah, the campaign for president has really been a 2-year-long roller coaster ride. Some have found it exciting, most, however, anxiety-inducing. But it's ending, as it always does, with you, the voters. You can see here the long lines across the country as Americans carry out their civic duty.
After all the speeches, the debates, the $1 billion in TV ads, have you seen some of those? The first polls are finally set to close in less than a half hour, and we'll begin to answer the question of who will be the 47th president of the United States.
Today, Kamala Harris was working the phones, talking to voters, and Donald Trump cast his ballot in Florida along with his wife, Melania.
A reminder of what will be decided tonight. It's not just the presidency on the line, but control of the Senate and the House of Representatives as well. And of course, nobody knows which way any of this will go. As we look at Democracy Plaza outside Rockefeller Center here in the heart of New York, we see the key number tonight. You'll see it a lot. 270. That is the number of electoral college votes a candidate needs to win the White House. And as it has been for the candidates this campaign, much of our focus tonight will be
key numbers. That key numbers ab amen ibetse. so most probably لو زي كتكون تخليها ግን we are waiting for today زي كتكون ግን كأتخليها كدجمة بزحات أتيهم علىهم بالحريق this is our stream أبزي إن خرج زلنا حوات نبريزيدنت زبل كل تميتين سبعان electro college vote يزبهال كل تميتين سبعان زبل سحماني أوكي كل النفسك ستاتس ننايب علينا له أنا أبنت كولورادو عسرت له كالي ندحر كنا بمول أن ننايب علينا له so many بتصح كل تميتين سبعان دحري عسران شدشن دق دحري عسران عمشن دق كرينا جلستات دروب جبران حسب دروب مس جبرا كل ما بزحتين دروبين جبرا شيء so كرينا خن عزبنا هاول لوكس مالتي كال إن السنة زيا 5 لعلى 5 بلاس مرة خبه ديمقراطيك بوليوم أنا ريبابليكان قاردهم كم ذات فلتون so far 28 by 38 اللو مالتي زي 5 بلاس عند حرمت إلى سه ديمقراطيك 5 حدا عند حرمتهم دن سنة تعويتهم no matter what مخنيات 107 رايم زمرات أنا سنة 107 رايم زمرات so 5 حدا ديمقراطيك عند حرمتهم 4 شعاتن ريبابليكان كهوني مالتي so زي أخا أقداستيا دن هاوس كبابة 435 زمرات زي أخا فرق كل 310 شمنتنا كندي موتو ديمقراطيك كندي يخونو and ريبابليكان كندي يخونو so far ريبابليكان 3 ساعات مالو والي just still too early مالتي جينا إنا محدارنا almost 4 ساعات 5 ساعات أنت توديو كمان مالتي الموضوع أبزي أنا اشتغلت سنة اندحر 50-50 متى محوات 50-50 مالت 5 ديمقراطيك and 5 ريبابليكان اندحر متى we need somebody president زخونة it vice president عراق anatomy so president white house يوم زيهم كا بوايت هاوس بتي president مالتي بوخا يتكو يفعل له يتكو زي كونس بوام كا يمرحوا مالتي so this is where we are waiting okay still نهلكم president زي أبزخرينا blue red كلنا بالخمس إيد حار مالتي then senate نحركناها so far this one then a house أبزن دابلخا كمسي مالتي let's put it as a president okay دحر 20 3 كمسينا نجزيو let's go some reclams and then if there is dark mega Hassan is here too hi who's gonna do that let's go what are we gonna hear some to pick
to the turnout among young voters. They're pointing to that. Take, for example, they say what's happening in Pennsylvania is a good indication of heavy turnout in their favor, particularly at schools like Lafayette and Lehigh. At the campus of Lehigh University, they note at times today the line was up to 7 hours long. The campaign saying it's sending additional support. That support coming in the form of some celebrity assistance. Some of the stars of the Avengers film series, Don Cheadle, Paul Rudd, Mark Ruffalo, campaign sources tell me will be arriving there to help keep those individuals energized, to keep them in line. We're also told that state election officials are sending additional polling stations there so they can try to get through those lines a little bit more quickly. One thing they feel good about. Another thing that they're feeling particularly good about tonight are the favorability numbers right now, Savannah and Lester. The numbers, according to early exit polls, show that Kamala Harris is at 48% in terms of her favorability. Compare that to 44% for former President Trump. But notably, Joe Biden, the current president, is at 41%. That means that Kamala Harris is outperforming the man along whom she ran in 2020, with whom she served for the last 4 years. There had been some real concerns that could have been an albatross for her, given so many Americans had indicated they thought the country was going in the wrong direction. Things we'll be watching over the course of this evening.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. And Garrett Haake is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, the former president has been posting on social media today, already talking about widespread cheating. What is he saying?
What is he saying? Trump does that okay.
That's right, Lester. And his posts running contrary to the campaign's spin, their official statements at the moment right now. Listen, they came here tonight expecting to throw a party. I'm on the floor of the Palm Beach Convention Center, an absolutely massive ballroom that they have booked out, ready to throw a huge victory party, something that didn't really happen in 2016, a race that's victory surprised even Donald Trump, and of course didn't happen in 2020 when they lost. I just got off the phone with a senior Trump campaign advisor who told me they are cautiously confident in what they've been seeing across the battleground states so far today, and that the former president is trying to run through the tape, making calls to radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, urging his supporters to go vote, stay in line if they're already there, and trying to focus on an economic message, something that they've always felt is better for them on sort of the broad spectrum of issues in this race. All of that said, the former president's social media posts seem to undermine the confidence he is projecting. Just a short time ago, posting without any particular evidence that we can find about massive cheating, in his words, in Detroit and Philadelphia. Obviously, places where Democratic turnout is expected to be very high. And ironically, places, at least in the case of Detroit, where he actually performed better in 2020 in a loss than he did.
I don't like that. Again, come night 2010 whatever back of خامس واحد Trump. So far cheating ገሮም ካብላሎ ማለት እዩ. I don't like that. I have no idea. No one like it. So that's my أحوات دحر زمرጫውን ከምዚ ናይ ዝሓለፈ ክኸውን ይኽእል 2020 ማለት እዩ. ስዑብ ሰሪቆም እዮም ገለገለሉ like you know ሪኢኹም ኣኹም January 6 ማለት እዩ ኣብ White House. So something if Trump እንድሕር ተሳዒሩ ኣብዚ ሎማዓንቲ ምሸት I don't know. I really don't know. ምክንያቱ security issue ብዙሕ ችግር ክፍጠር ይኽእል እዩ ዝኩሉ ዋዕዋዕ ዝነበረ ማለት እዩ. So far ሕጂ እንታይ ኢሉ ሪኢኹም ኣኹም ትዊት ገይሩ ማለት እዩ. ብዙሕ ስርቅታት ኣሎ ከብል ጀሚሩ ማለት እዩ. Not bad, not good at all. Yeah, I don't like that. ምክንያቱ I have no idea. Let's see what happened.
University. This is one of 1,703 different election divisions all across the city of Philadelphia. That's the same jurisdiction as the county of Philadelphia. 700 polling places. About 500,000 people were expected to vote in person today. Some of those students who had been waiting 2.5 hours are quickly inside right now. As you can see, they're coming out at a pace that we haven't seen all day. After they added those two machines you referenced, it is, as you said, a positive sign for the Harris campaign. But of course, until all the ballots are cast and counted, we won't know that for sure, Lester.
All right, Jacob, thanks.
All right, well, we're right over here at the big board, 270. We mentioned it is the magic number tonight. That is what it will take to win the White House. Each campaign says they have multiple paths to get to that magic number. So let's get back to Tom Llamas at the big board, because this is the big picture. Yeah. Here's the map. The gray areas are the battleground states, and there are various ways to get to that magic number of 270.
Yeah, and this is how we ended up at the end of election week in 2020. As you mentioned, those battleground states, we haven't colored them in yet. Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. So the easiest path for the vice president is to hold the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, Savannah, she gets to 270, she's going to the White House. But if she's having a terrible night tonight and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, the blue wall collapses, she has an emergency route through the Sun Belt. If she can win Nevada, win Arizona, remember Biden won those, keep Georgia, and flip North Carolina, she gets to 275. But if this is the path for the Democrats, they're going to have a few heart attacks.
Well, I was going to say that's a much tougher path, and polls bear that out. Let's talk about the Donald Trump path.
Okay, just think about the east side. This is the easiest way to understand Trump's path. If he flips Georgia back to red, holds North Carolina, and then turns Pennsylvania red, he's going to the White House again. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. Donald Trump tonight cannot get to the White House unless he makes a crack in the blue wall. If he wins Michigan, he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia, he can do it with just Nevada and those 6 electoral votes. But if he can't win Michigan and the blue wall comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down in Arizona to get those 11 electoral votes.
And that's what we're going to be doing tonight, counting up electoral votes.
Tonight, maybe tomorrow,
maybe tomorrow,
the days ahead.
maybe next week. We shall see. Lester, let's go over to you.
You two are terribly optimistic. Thank you. Let's bring in Kristen Welker now, moderator of Meet the President. Kristen, what are you looking for tonight? Some early indications that suggest one or more of those paths we just talked about are real.
Absolutely, Lester. I'm looking for a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the historic gender gap that could be one of the big stories of this election. We've seen it in polling leading up to tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris has a significant lead with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with male voters. So we'll be watching those early returns to see how that bears out, to see how the split actually falls. Abortion on the ballot in 10 different states. So that will be notable, could potentially drive up turnout. Early bellwethers, Lester. Virginia in particular, there's a key race for Congress there. Virginia 7, Eugene Vindman running against Derek Anderson. This was a Democratic-held seat. Do Democrats continue to hold on to this seat, or do they lose it to Republicans? If they lose to Republicans, that could spell trouble for Democrats early on in the evening. And then this is a really fascinating one, Lester. Split ticket voters. In 1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president and Senate. In 2020, down to 1 state. Maine. What do we see tonight? It's really been dwindling over the years.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. Let's go over to Savannah now.
Poll closings are about to start in 7 o'clock Eastern time, including in the battleground of Georgia. And if you've ever wondered how
All right, yeah, at 7 o'clock جمهوري دحين 10 دقائق لنا. Let me go with this, guys. زين كندي زلوا. Let me share that. This battleground status. Okay, then status زياتن اندحر. ريخم أخم كابزي أنسي at least كأزي أنا نكعوت زخلا. The Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So Arizona 11 electoral vote allowed مالي electoral vote allowed. Arizona is allowed 11 allowed مالي ساعات 9 PM like close Gabriel. So دحر غلطة ساعات probably. Georgia 10 allowed ساعة 7 PM right away ساعة 7 هجي دحر 10 مالتي. So this is big مالتي. أبز حلفة Georgia Trump win تعاوتني راب كلتشان 10 but أبكلتشان عشران كان Mr. like Trump sorry Biden تعاوت مالتي. This is flip. هجي مني عوض we'll see what happened. So Arizona كلتشان عشران Trump sorry Biden تعاوت نيرو technical Democrat تعاوت نيرو مالتي. Trump كلتشان 10 تعاوت نيرو. إذن swing state نابز زخرة مالتي. Look ميشيغان 15 electoral vote allowed مالتي. كلتشان 10 مش Trump تعاوت نيرو. كلتشان عشران كا من this flip Biden تعاوت مالتي. بايدن أبز تعاوت نيرو كلتشان عشران. اندحر أبزي كمالا هاريس تعاوتها. اندحر أب جورجيا وان تعاوتها. أبزن رينزلنا كم زحالة في كلتشان عشران. اندحر أب سلسيان تعاوتها. I think so. تنكالد أبولو state نيتس. أجمع بلن. She can get it. كم ذا according that news that I was on حكم. Nevada, yes, Nevada عشرت how many electoral votes allowed? Nevada has 4 presidential Nevada should law. I didn't see what it is. 6 allowed. So Nevada, let's see what happened. Should not a lot. North Carolina, it has كندا allowed لكم 10 شدشة. Big numbers allowed. So كلتهم Trump, Mr. Biden is the state 2020 Biden تعاوت نيرو مالتي. So even أبكلتشان 10 شدشة مس هيلاري كلينتون Trump كوادر كله نسا تعاوتها Trump أي تعاوتن. So no matter what North Carolina وتمتستهون مالتي بحاتيرو. ناب كمالا هاريس متستهون مالتي. Pennsylvania, this is stated 10 شعات زلا على voters لو أنا لكم زلا على. أبكل تشحن إسرائيل بايدن تعود. أبكل تشحن 10 ترامب تعود. All right, Wisconsin like زيها 10 votes لو 10 قطر مالتي. أبكل تشحن 10 like who in Trump I think so. Then 2020 Biden. All right. بقول أنت swing state application إسرائيل بايدن تعويته. So the end is most important. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. Okay. So that is the most important. Okay, let's go.
Nothing they said in the last few days will change your mind. Harris didn't really get into specifics for the entire 107 days of her campaign. Donald Trump kept with the same themes that he has talked about: the economy, immigration, these other things, right through to the end. So in the last 7 days, I was waiting for something to kind of move the needle here a little bit. I didn't really see that.
It is very close, Austin. Yeah, so Brian, we saw, and I was asking Keith about this earlier, we saw Trump making appearances in New Mexico and in Virginia. We saw Vance in New Hampshire over the weekend. We haven't seen Kamala Harris making any appearances in any of these states that we don't consider battleground states. What do you think they're seeing? And what do you think they're relying on?
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut everyone off here or interrupt. We're going to be doing this a lot. We do have some of these live events right now. We have some of these election officials, especially in Georgia. The Secretary of State there, Brad Raffensperger, speaking live. Let's just take it.
Was there. They brought in dogs and they're doing a sweep there. So we're not concerned about anything like that. The area was fully secure.
Do you have a sense of how long the delays were?
Typically, what you saw, anywhere from 20 minutes to 40 minutes in that range. And so, we'll just be following that precinct by precinct.
How much later will they stay open?
1 minute, 30 minutes. Okay.
Well, that's as we were just saying. If you had, they were doing their work, say 20 minutes to 40 minutes, something like that. I think there's one that might be 50 minutes, but in that range, so less than an hour. But we'll get those to you as soon as we can.
Georgia, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes. مبروك. That's good.
All 12 of those locations were.
Yeah, and typically, I know that in Atlanta, they also just got a whole bunch of bomb threats come through, and Atlanta Police Department, they're keeping everything open. All the precincts are staying open, and they're just sending dogs around to sweep it to make sure that they're safe. But we know where it's coming from. FBI knows where it's coming from, but we want to make sure, interest of public safety, that everyone, make sure that it doesn't, slow down anyone from voting. And like I said, if you are in line at 7 p.m., you can continue to stay in line until you exercise your right to vote.
Do they seem to be coming from the same source as the earlier threats?
Ben-
And are they connected, do you know, to threats coming in and to other states?
We don't know that. And best we can tell, these will probably be coming from the same source.
Are there any indications of threats coming into places where the ballots are being counted?
Well, زود له ساعات جنا most probably have 3-4 ساعات بس يقعد. Then still tab
How will the extension of the hours impact the counting of the votes coming in to you guys?
Just a little bit slower because you have, I think that was 15 precincts plus the 2 in Cobb. It's a total of 15 precincts, so it just extends it out for there. But all those early votes have already been, all the early voting has already been done. There's no reason for that should not be tabulated and, uploaded quickly. And then all the other votes for the absentee that have been accepted. So that should come quickly also. Yes.
Do you have any frustration seeing some of these threats come in after you guys have done so much over the last 4 years to try to change the election process and make it more secure?
I'm frustrated as an American that people would threaten other Americans. And so, or threaten.
Look this. Okay, Indiana almost 11 electoral vote. Donald Trump 57.8, Kamala Harris 40.9, Nathan Samanian vote almost Donald Trump. Nathan is trying to attend the Kamala Harris. Well, this is Indianapolis now. It's very still it's not reported yet. I don't know why you should get it. You can count original on. Right, Kentucky, Donald Trump 6.7 and Kamala Harris 30.2. Still, this is not yet. As of now, Kamala Harris. Listen.
load off. They're not even here in New York. They're in Philadelphia. So they are doing their work and they tell us when they're ready to make a call, not the other way around.
We are about to see some of their work in action. We're coming up with the first poll is about to close. Our decision desk is standing by to make its first projections of the evening as we begin to answer the question, who will be the next president of the United States? Stay with us for our live election night coverage on NBC.
Introducing an SUV where every part.
Yeah, 6 minutes away. Should do 6 minutes away. 6 minutes away. Let's see what is this. Okay. should do أكتر فنات نحوحات. التايق اللي نزارب بالكان أخذتها.
Everyone wants to know the
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
All right, we're back at 6:55 in the East. We are just minutes away from the first poll closings of the night.
And that also means we are minutes away from our first calls of the night, including one of the biggest battlegrounds of all. At the top of the hour, the first polls close. Our decision desk able to make its first calls of the night.
6 states and 60 delegates up for grabs, including one of the biggest battlegrounds.
First call, Georgia. It's going to come up. Many Georgia.
Down to the wire. The state key to former President Trump's strategy for victory.
We are going to win the state of Georgia.
And if Vice President Harris wins it,
The path to the White House runs right through this state.
she opens up another path to the 270 electoral college votes needed to take the White House.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make the first calls on the road to 270. So let's get to it. Who's ready to count some votes? Blaine Alexander is in Union City, Georgia for us tonight. Polls just about to close in that battleground. Hi, Blaine. What are you seeing?
Yes, I am. Well, Savannah, really, this is the nerve center for Fulton County elections. This is the elections hub. I can give you a quick look inside right over my shoulder. This is where we're going to see the tabulations. And I spoke with a top county official who tells me how this process will unfold through the night. Basically, what happens here in Georgia, about 3 minutes from right now, poll managers are going to take the memory cards and they're going to take the paper ballots. They're then going to drive them to one of 7 check-in centers that spread throughout the county. And then all of that information, all of those things are going to come right here. It's going to be an interesting thing. We're going to see each one of those precinct managers walk in escorted by a law enforcement officer to bring those memory cards and the paper ballots. And that's when the tabulation process will begin. Now, of course, the big question.
لوك تسعات كل تشحن عشران بايدن اب جورجيا تعويت نيرو أنا كل تشحن عشر شدشن كمان كلينتون تعويت نيرو جورجيا most probably not democratic so far if Georgia win by Trump, God damn it, Trump is gonna be crazy.
And certainly all of this is going to start to come alive once the polls close in about 2 minutes.
All right, Blaine, thank you very much.
Now to our panel. Hallie Jackson is our senior Washington correspondent. Kristen Welker is host and moderator of Meet the Press. Hallie, let me start with you. We're about to get our first characterization.
Finally.
What are you thinking?
Listen, Georgia is going to be a critical state here. This is a place that had a very, very close razor-thin margin back in 2020. So what happens in Georgia is going to matter. A couple of things that I'm watching as I'm digging into those exit polls, which we'll get to after the polls close. Independents, who's doing well there? Non-white voters, Black and Latino voters, especially when you're looking at places like Metro Atlanta. We're always looking at young voters, and we are always looking at the gender gap, of course. We know that is one of the dominant stories
of the night.
Yeah, exactly. And so we'll see if it continues to be. I think a real tell for that is going to be after 8 o'clock when polls close and we can start to report out more.
Georgia was one of those traditionally red states that Democrats had thought about and dreamed about for many years, and not until 2020 did they finally get it. It was the swingiest state of the 2020 election. Trump won it by 200,000, I think, in 2016, and then Biden barely eked by. So what do you expect tonight?
Well, I think there has been so much focus on African-American voters and Black men in particular. I think about former President Barack Obama, who was out on the campaign trail with that very blunt message for Black male voters. Don't sit on the sidelines, get out and vote. So we will see if in a place like Georgia, the Atlanta suburbs, that paid off.
All right, we are having election alert now as we approach the top of the hour, and things are about to start getting interesting.
All right, 7 o'clock in the East, and we will not waste any time. This is the moment where we move from those months of speculations to actual results.
That's right. The polls have just closed in 6 states, and NBC News is ready to make our first projections of the night. Here we go. We start with the state of Kentucky. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Kentucky tonight. Let's go to Vermont. NBC News projects that Vermont will go in the Kamala Harris column this evening. This is where it brings us on the road to 270 right now. The early start, Donald Trump out front with 8 electoral votes, 3 for Harris. A long way to go to get that 270, but that's where we are right now.
Well, polls closed in a handful of states, and these are the ones we haven't called yet: Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, and that all-important state of Georgia. And here's how we're projecting it right now. Too early to call. It may come tonight, but it's not coming this exact moment. So we will continue to watch. We don't have any results yet to show you out of Georgia. It is simply too early to call, but Georgia is one of the faster states to count. So as I go over to Tom Llamas, who's starting to pull up the big board there and looking into some of the states that we're looking at. See, you've got Kentucky up on your map. Why is that?
This is the earliest. This is the earliest data we're having so far. We have called Kentucky for former President Trump so far. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land to see, how is it looking compared to 2020? Again, a lot of that vote is still out, but we were able to make the projection as we explained to you. I also want to talk about India.
Well, look this أحوات ولا حنتي عن تبون أبتي قلنا أنا مالتيو. So far, Kamala Harris is Celeste Akibala, and then Trump Shomanta Maleti. Vermont and Kentucky Colgerum. So Clitus states so still we are way to go. The ballot we are way to go. Let me back this. We are way to go. Let me show you this. We are still way to go. Yeah, still. Well, come on, guys. It's just 8. What do you mean, Trump? It's like. حوات حنسات نحن عدوا الهاوني let's take all overall انتهينا نزلنا مسلكم ولا حنت كل تستيت راح كول جيران زلا screen share was cancelled. Yes, let's get it. What is this? Okay, CNBC خليني. I don't like the other life. It's Tesla, it's okay. Trump, it's okay. What is this? No, it's okay. Let's do this. Yeah, let's skip this too. I don't need my email in here. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. All right, let's go. Oh, NBC. Okay. So, well, still it's too early. Look, this Trump Shomante account girlo, and then Kamala Harris Celeste. Still, من دحرت وعنا رتلو لهم عن توكل نبلنس إحنا هنا. يا كنتاكي ناب ترامب يا خير زلا 7% still زي 7% زلا حوات كغيروني خلي هو نوس no matter what. كربي كمالا أبز كمالا أبزين هذلكم تعويتها فيرمز مالتي فيرمز سلسة إلكترو فوتالوا أنا ترامب أبزلو تعويتي كنتاكي شومنت إلكترو فوتالوا so that's what it is أبزين هذلكم مالتي سلسة شومنت still way to go my friend come on Emma what are you talking about brother still we need بعل أريزونا جورجيا كلن كمتعن still محدارنا عندي بزيها نحدارينا هنا تحدارينا بزيها خريقهم So I hope you got it right. Still almost 3 hours was it. Okay, let's go. I like CNBC. Let's keep with CNBC.
Get her margins even higher in the suburbs and why she has to make up for the rural vote that is expected for Donald Trump. And he has been very good in past elections at finding these voters who aren't traditional voters who come and vote for the first time.
Absolutely. That's where the ground game is so significant. And tonight will be to some extent a test not only of their campaigns, but of the ground games. Was the Trump campaign able to get out some of those voters who don't typically go out and vote? One note about Pennsylvania, one of the biggest states we're going to be watching throughout the course of the night. Joe Biden won it, not just by running up the margin in the Philadelphia County, but in the suburbs of Philadelphia, those collar counties that make all the difference. Hallie and I are both in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. That's our Bucks County in the House, folks.
Yeah, what do the exit polls tell you?
Okay, so let me disengage myself from the chair here because we can start to get into some of the vote breaks here in Georgia. And here's what's really interesting. We've talked about people who identify as independents. This is a category of voter that Vice President Harris really extended an olive branch to.
Whoa. Listen to that. Whoa, my goodness. He just moved it 19-3. Okay. What he got? Trump. All right, Republican. Yeah, Senator Republican Salasan Chatan Apkenamalo and a Republican should just say Apkenamalo, Democratic one. God damn it. Ahwat red Marahalo Kulu. Most important is this is. Yeah, it is still under Democratic Zalat Rahasa. And here is a control going on. I'm very sure Abzi want to summon Kumatsu Democratic. Okay, look this. Who what do we got? All right. Indiana. Yes, we did that. Indiana. Okay, can they assert had electro vote lower? Whoa. He got the Trump. Okay, Kentucky, he got the Trump. Okay. 11 and then plus 8, 19. All right, Indiana nab Trump. Indianapolis nab Trump. Gen kibul kollo ahwat gena 61% yam atim zalo. Still we have more to go. Like it doesn't mean is he Philip Gabrieli, who knows malati. Philip Gabrieli. So Indiana, all right. Florida, oh my goodness, Florida, what did they call Florida too? No, it's just project. Okay. All right. Very much. Okay. So look this. Kamala Harris has 3. It's too early to well hand nagarabzi nabkal time eating galagala mismatchum group kutarat but it's gonna be very tight. Democratic Senator has 28 and then Republican has 39 and then still نتسوى عن زلان الساتين نحوات قال حنت كابتن most important كري خلنا كابتن شوعات زبالكم كبعل أريزونا جورجيا ميشيغان نيفادا نورث كارولاينا بنسلفانيا ويسكنسا زين اندحر كاب انت تتسويعات راح يخم مورك السنبر تدخلوا maybe كاب اندحر مورنا بترامب يخرالين that's another mality. So let's go with it. Damn, can this somebody as I felt 4 this is a surprise. What are you doing, guys? Yeah. As
percent. So he's overperforming. Again, still a lot of vote out, still a lot to do here and kind of see where the vote is going. But those are good signs for the president. Listen, Florida has been trending red. Trump won it in 2016. He won it in 2020. Actually, in 2016, when that political earthquake happened, it really happened once we started calling Florida. 30 electoral votes. The map gets very, very hard for Trump if he doesn't win Florida. Without Florida, his sort of strategy in the blue wall and everywhere else kind of collapses. He needed this in the win column. Still very early. Right now, statewide, only 18% of the vote is in. We can find out where that remaining vote is tonight. So you can see in the major cities, Tampa, we're still going to find.
أحوات let me say this فلوريدا اندحر تعويتو 30 electoral votes alwa Florida 30 and then California 54 alwa for sure California is going to be who Kamala Harris. All right, Florida اندحر تعويتو 30 alwa. I know California. Oh my goodness. All right, New York 28. New York is him. Trump too. Isran Shomantan alwa the highest. Whoa. Well, okay. إسران شو مثلا أبني ورك إن دحرينا فلوريدا ولا تتعاون دحر عسرت سلاسة خينو very much the same. California and دحر تعاون for sure California. Okay, let's find out. Let's get it.
As Tom's just saying, that Florida is a good state for Donald Trump. It is also the first test of Trump's strength. So that is why all of those areas that Tom is just laying out, these are, again, very early data so far, but significant nonetheless, because it will help us once we get in more understand how strong he's.
Fun fact alert for those who remember the hanging chads of 2000. Florida, in the wake of that debacle, has some of the fastest vote counting in the country. So I tell you, you will not be waiting for Florida for very long tonight. They really get that vote counted very, very quickly. They have the modern machines. They're allowed to pre-process the ballots. So you won't have to wait too long for that.
At this point, are we seeing anything unexpected, though?
So far, I do think the independent numbers are going to be really interesting to watch throughout the course of the night, especially in what we saw in those early national exit polls that a lot of people were identifying not as Republican, not as Democrat, but as independent. So that's a storyline to watch. I'll tell you another trend as we're talking about Florida. Osceola County has a large Puerto Rican population, the biggest of any county, I believe, in Florida. And this is something that I've heard in my conversations with Democratic campaign officials and those close to the campaign, that they feel like that is a part of the Latino population that they can really try to move the needle with here after those controversial comments from that opener for former President Trump.
Well, actually, let's go over to Tom on that. I should say the polls close at 8 o'clock in Florida, but you do get some information for 7 o'clock poll close timings. I think that's part of the confusion here. But talking about this Osceola County, it's a third
Split
Puerto
poll
Rican.
close, right, yeah.
Right. So it's interesting because you have the Latinos down in Miami-Dade. I know, go ahead and give your shout out. Miami-Dade is great.
Just the greatest county, greatest people. I mean, I can keep going.
But obviously, this is, Latinos come from different backgrounds and have different voting patterns here.
Yeah, it is not monolithic, just like really every minority group. It is not monolithic. The Puerto Ricans have tended to voted more Democratic. Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans have trended lately more towards the Republican side. But I do want to remind you, too, during the Obama years, Obama was able to pull back some of that Cuban American vote. It has changed in recent years. We're getting more data. As you mentioned, Florida's very fast in putting in their data out. So we were talking about Osceola again, their big Puerto Rican population. The same with Orange. This is Orlando. This is a big Democratic stronghold here. Again, 60% in. Look, I don't want to draw too many inferences from this, but you have Biden at 61. Harris is at 58. You could say she's sort of underperforming, but I also want to say it's only 60%. And a bigger number that's coming in that I think is more important, guys, I want to talk about right now is Broward County. This is just north of Miami-Dade. Think about Fort Lauderdale, think about Sunrise, all those areas and those big cities that have been growing over the years, especially post-pandemic. This needs to be a place where Democrats really drive up the vote, right? Hillary Clinton won big here, 66%. Biden did the same at 64. Tonight, Harris is at 60. Again, I always point to this number. All the votes not in. But if you were to call it right now, she is slightly underperforming. We'll wait for that other vote to come in. Guys, over to you.
Tom, thanks very much. We are just minutes away from polls closing in Ohio and battleground North Carolina. We're standing by to make some new calls in the race for the White House. Stay with us.
That's right. We've skipped a lot of meals so you can experience this incredible flash sale where you can get up to 51% off the emergency fire blanket. So you can get one for
ዕዋት ልክዕ እዛ ትሪእዋ ዘለኹም እያ እታ ንሪኣ ዘለና ማለት እዩ ኣብዚ ዓይነ ክርኢ ሶፋር ክሳብ ሕጂ ዶናልድ ማለት ክልተ ስቴት እዩ ተዓዊቱ ዘሎ ዶናልድ ትራምፕ ክልተ ስቴት ክብል ከለኹ ኣሕዋት እዚኣ ሕዝዋ ፕሊዝ 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 ኣይ ኒድ ቱ ፋይንድ ኣውት ለሰይ እንድሕር ኢንድያና ተዓዊቱ እንድሕር ንብራ ኣለና 61% እዩ ገና ተመሪፆም ምሩፃት 61% እዮም ገና 39% ተቆፂሮም ክኣትዉ እዮም ብህጂ ሶ እዚ ማለት ኮልድ ኣይኹን እምበር ስቲል ክህልዩ ናምበርስ ክመፁ ይኽእሉ እዮም ማለት እዩ So yeah, ካብ 8 ረኺብሎ ካብ ሶሪ ያ ካብ ኢንዲያና 11 ረኺብሎ ካብ ኬንታኪ 8 ረኺቡ ማለት እዩ like እዚ ኬንታኪ kind of ኬንታኪ almost 72 ሰባት ምርጫ ካይዶም ማለት እዩ ኮይኑ ከማላ ሃሪስ ነትልኩም ካብ ቨርሙዝ ያ ተዓዊታ ዘላ ቨርሙዝ 3 ኤሌክትሪክ ቦት እቲ ናምበር ግን ኣይርኦ ዘለና አይደነ ዋይ ኣይርኦን ዘሎ ማለት እዩ ገና still the most important ኣተነ ቀንዲ ገደስ ክንፀቕጠለን ዘለና ክንሪአለን ዘለና አሪዞና ጆርጂያ ሚሽጋን ኔቫዳ ኖርዝ ካሮላይና ፔንሲልቫኒያ ዊስኮንሲን and then arizona እዚአን why arizona two times እዚአን ተን ቀንዲ ኣገደስ ነዚአን ክሪአን ኣለና ማለት እዩ so very scary ኣብዚ ቁርብ ተፍራሃካ ተሰንብደካ ትሪኡ ኣለኹም እዚ ቦታ እዚ ዲሞክራቲክ ተተሓይዙ ፀንሐ እዩ ሰነት ብዲሞክራቲክ ተሓይዙ ፀንሐ ሕጂ ክንሪኦ ገልና ግን ሪፐብሊካን 39 በፂሖም ኣለዉ ሪፐብሊካን ልዕሊ 50 እንድሕር ከም ገለ ሂት ገይሮም ኣብዚ this ሪፐብሊካን ሄድድ ማለት እዩ so ያ ሃውስ ኣብ ትሕቲ ሪፐብሊካን ነይሩ ሕጂ ከዓ ዝኾነ ሓድሽ ነገር ትክርኢ እንድሕር ኮይና ከዓ ክንሪኢና እዚ ኣብ ትሕቲ ሪፐብሊካን እዩ ዘሎ ሕጂ ሶሪ ኣብ ትሕቲ ዲሞክራቲክ እዩ ዘሎ ሶ ሪፐብሊካን ግን ሞር ይኸድሎ ይዕብልሎ ማለት እዩ እዚ ቁርብ ስጋኣካ 39 11 እዮም ተርፎም ዘለዋና 50 ማለት 100 ሰባት እዮም ኣብዚኣ ዝምረፁ ኣብዚኣ ከዓ 435 ሰባት እዮም ያ ፕሬዚደንት ከዓ ገና ስቲል ካሊፎርኒያ ጥራይ እንድሕር መፅእ 54 ኤሌክትሪክ ቮት ክትረክብ ትኽእል እያ ቴክሳስ ንባዕሉ ናታ ማል ቴክሳስ ትራምፕ 40 ኣሎ ፍሎሪዳ 30 ፍሎሪዳ እንድሕር መፅኡ ኣብዚ እውን ክርኢ ንኽእል ኢና ሶ ብዙሕ ኣይ ክንረበሽ እቶም ናይ ከመላ ከምዚ ገና ስቲል ንጅምሮ ኢና ዘለና እምበር ገና እዩ ዘሎ ይቕረታ ብዙሕ I guess I know ትግርኛ ብለንሎ መስለኒ እንታይ እየ ክገብር ዘለኹ I have no idea alright let's go let's share what we have Georgia still Georgia still state approach ada kemalu yeah, Nevada, I know, I like it. Income. Nevada, this is a lot. Not a lot. So, I get the city Florida, I was told to have this
closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other. Welcome back. We're going to be taking you to this view and these numbers here as we continue throughout the evening on the road to 270. Donald Trump out to the early lead with 19, Harris with 3. Let's look at a couple of races that have uncalled so far. We will start with Virginia, 13 electoral votes, just 1% in there in Virginia, but you can see Donald Trump at a widespread right now in Georgia. That's, of course, the first big prize in the Among the swing states right now, Donald Trump with 90,000 votes, Kamala Harris 86,000, but that's too early to call.
So we had some of our first poll closings. We await Arizona in a couple of hours from now. 11 electoral votes. We've got Gotti Schwartz there in Tempe, home to Arizona State University. Big lines there. A real split that you're seeing, that gender divide, Gotti.
Absolutely. Big lines, big turnout here at ASU. This is the 75-foot line. That's where the line starts. And let's take a walk, because this line is about 77 minutes long. If you look at the app, the line extends all the way down, and you're seeing so many of these students turning out. You were just talking about that gender gap, and we've been talking to a lot of the students here, a lot of the female students. They say that they've been driven to the polls by the issue of abortion and the issue of how they think Donald Trump treats women. And then you see a lot of males in this line, young guys here at ASU, many of them wearing those MAGA hats that have been given out along this line from organizers here. And they have been telling us that the reason why they are turning out is because of the economy, because of masculine identity. And they've also said, interestingly enough, people have been talking about the podcast wars here in this line. And Joe Rogan, that Joe Rogan podcast, the appearance, we were talking to a couple of guys just a little while ago. They said that they were open to the possibility of voting for Kamala Harris. But when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their vote. So it wasn't necessarily economy for them, but it was the idea that that Harris was not going to sit down, not going to show what they said was her true personality. And so that's why they decided to vote for Trump. Savannah?
All right, got it. Thank you.
Both candidates have been courting Latino voters, a huge voting bloc, more than 36 million in the U.S.
We have Hallie Jackson here, who's been looking at the exit polls and can drill down on that a little bit.
And the reason we're talking about Georgia here is because that is a state where the polls have closed, so we can report out some of this exit poll data. Again, 600 polling places all across the country. It's early vote, it's mail-in vote, it's in-person day of, but it is early, right? So these numbers could shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting. It is Kamala Harris who is winning the Latino vote, 56%, to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He is slightly overperforming with that demographic group. And Jose, you know, and Savannah and Lester and Kristen, this is something the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters.
Well, let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague, into this conversation because, you know, this effort to try to win over more Latino voters on behalf of the Trump campaign, it's never been about can we win the Latino vote? It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference? And are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino, but we're talking about Georgia, for example, 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And then, you know, Tom was just talking about Florida.
Well, here you go. According tests, Washington State, Oregon, and California, Nevada for Kamala. እንድሕር እዚኦም ኩለን መፅኦም ስልካ ኦኬ ያ ካሊፎርኒያ 54 ኤሌክትሮ ኣለዋ ተስ ዋሽንግተን ክንደይ ዘለዋ ለሲ ያ 12 54 12 66 ማለት እዩ and then Oregon how many voters do you have Oregon شمنته 74 اوكي اوريجن نيفادا 674 اسنان اي حجزاني تس باي ذا واي 8 بلس كباب شمنت الواقع 8 شمنت مالت so we need captain main states mostly بعال من انت هاريما مسيلكا لسي اريزونا انت هاريماتا and then Pennsylvania انت هاريماتا and then Michigan انت هاريما this is good I have in here even actually هاريس مالت كمالا هاريس كتعوت نحركنا أريزونا جورجيا نيفادا ويسكنسن دحرت عند حر ناب أمتين she can win إذا بزلوا كلا أي سيناريو كمالتي أريزونا نورث كارولاينا نيفادا ويسكنسن دحرت عويتها يس كتعوت تخلع عند حر رخيبة مالتي ثالثا أريزونا جورجيا نورث كارولاينا so most probably ካብዘን swim state ዝበሃላ ዘለዋ ካብዘን 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 ሲ at least 3 4 እንድሕር ተዓዊታ ካብአን እሳ 4 ተዓዊታ she can win it ምክንያቱ ከም ወይ ዝበልና በዓል ካሊፎርኒያ is going to be big ናታ ማለት እዩ so let's see what happens very much but I like it I like your thoughts by the way Tess.
Exit poll information for the Tar Heels state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. So that sets us up for nicely Sam Brock, hard hit Asheville, North Carolina. This was a part of Western Carolina that were really hurt by Hurricane Helene. And you're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this precinct. And what's so interesting about this particular
if this is true let me show you. All right, Google up Google مسكتكم you can see this. All right, as of now kind of reddish but قيح مثل. All right, look this. All right, is he already called Geramim? All right, Indiana and Kentucky. So Virginia 13 electric vote አለዋ most probably Trump 58.3 መሪሕ ሎ ማለት እዩ okay and then South Carolina እንድሕር Trump تعويتو whoa well it's not noticed by the way South is under him sorry so 1.3 Georgia እንድሕር تعويتو 51.7% it's too early to call him ዝብሉ ዘሎ ናይ ጆርጂያ ገና እዮም ዘሎ still 51.7% ወይ ከዓ 9 almost 100,000 ይኾን መሪፆም ኣለዉ ንዓ ፍልልዮም ናይ 7,000 ሰባት look this ናይ 7,200 ሰባት ፍልል ኣሎ Florida Donald Trump almost am I right 3 ሚሊዮን ይኸውን ህዝቢ መሪፆም ንሱ 53% ንሱ 45% so እዚአን እንድሕር ከይደን እዚ 50 ኣለዎ ኢልና ኢና ጆርጂያ 16 ኣለዎ ኢልና 50 wow okay all right Virginia yes Virginia 11 electoral vote law Virginia is called I think so Virginia the William the Bilomalo Hiji Vermos okay so this red you mostly Koreana I think so this guy is doing it now okay all right hey
of North Carolina who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn the vote out and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The 3 places they have to do it. The first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority minority county, right? Jose was talking about the Latino voters. You have about 16% in Mecklenburg County, about 30% black voters there. They have to drive out those voters. The second place, this is the population center here, which is known as the Research Triangle. The capital, Raleigh, you have schools like NC State in Raleigh. Just next door in Durham, you have Duke. And then right next door to that in Orange County, you have UNC Chapel Hill. And finally, the Triad. A lot of people, if you don't know North Carolina very well, this is sort of the forgotten metro area. You have places like Greensboro and High Point, Winston-Salem, along with those historically black universities. These are the areas, guys, where they have to run up the vote. How does Trump win? Well, look at the state. You see how red it is. And here's the issue. It's one of the most rural battleground states. So Trump has to run up that rural vote. And then you were just talking to Sam Brock about the issue of hurricanes. Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot of them are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe, where you have Appalachian State over here, where Boone is. Those are Trump countries. Hopefully those people are going to go out and vote for him. That's what they need. Back to you guys over there.
All right, Tom, then the Democrats have put on quite the ground game there in North Carolina to try and flip that state in their direction, which would make their path considerably easier.
Okay, yeah, ፀገም ኣይኮነን ማለት እንታይ እዩ ወላ ሓንቲ ሓድሽ የለን ጆይን ዝገበረ ነምበርስ የለን let me go with it again. So لكع كم ذات رواز اللهم حوات نزي أنا نصب زلنا سلسته كمالا هاريس سلسته إلكتروبات حلا كلتا 270 من هارمي ويكا خابون لعلم عليتيو so ترامب 10 شعات بتصح له اب ناي سينات جن سو فار رايهم ريبابليكان 30 شعات بتصح مالو ديموكراتيك 20 شعات 10 حدا اندحر هاريمهم ريبابليكان ابزي اندحر 50 مصيا اندحر بريزيدنت ترامب خوينو look this ترامب بريزيدنت سينات كان سم كحزوه مالتي هاوس كا ستيل ريبابليكان 10 شمن تبصح مالو ديموكراتيك 4 له ستيل ديموكراتيك از لو ابزي مالت جن too early let me say this too early احوات اذا بتعمل too early ولا حنت كنبلو ينخلنا so this is attempt we انزل لها so far زي انا نهلوا ابراهام اللي زبلكا سوري زي انا نهلكا فيرموز كمال هاريس 3 الكترو نهلكا ابقول له احوات 3 الكترو فوت مالتي alright انديانا ناب ترامب انا كنتاكي ترامب ريد مالتي so نحنا نتبيزلنا ازي ام مالتي ابزي اخرينا قال according this Google كم دخل أخلنا okay according the Google so بزح كده مالو alright كريه خلنا look this alright Virginia 10 vote اللوا ناب كمالا هاريس most probably بتصيح تمثل عندنا South Carolina ناب كم ناب ترامب 9 electoral vote اللوا and in Georgia, nab Trump. That is the most important one. Georgia. Look this. Georgia captain swim trade. Captain nabti زبلان مالت. Georgia اللي حيزوها. Georgia أنت حيزو. Michigan أنت حيزو. حنتي Pennsylvania عند حروسيه دان. Trump is gonna win. سلسي عند حيزو مالت. That's what it says in here. So Florida, that's him. كبابي 3 electoral vote زلوا مالتيو. Oh yeah, this is how. Let's go with it. صوعت يلا as of now. نخيد كنملسنا خنعزبنا. محدارك أيوة دحوا بيكوف. Oh, عيسران سلستن. Who did it? Who called it? Who called it? Somebody called it. 23. Trump 23. Somebody called it. Many. Somebody called it. Yes, Trump 23. 4 توسيق. Many. Okay, man وسيخة. Right, here you go. This one, state of West Virginia. Okay, West Virginia is added to Trump. Okay, West Virginia. Okay, yes. Well, yeah, still too early. What? Yeah, مالت بزتات تصفيت قرط. Oh, this is scary, man. Senate is about to take by Republican. Senate was under Democratic. I don't know. سمعت أتي مثلاً بجلس. So Senate is about to take by Republican. 4 مناطق 10 حدا مترفوهم. Like almost 10 اندحر كم قالوا لما تقوم still way far قانا ينزلنا. So yeah, Senate is about controlled by Republican. According now, and then House اندحر control كوينو. ولا it doesn't matter President حوات. قال حق له. Let's say House يوم تصومت حقي House اندحر the same كوينهم Senate and House كلهم let's say Republican اندحر كوينهم. ولا كمالا هاريس تكون president قال حقتات هالو they don't care up to table 10 معالت ترايجرو زحلف حق له so كدقما let's say president كمالا هاريس تكون اندحر senate بريبابليكان تتحيزو اندحر house بريبابليكان تحيزو senate وي house دوليو حق مسامصو ازيهم كلتيهم اندحر فريمهم لا ابزا ديسك زي اتمص انت زي حلفات 10 معالت عدل الله انخد حلفه اندحر 10 معالت حق تغير مالي so that not that strong president. زيهم كلتيهم من دحر Senate, House, Republican كينهم. Trump عند دحر president كينهم. All right. What we can do? انت انا هنري نجمر يعني ري انت هنري. Corporation tax credit corporation tax now 15% right away كملسي حاده. اب immigration problem فطري كلته እዚ شراف كبعل چاينا خاب قال زمص نبرت كا is going to be big سلسته قال drill baby drills more oil فطري 4 قال more diplomacy مالت ناي بعل زخل زغبرو نورو democratic is going to be low سلسته that's going to be a lot. Let me go with this if in the حرس كله تعويتهم. All right, if let's say سلسته كم زري ازلنا اندحر تعويتهم كم ذا according كم ذا هجري أزلنا Trump is going. All right, Trump like illegal immigrant ከም ዝንብሎም ዘለና ከባቢ ብዙሓት ዝኾኑ ቀጥታ ዲፖርት ክጅምረ ወላ ፍላይት ዝበፅሐኩም ኣሕዋት ወላ ፍላይት እውን ካንሰል ክገብሮ ይበሃላ ሓደ ማስ ኦፍ ዲፖርቴሽን ብዙሕ ዲፖርት ከም ዝገብር ይገሊፅልና ዲቴንሽን ካምፕ ክፈጥር እየ እስር ቤት ማለት እዩ ነቲ ቦርድ ኤክስቴንሽን ክገብሮ እየ ክፅንዐ እየ ሞር ኣብኡ ማለት ካን like cut unnecessary regulation down the house price. Okay, unnecessary regulation. Let's say Tesla is going to be to the sky or to the moon. Abzonin alo abnai house كحلف abnai جزا مسرح ديو abnai جلد حقتها زلوا زي كل كلين كجبرة زي unnecessary زبلا زلوا. سلستي أمن دحرنا سام كوينز بلاكم زلوا. It's easy حلف نجاري زارب زلوا. Okay, mortgage rate كباب شو 10% زلوا. It's going to be do like to the lowest كجبرة. Trump بعال جيروم باول فاير جوبرا مخلي كلهم زي فوتوهم سبات رايد أوين أو أوفيس مساعده فاير جوبرا the next day I'm telling you إذا جانواري دحري ترى عسرة مالتي زخلو كجوبرا زخلي إن سلستي أم كم دان رئازلنا هج تبى نزلنا سلستي أم دحري خارج اليوم تالي mortgage rate I like that I want a bit to tell you frankly I'm tired on this mortgage rate مالتي كباب شدي شزلو سلستي جوبرا خل كل جوبرا خل okay open federal land for housing construction. Niggas like may increase Gabri. Okay. Executive order his first date to fight for inflation. We already no more inflation. Come on, Trump. You already did it. I need to cancel this actually. Inflation already done. We are 2.1%. Baby. Okay. Malet, let's say oil more kfahre, oil misfaharku, oil misrakhokubzi, naana ni esen ni Europeans khon oil kgabri wahalai. OC, can they was it in the Hersalasi in the Sunkoinum Raiwat? Like, you know, like White House, Malit Kulu White House, Congress and Kulum Hizamo. What else? Right? Anything Malit. All right, federal income tax tips, some tips to us. Zbahal no bilalo. Okay. Renewal Job Act within 2017. That is qualification business yatable. Ana personality kamala nagarian. Nisa expire kitkonia. So now renewal gabrai. I like that. I need that personally. Then Kalib Obamacare is gonna end it. So let's see. He'll even cut all comes well as a business like corporation come with 15%. All right, social security tax free khoni. Nice social security on عبيت الصدرات النازوسرو tax free لو مالتي. Kalib okay. Come with add tariff مالت قرص ካብ ደገ ዝመጽ ኢምፖርት ዝመጽ ነገራት ኩሉ አድ ጎብሮ እስካብ 60%. This kind of gonna come እንድሕር ሰለስቲኡ ንሶም ኮይኖም Republican. All right, Tesla is gonna be the sky. Believe me or not, I know Tesla ትማሉ ኮ ትገልጽ ነርካ ኣብትናይ tax credit ኮ ጠቕምላዋ 7500 በቲ yes he don't care that wala Elon Musk I don't care ይሉ ዘሎ so I don't care ብዛዕቡ so I just want to be net regulation net ሕጊ ለስ ኮነለይ ሮቦ ታክስ ከምጽእ ተን በቃ ነዚን መካይን ኣብዚ ከም ድላይን ዕምባባ ኾነ ማለት ሃብታም ክህብትም ከም ዝኸማይ ዘለና ማእከላይድና ታሕቲ ክላስ ዘለና ክንደኪና let's find out guys. All right, so let me back it now ክመልሳ ምክንያቱ ንምንታይ ኢኹም ዝብ ዘለኹ look this let me get if there is any police even at ኮይኑ ደኮነን so Republican 40 ድሕር ኣልዮም ኣብዚ እዚኣ 50 ንምብፅሓ and then Republican ከኣብዚ 22 እንተልዮም እዚ 218 እዚ ጋናይ ግን so far ቦኦም ተታሒዙ ዘሎ እዩ ኣሕዋ ሕዝኒ ቦኦም ተታሒዙ ዘሎ እዩ ተቀያየረ ወላ ሓንቲ የለን ኣብ ሰነት like what do you call his Schumer not Schumer what is his name the majority leader of senator ጻሓፉለይ ንሱ ጥሮታ ወፂሎ ሰው ያርኹም ጽኹልም ጸገም ዝበሃል ይብሉን ማለት እዩ so this is scary. I'm telling you we don't like this ማለት this nobody like it but like كلهم ሓደ ዓይነት ክሕዝዎ no one like it it's not good ምክንያቱ ብሪፐብሊካን ተማሓዲራ ክትከይዳ ማለት እዩ no it's not good ንቁጠባውን ጽቡቕ ነገር ኣይኮነን ማለት እዩ ታይ ያ ከም ዝበልና all right let's go back ኣብዚ ሕልኩም መስለኒ okay what is this come on do something man
would be replaced by a Republican. Jim Justice, he's a popular two-term governor in West Virginia. You may know him from his English bulldog, Baby Dog, who made an appearance at the Republican National Convention. So Justice and Baby Dog making their way into the Senate's upper chamber. We don't have any numbers in from the Associated Press quite yet. You see here, I mean, we're looking at all zeros here, but nonetheless, the Associated Press, knowing that this is a reliably red state, not a surprise at all that Justice comes away with the victory. They feel comfortable enough to make this one red.
So I think that's a good moment to kind of pause, and for the viewers who might not understand this, you know, we're relying on the Associated Press. How can a media organization like the AP project a race call without numbers there? And I think this is really important to kind of hammer home here. Why, Austin?
You know, ultimately, this was one of the races we knew was going to flip red. There was Senator Joe Manchin. He was an independent. We knew Jim Justice,
Joe
the Republican,
Manchin, right?
had
Thank you.
a
Joe
huge
Manchin.
advantage over the mayor of Wheeling, West
What about
Virginia.
this?
This was not going to be surprising at all. And as soon as some of these numbers do start coming in, most assuredly, they're going to be heavily lopsided.
Yeah, Joe mentioned, like, you know, it's kind of okay. All right, Cap TikTok. Come on, Cap TikTok. ساعات كن دينا كن رد. Well, still زان خرازل لنا حكيت. Yeah, look nice senator girls allo رأي وابت تاشم. So still كن كيدنا أنا بكل تميتن سبعان قصم خموت اللوم. Still long way, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours. Yeah, 4 ساعات 5 ساعات خوني خلي. I am gonna be here. Computer right so كيدو المر. So still gonna ina. So but أكايد again. I don't care بزعة president comes welcome. The only care is in the heart Congress committee be Republican تتحيز is gonna be another like you know another tap. Sorry guys.
To go this way as well. But Jim Justice is vacating Austin, the governor's mansion, just briefly here. Who will replace him there in Charleston, West Virginia? You see there the governor's race in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey besting his Democratic rival there, Steve Williams, to take the governor's mansion there in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey, Austin, he's, I believe, the current Republican Attorney General in West Virginia. So it just seems kind of like musical chairs in West Virginia politics tonight. Justice to Washington, Morrissey to the capital of West Virginia.
Yeah, ultimately, what I'm going to say about this race, again, we're working with the AP's figures all night, and I've got the results up here. And again, we're looking at all zeros, but that just gives you some sense of how reliably red some of these states are. The West Virginias, the Kentuckys. As soon as we start to see some more calls in places like Kansas and Oklahoma.
Yes, Asmorino. Yes, very much, yes. And her Trump تعويته ab immigration بزح لو تهري. So يدم سوسادون تلكني I don't think so. Good. comes as a law process ናይ welcome corp ኣይክኸውንን እዩ very much እንታይ እዩ ዘሎ ንሱ ትራምፕ ብዙሕ ዋላ ፍላይት ፅበይ እውን ኣነ ጠጠው ከም ዘብሎ እዩ ጥራሕ ኢሉ ዝፍክር ዘሎ ሶ እንታይ ክብል ኢለ ኣምና ተስፋ ዘይምቁራፅ ሆብ ዘይምቁራፅ ኩሉ ሻዕ እንታይ እቲ ሱፕሪም ኮርት ኣሎ እቲ ኮርት እውን ኣሎ ተምጃጅ እውን ኣሎ ኣብ ዝሓለፈ ከምኡ ገይሩ ፈቲኑ ድዩ ንሳቶም ኣቢሎሞ ቶም ኢንተርቪው ዝገበሩ ኩሎም መፅኦም ፀገም ኣይነበረን ኣብ ዝሓለፈ ማለት እዩ ሶ this is my personal experience ከምኡ ኣጋጢምኒ ግን ክፍትኖ እዩ ትራምፕ of course ቀዳማይ ና ኢሚግሬሽን ናቱ ስርሑ ቀዳማይ ነገር ይሕዋት መኻ ከምዚ ሕጂ ንሪኦ ዘለና ከዓ እንድሕር ብዕልፊ ሰለስተ እዩ እንድሕር ሰም ሒዘሞ ቁፅሪ ሓደ ዲፖርቴሽን ክህሉ እዩ ቁፅሪ ክልተ ኣብዚ ካምፕ ክስራሕ እዩ not like ከምዚ ንሓና ነዞም ከይ ዘለና ገለገለ ይኮን ክንዛረብ ዘለኹ ግን overall yes ኣብ ኢሚግሬሽን ዓብይ ፅልዋ ከምፃልና ግን እንታይ መፅእ ከመይ እዩ ገለ ኣፕዴት ክንገብሮ ኢና ክንከታተሎ ኢና ክንሪኦ ኢና እቲ ናይ ዌልካም ኮር ፕሮሰስ ዝበሃል እቲ መስርሕ ኣይከቋርፆን እዩ እቲ መስርሕ ክህሉ እዩ ምክንያቱ ኣዝዩ ጠቃሚ እዩ ኣዝዩ ፅቡቅ እዩ መዓት ገንዘብ ካ ትኸፍል ንዕኦም ማለት ነቶም ስድራ ስለቶም ፀምስኻስ ብናትካ ሓላፍነት እዮም ቀደም መዓት ቢሊዮንስ ኦፍ ቢሊዮን ዝወፅእ ነበረ ስላዕ ነበረ ሕጂ በቲ ፋሚሊ እዮም ዝመፅ ዘሎ ሶ let's do this ብጣዕሚ ክሪአ ኢና yes ግን ክፀልወና እዩ
know which way it was going to go. Chris Sununu, the outgoing governor, deciding not to run for re-election. So far, Democrat Joyce Craig has
plan to ban price gouging, anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're back with our election night coverage and with Tom Yamas at the big board talking about the road to 270, waiting for North Carolina right now. The polls closed there. But how important is that to either candidate in terms of making their path to 270 easier or tougher?
Yeah, let's start with former President Trump because he really needs to hold North Carolina. It was the only battleground state he won in 2020. So let's give him North Carolina. If he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia and Pennsylvania. He gets to 270. That's his easiest path. But Lester, if he can't win North Carolina, his whole map changes. And why do I say that? Because he can no longer win just 3 states. He has to win 4. He can do it by winning Pennsylvania and Georgia and keeping the blue wall, or I should say tearing down the blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin. If he can't go there, he has to go out west and win both Nevada and Arizona. That puts him over the top. But again, without North Carolina, for his scenario, he needs 4 states.
Harris has put a lot of money and time and people on the ground in North Carolina. What does it do for her?
Well, look, if she wins these 16 electoral votes, it eases some pressure off her, right? Because her easiest path is the blue wall. If she can win Pennsylvania and North Carolina, look how close she is. She only needs 9 more electoral votes. Pretty much any other state, with the exception of Nevada, gets her there if she's able to win there. So if she can take North Carolina, the Trump team gets much more nervous and the Democrats become much more optimistic because she's won out east. If she can win in the Midwest and pick off a state out west or hold it, she's going to be the president.
All right, Tom, let's go back to Savannah.
We talk a lot about the blue wall. Wisconsin is a big part of it. And our correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee with some breaking news. And it's a possible issue with absentee ballot counting. Hey, Shaq, what do you know?
Hi there, Savannah. I want to first start with what we're seeing at these polling locations because locations are open for about another hour. I want to let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera go inside there now, where we've seen a steady flow of people. At this location, there was a line that went on for more than an hour this morning. You see things have slowed down a bit. The reports from around the state is that the vote process is going smoothly, but where we are seeing hiccups is with the vote counting. We just learned from the clerk in Milwaukee downtown, where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't properly closed on them. And after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as of those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves, as they're called, from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right. Well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first, I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men. Tonight, 60% in our NBC News exit poll there say they support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, when 58% actually supported Biden.
Is that just North Carolina, or is that a national
That's just
poll?
North Carolina.
Okay.
That's our North Carolina exit polling tonight. North Carolina is really interesting to me because I've been talking with college Democrat and Republican presidents on campuses there, but the college Democrats were so organized in this state. Like what they did on these campuses was really amazing. They lobbied the state to have more polling places on campuses. They even had it be made a student ID could be an acceptable form of ID on several campuses, which was not the case prior. We're also seeing this kind of play out to be right what we're seeing with that young men appeal for Trump seems to be working in some places. I'm interested to see if that continues throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner as well.
Keep them in line.
Stay in line.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC Chapel Hill right now.
It speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia, yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out, they're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters at least this cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys. If they can get this demographic out to the ballot box to actually show up, whether that was early or whether that's now, they're feeling like they're going to have some wind at their back.
It's, you take a step back, the story of this election is the gender gap.
Yes.
It's the battle of the sexes election. And whether you want to say it's young men or senior women, it's men and women. If Trump turns out more men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women, she does. It's kind of as simple as that.
No doubt about it. And what's so fascinating is that the Trump campaign tried this sort of unusual, unconventional tactic to get out the vote, which was to outsource it to Elon Musk, to other outside groups. And they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well. They brought in President Obama to make the case. Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated to votes tonight?
Well, that's one of the things that she has talked about on the campaign trail. I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male votes just as much as Joe Biden.
with former President Obama was so significant when he called on them not to stay at home.
All right. Well, we're just a few minutes away now from a big batch of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern time, including the one that everybody's been watching, Pennsylvania. And we'll be right back.
Sorry, connection among us tagirahan nahwat. Isa, yeah. Sa monte, I guess, koinulo. Yes, almost 5 minutes more. Like buzahat kordalwan hiji. Thank you. Sorry, connection dahir tagirahana. Please, aqlik boruhum. I guess the computerat mislan kullu naqisu. So let's back with it. Most probably wala hanta taqayir yalon. Nice 10 monte drops gabra. Can re'enna malati. Agad destien. Naana. So far it's the same. ولا حنتلوت يلون. Okay, let's go.
Asking for help, especially here. But where can we hear yes when shopping for the products we need for our home, even if our credit isn't so hot? At Aaron's, where they say yes to people that other places turn down. Hi.
Right. Look this. تسفى قبرة تودي تحمب. Look, my friend. Okay. North Carolina. At the hand Captain Swim State. Yeah. Most probably 16 electoral votes اللواي. Kamala Harris تعود تمثل. Look, a big difference. Susan Kilton net بحاله بثلاثة شديشة net بي شو منت like تي أما أكره يوم مالت. All right, North Carolina. Okay, نسا almost 110 شديشة سبات تركب كلها نسوسان شعاتن. Big أبزي فللي 10 شديشة أبزي أركون كله like 10 شعات تركبها مالت. Still, all right, North Carolina, Virginia, or Trump غير له بزير I will like look this Indiana رينا عن تبو. Oh my goodness, West Virginia. Yeah, it's just Trump is okay. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Very much like what comes like honey. Very much about comes the land Saraiwa. Tarifala Nagan to Hatter Kabala. Let's go there. Nuraya. All right, stop this sharing. Hop computer لما عندي yeah, only 3% report. Yes, Ifram, I know that. You're right that only 3%. Yep, I got you. Very true. Very true, Ephraim. Very true.
Comes down to this.
Her path to 270 narrows significantly.
We're going to win Pennsylvania.
So, Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard?
We're standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. All right, getting ready for Pennsylvania. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Stephanie, this is where the Harris campaign really needs to ramp up those turnout numbers. What are you seeing?
Yeah, they really do. Well, it's calming down here in Northeast Philadelphia. This is kind of a working class, diverse community. People still getting in under the wire in these last few minutes. But the big question, Savannah, afterwards is how long is it going to take to call the state of Pennsylvania? 4 years ago, it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former Secretary of the Commonwealth talking about the challenges they faced back then. 2.6 million mail-in ballots. That was what slowed the process down. And it was a new process for people in this state. 4 years later, they haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit better. There are fewer mail-in ballots, just under 2 million. They have new machines to process them and more people. But the optimistic outlook from election officials we have spoken to is that the majority of those mail-in ballots won't be fully processed until Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And if this race is as tight as it was 4 years ago, when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes, those mail-in ballots will be crucial to make the call here. So we're still talking days, Savannah.
Yeah, and in some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night. So perhaps it goes a little bit quicker. We'll check back with you a bunch. We have got Tom Yamas over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here. When we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way because I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming there. We come to this other county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85% for her. So she's holding that high watermark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this, 69% for Biden, 75% tonight for Harris. They're looking at these numbers.
Yeah, أحوات إزي كونن ميلي. This is like hours. بوحر 3 ساعات 4 ساعات توصدي. ولا تقول جرام نبلم زلنا still كندا ام report جرام. 21%, 4%, 5%, 10%. جينا إزلا. وزي overnight يرون خالي. بزح نجر يسترف الناس. لذي yeah كم زي قلتيف كازو دا نجر هيكون زي like a whole night أبزين إحنا ماسي. Maybe midnight كوني خالي. Maybe صباحون كوني خالي أحوات. Maybe سقاب صباحون كوني خالي. Who knows? بزعبة زي report زي كلهم من دحر وقصروا ويك أبس نسرعت قط وزي كلهم. Most probably دارك كلهم وديانين. Trump reaches 45. Okay, all right. FR is on top of me. Thank you, FR. Let me go. I guess Ephraim is a good helper in here. Oh wow. انتي تعويتوا. This guy is like booming today. Whoa, not 45, 90. Trump got 90. Kamala Harris got 27. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is Senate again. Senate. This is my eye. My eye, Senate and the House. Look this, 39 and 20, 42 and 31. All right, it's kind of up. They are very close in here. He's 90. Money report again. Let me see that. All right. Pretty much all of them. Like Florida, call for Trump. Big. Okay, Alabama, call for Trump. Okay. Tennessee, call for Trump. All right. Who's it? Oklahoma, call for Trump. All right. And then Missouri, call for Trump. All right. Indiana, call for Trump. I know we did. Kentucky. West Virginia. Yeah. Oh. Okay. All right. Virginia, call for Harris. And then, yeah, like, yes. Okay, Michelle, like, call for Harris. And then, Vermont, call for Harris. Okay. need is from then from swim. Any of them? Okay. So what? Look this. مالت إذا بحثت تود أيكون جنائي كمزي قليل قرقم توصلوا أدلنا جن like mostly all red is Trump is got a lot مالتي Trump he got a lot that's why تسعة بس يحزن له مالتي that's why بزح مرح سلزول لها أربعة كلتن كريبابليكان له جنا كله له نعم نتبع الكولورادو له like بزح ده يكون 10 فوت زلومبر يوتا like 6 فوت له كله زي كلمة إنا كاليفورنيا جنا كاليفورنيا is 54 votes زلوي oh like ساعات 10 PM in Pull Go California so 10 PM بزحات لنا still 10 منطقة نازلنا like جانا إيزولو look this 10 منطقة 10 حدثي almost we have another 3 hours مريتي Washington 11 الله زين كلنا كنت بيننا جن yeah here you go he's like heading meeting قالن لحربت حيو very scary all right let's go then yeah Yeah, I know if this is what sanity like Pennsylvania is the most important أعتقد وسانيت كنت تقول الساعة okay
Give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, those suburban collar counties.
It's Tesla up. I know. So, like, mo ganzap ng gabriya. Ganzap ng gabri. Tesla up. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, ganzap ng gabri mo. Okay. Let's go. I like that. Google tsubo geratam sa. Yeah. OPA, Pennsylvania is leading almost 3% report Germa Logan. Like, Kamala 71%. My goodness. This is a big one, guys. Okay, well, it has 19 electoral vote. Okay, Kamala Harris has 71.2%. You know what? We got it, man. We got it. This woman is gonna come. Like 7 she's leading it. Like Ohio, she's leading it. Good. And then yes, it's being reported, all of them. Oh wow. Georgia 35 report. Georgia is almost 1,000,000. Okay, في اليوم almost ناكل تيم يتشحى كبابي. So Georgia and حرت عويتو نسوق قرب كخبري مالتي. So I know مالت even though 3% like 3% in the her like 250 3% أنا أخون بر. Yeah, she's just leading. It's good, but still we are too behind. Okay, Salazan Hamushan. And I'm عن حموشان. Okay. But most probably, yeah, Texas, 11% report lower Kamala Harris, 49.6. 49.6 still what 11% report I'm going to do. This is not a big difference. 49.6 and 49.1, almost 0.5% Philly. This could be turned off to Trump too. كندي electric vote الله مثلكم 4 تكساس 4 اللوا 11% report جرم الله. Oh my goodness, this is scary. This is scary. Look this. Change thread. God damn it, while we are here. This is Alasan. That's your problem. Come on, Alasan. You did this. It just turned thread right away. Okay. All right, whatever. Let's go. Well, what Ganai just like emotion convertible. I don't want that emotion gun is still like 3%, 4%, almost na Kamala Harris almost 9 مليون يكونوا 7 مريض اما لو ني ترامب كباب 11 مليون كباب ناي 3 مليون كل اللي مالتي كساب كل 240 جلن حزبي I think so تمزجيهم دلو مالتي. So still we are so way Ghana is low. Oh yeah, we are still Ghana is low. still زي كباب 9 مليون رحنا ننزل لنا حوات ابز نزلنا كباب 9 مليون 11 مليون مالتي الله 20 قلن كباب كل 100 قلن 7 كمورتو تصبي زلو. So still we have a long way to go. Just don't get Trump تبلو زلهم قلطفكم victory اي تعودوا ابي victory تقبروا ابل اللهم مسيلكم اني اتناي president غناي this is believe me or not don't victory come on yet, but this is kind of scary. Abnai Senate Victor of Gobert Holholm. Mahaniat very much. Senate is kind of 42 by 31. Senate, yes. Senate is kind of get it. Mahaniat Senate in the head. The Republican to Tahizu so far. House be Republican, Neru Republican Antamatsu. Yeah, you can victor, but still, why 27? I thought 35.95 Drach Masilini. All up column. All right, still Nabzach Metzalo. So yeah, well, it's too early to say that. من مرة حلو كنتي بهزمه وأنتي بهزمه زمرة ده كمال هيرس مرة حلا. الله سنة خير النعمة. جينا يا حواد. It's just long way. Like it's too early to say that. Why you like Harry? Just shallow. I'm democratic man. كل شيء أنا كل سالسة جزء مريض الله. I'm just kidding. هجين تاي مريض أنا أقولكم مني. أمز حلا فجن. Yes. Let's go. Bias خونة بلين. I am not mishearing خونة لأن ما لي تكون الحوات تايرة. This is where we at now. Okay, I like this.
Going to be the whole ball game. They're going to decide who's president.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand. We've just had a change of characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, with 37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you tonight. We've got Senator Claire McCaskill, I believe, over at our insider's desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. You know, this is when it is very early. We have exit polls. And by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president and Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think we've got to take all of that with a big, giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in. Because as we all know, these come in from different places. Typically, rural places come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls will actually reflect accurately what will happen with independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate independent voters, but I'll be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Well,
probably,
listen, I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those two states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then obviously Pennsylvania becomes even bigger. And let's don't sleep on Nevada. I think that may be the closest margin in this race. I think it may be literally maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating the two candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls to close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, those big Western battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, for days. So I guess Senator McCaskill is going to be holding her breath for a very, very long time. We've got Sarah.
Yeah, there you go. Hit 99. Hold on, let me stop this. Yeah, very much. Okay, hurry, hold on, let me stop this. Okay, very much. Yeah, Trump is 99 so far, gain Gerlo, and then Kamala Harris 27 gain Gerala. Yeah, numberatun Kamala Sekeli Hwat, Senate Arba'an Clinton, Republican, and a Democratic Salasan Hadden. Is there another outer in the Mipsahwat? Kothazokum, them Hirkum to Asolom. نخطعوات كل تميت سبعة نمبر كتهر مالك كمالتي. So far Trump is 99 خير الله and then Kamala Harris kind of قرب لو again there is a lot بهجي نويح يزلوت جزء بهجي تسفح نقرط ويك تسفح هلونا نترامب ندقفت كنت تسفح هلونا الله مالتي يكونن ني Kamala Harris ندقف كتسفح نقرط علىنا مالتي يكونن جنا يزلو way to go almost 3 ساعات 4 ساعات وصلي. So لو ما عنتون زي كده خالي most probably ab Senate gen darga قريبه من هلوكم Senate darga Republican 40 كلتن بصيحم الله so نت 5 نمصح 8 تنحر بصيحم as they almost darga Republican and then Democratic type خونيه مالتي House كلتن 10 8 قصر وي كان لعل نمصحيو Republican 4 بصيحم الله Democratic 20 كلتن بصيحم الله so تقند خنرئ زلنا نحنا بعد أريزونا جورجيا ميشيغان نيفادا نورث كارولاينا زياننا تنقند عبيت خنرئ زلنا so زياننا فلوريدا so far Trump call gerlo like you know 83% in coinlo and then 30 electoral vote زلوا فلوريدا نابو خينا الله مالتي تكنيكالي از غزي لعل 5 سنه ب5 مليون عمريصم 4 سنه ب2 خاني هيرس نيكامالا هيرس مريصم مالتي very scary بتعم scary هجي like it's not that fun it's not that fun Georgia خان ريلنا Georgia too close look this too close to call قريبهم كل نخو قبرو مالتي Georgia سي look this na Georgia so far almost like حدا نتسلس ان ترامب مرت هلو almost حدا مليون خون كامالا هاريس مرت امالو so yeah Georgia حنت خابتن ازين ويكا وسانيتيا كنريا علنا كابتن swim trade كساب خنريا راح ينزلنا قصيل كاي خن هو خيبلنا نحتل بس احنا قالوا ابزر نورث كارولاينا خان السات تمر حلا كامالا هاريس and Pennsylvania كامالا هاريس مرت على like 1 2 3 well she can come yeah looks she's doing great too everybody like she is against all right I think that will be all right so connection among the stack and the gaber and the hirata shum gero hwat I توصوهم علنا so gena هنقصلنا so many would allow me let's see what happened
after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail. The two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina, the governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial candidate. And the polls had we talked about ticket splitting, where perhaps the vote for the presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take.
Let me just say one
we got 9 more hours to go here.
One small thing, which is this, because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate was. But just remember the ticket splitting piece. This is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. Yeah. That's it, right? So this, I think,
they have a Democratic governor right now.
That's
Roy
exactly
Cooper.
right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a state that where Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark Robinson's behalf. It was beset by problems.
Beset by problems because he was determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected. The question is, that was, by the way, one of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag down support for former President Trump? We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate, and that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
But the whole weekend there, 3 days straight in North Carolina.
How important this state is to his path.
Also, a sensitive might have been slipping away and trying to shore up the.
Absolutely.
North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Which is absolutely, and it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Hey, Savannah, you just heard from Garrett a moment ago talking about how Donald Trump's team seems to be satisfied that he is doing a bit better with those Black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. They're starting the Star Spangled Banner. I'll give it back to you with respect to our country, then we'll come back in a moment.
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming. So it's going to be a nail biter.
So, according in here, what? So, marketna so far, Trump media 10.43% increase gera. دحري كل زمارته 10.43% Trump media. This is big. Tesla almost like 3.0% increase gera. دحري market close. So, marketna Trump is coming below mality. Bitcoin in the Harriena, look at, let me see Bitcoin to what it looks like. My goodness. Yeah, sab'an hadan shih basi hadarga. So, technically, they are like waiting for Trump. They are waiting for Trump in here. So, this is big. Celestian, okay, let me see Enphase. Enphase stack. should be read M-Phase. Yeah, it's down 2.16%. M-Phase مالتنا energy like بنا energy solar ገለገለ ዝገብሩ እዮም እንታይ እዮም ንሳቶም እቲ tax credit ዲሞክራቲክ ዝሓልፍ ማለት so ማርኬትና shift ገይሩ completely so democratic መጽኦም ኣለው sorry Trump መጽኡ ኣሎ all these signs ነግረኩም ነበርኩ ናይ Trump go Trump or I'm 7 years old Bana, go Trump. I am 7 years old. I love Trump. Okay. All right. I like that. Makes sense. All right.
Polls. Which candidate will it bring closer to those crucial 270 electoral college votes? We will be right back.
Higher things to it. Trump has a lot of competition. Wow. How much higher? Hello,
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating. Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
8:20 in the east, 5:20 in the west. We've got some major battlegrounds close their polls, and the votes are being counted as we speak. That's the road to 270, filling out a bit with some predictable wins and losses in this country. But let's go to the battlegrounds. Virginia is too early to call, just 33% of the vote in. We'll continue to watch it. Ohio, the polls have closed there. It is too early to call, although that once battleground is now more a reliably red state. We'll see how that shakes out. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard Pennsylvania very much during this campaign season. It may all hinge on the Commonwealth. Too early to call there. And in Georgia, we have characterized this as too close to call. So we are about halfway through the vote counting there, 50% in. And though you see that margin, depending on where the votes are coming from, it is our expectation that right now this vote in Georgia's 16 electoral votes, just too close to call.
All right, let's go over to Hallie Jackson with some new exit polling information on the gender gap.
So this has been a storyline we're talking about all night, right? We say it, Savannah, Lester, you both said it, the battle of the sexes, men versus women. It gets a little bit more complicated at that, but let's start with the gender gap nationally here. And you can see it absolutely still exists. So these are our exit polls nationally based on gender. You can see, obviously, this is just the vote here. Women, 53%, 47% men. Typically what we might see. When you get into vote break, I'm going to ask our team to pull that up. You are seeing that more women are backing Vice President Harris. More men are backing former President Trump. More women, 55% for Harris, Trump 43%. We'll go to men, and you'll see it flips, right? That red slice of the pie gets a little bit bigger for Donald Trump when it comes to men nationally, and we'll pull that up so you can see it. The other piece of this, though, there's more to it, right? And when you get a little bit deeper in race and education, that is where this gets really key. And for that, you look at white college-educated women. We've been talking about this demographic a lot here in some of these key swing states. She is doing better with white college-educated women. Donald Trump is doing better with non-college educated white women. And that is another piece of the gender gap dynamic that's at play here.
Well, actually, we have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. And I want to bring in our panel. We've got Sarah Fagan, who is here. She was a veteran of the Bush White House, George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator Claire McCaskill of the great state of Missouri that was once a swing state as well. You were a Democratic senator.
Way back when.
Way back when. So we've talked a lot about the gender gap, but I think the education gap is key here too. When you hear what Hallie says, Senator, what's your take?
I think, you know, we have so many divides at this point. We have urban, rural. We have college educated, non-college educated. But the big one this election are women and men. And yes, there is a difference between college educated women and non-college educated women. But the support for Harris is so big among college educated women. And the key in this election, I think, is are they going to drag their husbands, their sons, their uncles with them over to the Trump side? Because these are my peeps,
Are
right?
those the shy Harris voters?
College-educated older women.
Yes.
I mean, you know, I live in that place.
Is this the battle of the sexes, or is that being overplayed?
Well, I do think that college-educated women are a critical, if not the critical voting bloc in this election. And, you know, Hallie, you pointed out that according to the exit polls, it's 53% of the electorate. In 2020, it was 52. Now, 1 point doesn't seem like a lot, but, you know, if Kamala Harris drives up her results among women in these
Yeah, Danny, Bitcoin is a good one. What's going on in here? The connection is yeah, Bitcoin is like 71 jump احوات بالطعمي high. So my goodness. I agree with that. I agree, Shalom. I agree. I have no doubt about that. I know what Naman comes Morozgo and again. I have to be serious. Azar Alondi doesn't mean not only business. There is a lot of things going on. Look this. أبيت هو ما بقى خلوا الكوي جرجك هو. All right, let's get it done. Okay, sorry about it. Yeah, we need. She's 30. I thought to say 45. Like he's 105 and she's 30. Like many I know we got this, Antabo, we got this. Yeah, Maryland, we got it. Delaware, we got it. He's all over, my friend. He's all over the guy. Okay, all right, okay. Senate territory, come on, I need that at least. I need this, at least one of them controlled by Democratic. That's okay. Whatever Trump and Herkade, I need one of them controlled by Democratic. Please. This is what I'm looking for. So, yeah. This is Harry 49 Trump. I don't know what do you guide this? What do you guide, Jolly? This is what I have 49. Okay, let's get what I have probably in here. Oh, yeah, you write that. There you go. Let me go with this. Yes. Very true. Thank you. Let me get it. Let me get this. I'm so sad about it. Okay. Here's 52 and then like here's 101. I think say back one, Maliti. He just give her back. Okay. So what Kansas 8% يوم items are low, like still it's not a big difference. What Kansas ولا غني بالكل 49.4% and 49.3. It's not a big difference. Okay, the Illinois. Okay, 51.1. Yeah, you can win about that. 14 10 ساعات electoral against 7% يوم is still in the low. Still too early to call. Okay, Michigan. Whoa, here you go. She's here. How many percent? 5% تمريضهم على عاتهم على لوجن مريضهم 5% مريضهم. She's here. She's leading 57.3%. Oh my goodness, she's gonna get that. Good. All right. Yeah, Pennsylvania like 7. She's leading that. All right. Okay. Yeah, Michigan, Pennsylvania. إذا كلتي عند حيزة اتخالوا كات أجمع يكونن إذا كلتي عند حيزات سعيرات most probably she can hit it, guys. I know about Colorado result expected around 7 p.m. in Mountain Time, Malitu. Yeah, the Israel Kmazalo. I know New Mexico. Wow, this is great. 2 of them, like Michigan and Pennsylvania, is in the Herculity and Harimatan. I guess we will see some good result. This is all hairs. I guess we'll see some good result. What? Yeah, 52 and then 101. Well, it doesn't mean like even 52. مخنياته الله أبزي بعد كاليفورنيا ناتاي كده فوق no matter what. بعد كولورادو ناتاي شجرة يكون تم عبيت ستيتات ما تم عبيتي. So still, let's see that. This the most important. 19 electoral vote كان عند رغبة and then كان Michigan كان عند almost 15 رغبة. I think so. It's gonna be tied, my friend. This is gonna be tied. Holy shit! All right, let's go then. Come tazabal now. Don't clamp your hand yet. No. أنا بقولنا تاجبركوان نايت فازو. أنا بقولنا تاجبركوان. ولا ونقول. Am I tifazo with Kamala Harris? That a lot? I don't know. Am I? Okay.
Some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
Yeah,
they care a lot about this county, Savannah. Let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in with their memory cards, with the votes that happened in person on election day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then they ultimately take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here, and they open up, they look at those envelopes, make sure they're sealed properly, make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here, where we start to see those votes processed and then sent out to the public.
I tell you that we are, let's get it. I need to let's see that. She is way here. 71. What is the call in here? Yep. This is call 9. Well, not yet, but yeah, 9%. I think it's gonna get him. Call get him. Okay. Yeah, she's 71, and then he's 101. I think so. This election is very tight. This election is gonna be tight. My goodness. Yeah, this election is gonna be really tight. I don't know why NBC still updated. I go on the look savage. My Google review gun update go rollo. That's yeah. Well, this Senate. What did they do? Senate 34 by 43. All right, this is going to be another messy. If they take Senate Republican, no matter what, who is the president? Because Democratic House also their House is 59. Governor, like this is in the city. Okay, GOV 22 and 21. It's not really. Okay, all right. Let's do it. I think so. Let's deal with. We like this Google update. مثلا إذا طبق كتبنا. All right. Let's see. Let's see. No, I didn't say I support Harris. I didn't say I support Trump. I support what I choose, my friend. Let me say this.
Likely Harris voters who were hard to reach, people who would probably vote Democrat,
yes,
maybe haven't voted in past elections. The local county Democrats, they told us they spent a lot of time trying to reach those voters, canvassing, directly targeting ads to them, and sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen languages to try to get them out. So far, we're told, and you can just see the scale of everything here, the supervisor for Gwinnett County elections, he told us that they are on target right now to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020 by 6:30 today. They had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they are going to have more turnout in this county. And for both Republicans and Democrats, that's exactly what they were hoping to see. But the big question is, how do those votes fall? And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split ticket voters, Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. The question tonight in this county is, could that happen again? And the numbers, at least in terms of the totality, are inching up past what both campaigns were hoping to see tonight. Savannah.
All right, Ellison, thank you. Gwinnett County's late rallies by Donald Trump there in that county and neighboring Cobb County. And you got to hand it to the election workers. They're so focused.
That's what I was thinking as I was watching
She
that.
walks right by and they don't even look up. They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy
These
at
are the
work.
heroes of the night.
Yes, absolutely.
There's also a storyline in Georgia about election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers have faced in so many of these battleground states. And you look at Georgia, that is the home, of course, of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who were two elections workers who came under fire, faced death threats, faced severe hardship in their lives because of those election fraud lies from former President Trump. So these election workers, man, are they doing a civic duty
Oh my
for
gosh.
everybody?
My favorite part of voting is when I walk in and see the smiley faces. They've got this great task in front of them, and it's
Well,
It's true. Hug an
absolutely.
election worker if
Yes,
they consent.
and it's part of the
Thank you.
story of tonight, though, and tomorrow morning, because they've brought on more election workers in all of these states to make sure that they can count more quickly. I do think Ellison's report was fascinating. Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points, for Biden by 18 points. So this is a county that Democrats have been increasingly eyeing, as have Republicans.
Well,
as
we
they
talk
try
about
to
the
win
gender
that
gap
state.
as I go to Senator McCaskill and Sarah Fagan. I mean, I mentioned there were Trump rallies in Gwinnett County. One of them was the one where Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, talked about daddy's coming home and going to give a little girl a spanking, like, the sheriff's come into town, which is a message that, if you're trying to reach female voters, I don't know how the females on this panel feel about that, but that's where that happened.
Not good. Don't feel good about that.
Yeah.
I think most women don't feel good about that. But, I come from a state that is very Trump heavy. So I certainly know that there are women out there that have bought what he's selling. I like to say I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax cut's going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
Sarah, I want to get your thought on something at work right now. And there was a bit of a mixed message in the campaign, the Donald Trump's campaign, about early voting. Yes, do it, don't do it. How do you think that is playing out tonight?
Well, if you look at some of the early vote returns, certainly we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early. It looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign. They banked votes. They can focus on those who haven't voted. So to me, what I'm going to be looking for is his share of the early vote higher than it was in 2020? Democrats dominated the early vote totals in 2020. And,
Yes, okay. Get some update, guys. Okay. I like the Google one. That give us good. Okay, welcome, Allison. He said, Allison, I'm come back. Okay. Yeah, like he back. Thank you. All right, 71 and then 101. But look, this what almost all big reds in here. Huge reds. All right, Texas and the hair 52 7 اتيم زلو Texas and the hair تعود 4 electrical vote كله. Look this. Like almost 3 مليون 490. So North Dakota was probably 2% in the low, so okay, it's not a big deal. Kundalo electoral celeste, it's not a big deal, that one. And then what is this? This one is Missouri, 2% in Guatemala, Aserte. Like Georgia, 16, that's the most important. So if Kamala, okay, Michigan and Pennsylvania and the Hizatom could be okay. There is a good hope, Smart. The including the final Geratom, that's a good hope. So yeah, Kansas judicial law, yeah. Well, this is so the most important. Look this. Okay, 101. That's not good. Senate 43 by 34, almost 9-10 different. This is almost too close. All right, House. Look this hat. Susa by 35. Republican is heading in here too, and I'm mostly the Republican heading go below. So, well, very much. Kind of abzi ታይክ መፅኦም እዚ ናይ ፕሬዚደንታል ቁርብ ክበብድ ክብል ይኽእል እዩ ናይ ሴነት I don't think so ከቢድ ኣይክኸውን most probably we're going to be down by tonight ማለት እዩ house also like 218 easy ንምብፃሕ ናብዚ ማለት እዩ let's see what happened what else okay
And show you where CD2 is. It's essentially the city of Omaha, right? I'm going to draw it for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders, and then a little bit of Sarpy as well. I should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's congressional district 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 2016, Trump wins by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269, Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to come down to Nebraska too. So every vote does matter. It matters so much that we spoke to people in Omaha, asking them about what this campaign was like. They say they've never seen anything like it. They've been inundated with ads saying on the television, on the radio, people calling them, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again, it likely won't come down to Nebraska too, but it might, and that's why every vote matters. Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and tonight we'll be watching it.
Tom, you promised me you would not raise the specter of the 269 to 269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't get there.
Is that Chuck Todd's music?
Is that Chuck Todd's head exploding? Yes, perhaps it is. But it's interesting to see these are such contested races, and it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into red and blue. It's nice to see that once you get on a county by county level, all of these states they're not monolithic. There's more to it. And we still do live right next to each other. And Nebraska too is a very good example of that.
Yeah, but I would say you're right. We live right next to each other. But the folks that live in Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out in a very sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha think are important. It's much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where the Republican was expected, you would think, we would just cruise to re-election there, but there's an independent candidate, Dan Osborne, who's really giving a run for her money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah, and I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough. The ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities is a much different operation than going door to door in a densely populated area. It's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor. So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, the GOTV, as you talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican Party. But it'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either party. He won't vote for either leader. Try to bring the two parties together. It's probably a winning message right now. I just don't know if Nebraska's pretty red.
All right, well, the drama is continuing to build. 3 big battlegrounds closing at the top of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back as we count down the road to 270.
So good, guys. I'm not disappointed yet. Come on, I'm still okay. I am still okay. Yeah, still way to go, my friend. So yeah, nothing حدش ነገር የለን still ድሕሪ ሸውዓተ ድሕሪ 8 ክመፃና ኢና ክንፅበ ኢና ማለት እዩ yeah who's going to be 270 ማለት እዩ yeah who is going to be ከባቢ 20 ሚሊዮን ይኾን ትራምፕ በሪፆም ኣለዉ and then ከመላ ከባቢ 17 ሚሊዮን so still ናይ 3 ሚሊዮን ማለት it's not a big number ኣይኮነን ኣሕዋት ኣብዚ ክንሪኦ ከለና ማለት እቲ ናይ ኤሌክትሮን ዲ ትቐንዲ so ጠቕላላ big number ኣይኮነን እዚ okay let's go with it Senate this is the scary one 43 not changed House 67-37. My goodness. Nice ala safalili. All right. Oh my goodness. Majority of the House in the Harwasilamo. Majority Senate in the Harwasilamo. Wala Trump tazekone. It's not a big difference. I was in Wala Trump tazekone. House and Senate in the Harwasilamo. It's not a big like. حدا عبي نجر ولا حنتي يلا. مخنياتو they just can't that. Especially the وشتاو مالتي. Diplomacy again yes. Trump in the Hurricane Weka. Kamala Harris up tonight. Diplomacy yes. HRM, what is the problem? Okay. Oh, I don't know. Is that down? Is it down? Okay. I think so. Arkansas is red, even though, yeah, 60 base. Yeah, Arkansas is red. Very much, he is kind of controlling what. Yeah, according now, I think so. He's doing great. Trump is like doing great. مس نايز حلف خنا وادد روحنا كلهم دحرجنا ياسم most اللي تقول لهم نورس خون ولا what is that main okay Democratic Party like oh okay what is the electric vote okay like this is wow okay all right let's see what happened okay let's see what happened okay let's see what happened Texas is the big like 53 vote in oh my goodness 53 in allo night Texas 53 بحارب 45 والي Texas is his but you know all right okay let's go if there is anything we can talk Kamala Jun كويني يسمعنا Trump منسعره جنا still wait we are waiting still نتصبينا زلنا حوات so if انت انا نزلنا هجيت قندي if at least Trump اندحر تعويتو and then ابزخ Republican اندحر تعويتهم ابزو Republican اندحر تعويتهم that is gonna be hell of the worst what I'm انت ازبزل لهم مسيلكم كلهم بناي ريبابليكان قدائنا هناك قالس مالتين كيد أسد اندحر أبز كلت يفللي انت مزيام جن president زخانة يخون سأجا ما يكونن مخنياتو زيام زحلفوا هاوس انت حلفوا ما سنة تايكو حلفواني من أبنت هاوس اندحر different خوينهم بقى هاوس حلفوا انت زي حلفوا ما ها سنة كحلفوان like different اندحر كينهم زيام حق التداليوم زيام تتوقبلوا خلو different حق اندحر كينهم مالتي so again it looks like كمزا هجي as of our نري أزلنا yeah House and Senate Republican بحزمه كبير كوني خلي ولا yeah Democratic انت خونت President مالي all right let's go what we have Shalom don't disappointed my friend Shalom let's drama is
All right, it is 8:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. And it has been a night of big surprises so far, with more to come. We're now just minutes away from additional closings.
Yeah, we are. And we see that map starting to fill out. So we will watch for those next poll closings. It's in all corners of the country now, almost at 9 o'clock in the East Coast. And they're some of the biggest states to close yet.
At the top of the hour, a major round of poll closings with the most battleground states of the entire night.
15 states and 163 electoral college votes up for grabs, including 3 critical swing states.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris hold on to the blue wall that cuts through Wisconsin?
Good evening, Wisconsin!
And Michigan?
Michigan, we are not going back.
Or will former President Trump break through like he did in 2016?
We are going to win Wisconsin.
Plus, the first Western battleground, Arizona, moments away from closing.
A very big hello, Arizona. We love you, Arizona.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
We are standing.
But again, right now we're in Maricopa County.
This is a county with 2 point something million voters. ASU has 74,000 students here, most of them voting age. So what we see here at Arizona is going to be very important in this election. Back to you guys.
All right, Gotti, thank you so much. Abortion on the ballot in Arizona, also Florida. Lester, I know you got a key call here.
Yeah, we do have a call here in the state of Florida that abortion that would restore the constitutional right to an abortion. They've had a 60% threshold. It will not clear it. So Amendment 4, right to abortion, will go down in defeat. 86% of the vote in there. Let's.
Right.
This is super interesting. I'll just drop in here to say this. Okay, it was yes to protect in Florida, but you were seeing it needed a 60% threshold, as you said, Lester. This would be the first ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the country since the overturning of Roe versus Wade that has failed. However,
but it had a higher bar.
The other ballot initiatives were not this high of a threshold here. And I see you want to jump in.
No, it's just the same number, right? It was 57, 58 in Ohio, 57, 58 in Kansas. I mean, I think we know what the number is. Ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans who secretly had hoped this would pass because now Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year, they will have to face the voters on a 6-week ban. And then suddenly that will sort of upend just the state's politics.
Yeah.
But
Ron
there's clearly
DeSantis actively campaigned against this Amendment 4, which is
and he used the government power. It's going to create an interesting, there's going to be a fascinating, if the Democratic Party ever wants to have a chance in Florida again, they're going to get an opportunity, ironically, because this thing went down tonight.
Think about how complicated.
Yeah, نتهم أحوات نتهم بجرين كارد بناي سبيتهم ببروسس بقلة إذا ناتين مسؤولية أساس ريبلون the only one worried could كون زقبا أكميس worried كون كون زقبا أنا رفيج اللي حركنا مالتي ناول كم كورب كال تزيكون بر بجرين كارد process جبر كال بجرين كارد applies جبر كال إذا مستناي لل sanction كال إذا تأثر كسب زخونة مستناي جرين كارد بحجة ولا حنت تصعب يقولون بترامب كم ولا يلو نحجة إنزمت صعب يقولون له ولا تناي رفيجون كو تطور بلو مالي تكون تناي ولا كم كورب ولا خالك هذا انتهي ده نمبر كحورة خالي إخوان بسوا just نمبر تراح يحورة يخال لكن نبت شجرنا عندنا هنكيد نسيو كت شجرنا immigration شجرنا سد تنيات كسب زخنا مالكي yes نسيو بق أنا حناسي تفعل على خال من بارح وات كاس درخان حراب دق اليوم سنسون كمصوب حساب كتكون نجزي يكسب كنتات رجع مالك I understand that so بجرين كارد applies جبركم بناي citizenship ندقهم لين سويتهم applies جبركم وي whatever it is نتي علمتات كال بقمة اتها it's nothing زلون زنبرني so the only one problem is welcome كورب عند حدش رفيجي ممسع كما يقبلوه كما يخيد خل الساط راح أخذ كي تخل so yeah let's see what happened بزح حيني سكف قبل okay, I'll do that, Shalom. Yeah, I can. Okay, good night. Bana is young. Okay, good night, guys. My man will be angry. It's almost 7 p.m. I have school tomorrow. I love you all. All right, good night, Bana. I know. Yes. Okay, good night, Bana. Oh, yeah. Kamala, سبعان كلتن Trump عسرت حدا. Okay, let's go there. We should only think about this econ. Yeah, I like that, Hagos. That's a good one, Hagos. Good one. We shouldn't only think about the economy. We must have the peaceful world. That is why we want Trump to win, which may help peace in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Well, this is another way. So Trump, abzi peace between like Russia and Ukraine. Trump is going to be used. The only one is like energy. I don't really believe that. And I believe like Trump, yes, he's good. Malet Farihu, like entirely want to Putin. Hey, Putin is my friend. My friend, I want the arcade. I want to Hamak Kagabergen Yabulun, Zibel Ar Stati, Zarabata Tazari Malit. Hidden as long diplomacy, Galamele, Kurp the free night Trump. Diplomacy na Iran bell, na Ukraine bell, na Russia bell, democratic Kuhushi Huliam. Untaiku Gobru Huliam. Let's say Iran, sorry, yes, Iran. إيران ترامب سلت فرق إن ترامب مرجع زغون نجار كتوصل حسيبان إيران ترامب كفرهم يخل أنت أيو maybe risk وصل يخل ترامب he don't care بدعبة خالم عليه so ab diplomacy متينا not like democratic I'm not like side حزة اللي هو أيكون كنت زلوا أنا democracy سلت هون كويك أنا من كم زمرت it's not a matter about that so side حزة أيكون كنت زلوا so أبو diplomacy ناي ندحر نسبة لنا ترامب خعريو فريهم تتأكل اليوم بعد روسيا فريهم تتأكل اليوم بعد إيران قال أنت لكم من الوقت كأمنكم خليه كينو again I don't believe that نزي كنتات ناي كراغ وهي said that أباي وقع نبرن yes أب democratic وقع مزي أب democratic inflation هاي كونو أب democratic نبصر ساي ورار نبصر ساي كنت عالم تورحنا لهم yes he said that إذا نايك عندي ناتو ممس إمرج again it happened maybe inflation نسي جميروا بقوم مستجمرة اللي على 3 تريليون جنزب أبو print غير مالك so I don't believe that agreement seriously well yeah listen I know you can give me that please come on give me that I know you are Trump guys but I don't believe that I'm not a politician like I'm glad I'm not I don't want that good so أبو بزح ترامب لو تغمس إلى اللي أنا تبلي I don't know unless there is something okay good for who خليه as another one all right let's go with it let's go with it okay all right kind of confused نحو تابعنا حرية مو دلو أب جوجل حرينا أب جوجل حرينا أنا ب 99 and then 120 like أب جوجل ترينا so 99 and 120 بوزح خيد له مالتي والها بعد أبتي نكاتاتو لو زلنا عند حر تخكل كيدنا وترينا جن is kind of different بينهم أو عديم زرخب زلو ولا نتايب let's stick with this I think so I like to yeah let's stick with this my goodness my goodness this is he is 154 and then 79 house all right what he had look this wow notice the kata oh yeah of course notice the kata yeah okay قدام stack اقرا again okay yes ويامي ناتي ጸገማ ይኮነን okay okay like Martin that's a good argument in here well this is the problem حوات قرب نشتي انت اخذكم زلا according NBC news comes oholo he's leading مالتي and her Google review and her متصليخا kind of very much tied يخون so let me make sure double قرب search خنقبر what is CNN doing it in here अब न्यूयॉर्क गलो بهارش تعويت هلا اوكي Yeah, well, this is leading it, but absent the haircut now. Here you go. This most probably could be something. This is all over, even Colorado call. I know Kamala Harris come to what for sure. 137 and 99. Okay. What is NBC? Is they are way behind. NBC is way behind. NBC is way behind. Whom to believe? Whom to believe? Whom to believe? Whom to believe? Anyway, let's stick with NBC. We don't want to just go to what the Google review is doing is something maybe I don't like that.
On the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a graduate at the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be in ground zero of this very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which the Trump campaign worked very hard to turn out, are responding accordingly. Some of them talking about this Joe Rogan podcast. Can't say I'm a regular listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election, and that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential. And remember, in some of these states, you have same-day voter registration. And who takes the most advantage of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats were very optimistic about some of their chances in some of the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and the presidency, because unlike 2020, the Ann Arbor kids are going to vote in Michigan this time. In 2020, they voted in their home state. The Iowa City kids in Iowa, the Madison kids, and that this time they were all going to actually be in the battleground state.
All right. If we go with CNN, CNN like the same with NBC. So very much look this. The election is Kamala Harris is about 30, and then Donald Trump is about 154. My goodness, this is a big difference. Yeah, this is what Colorado call, and then Columbia like. Wow. Well, its number is always automatic exchange, guys. He's 21 million and then 25 million. So, wow. Okay. All right. So, Senate. Senate, yes, 32 by 42. 32 by 42. Okay. All right. And it all the same. House. $84 by 51. So probably not different in narrow majority. Okay, November is like it's updated 9:01 p.m. Okay, 9:01 still like قدمي 10 دقيقة كبابي. Okay, let's make that up. Let me do this.
Now, all of Nebraska has 5 electoral votes. Austin, let's talk about Nebraska here. Why does it all have 5 votes there?
Yeah, it's a little deceptive, Andrew. Basically, what we're talking about here is 2 of the electoral votes out of those 5 go for the entirety of the state's popular vote. That's how they determine 2 of those votes. The other 3 votes are split between the 3 congressional districts in Nebraska. Each one gets 1 electoral vote. The second one specifically is going to be part of Kamala Harris's easiest path to the presidency. If she gets that 1 electoral vote in Nebraska District 2, as well as the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that would give her the presidency, as long as all of the 43 other non-battleground states and DC fall the way that they expect them to fall. You just gave us a lot of data. Here's what that means for our Electoral College tally. Right now, Harris is at 99, Trump at 177. Here is how the map is filling in. You see a lot of these states that we expected to go red, they're being called as soon as the polls are closing, because the Associated Press knows that these are going to be reliably red. They're going to be dominated, really, by Republican voters. We see Texas going red, Oklahoma, Georgia, and let me just say that none of the battleground states have been called so far. Let's talk about Nebraska, because Nebraska is interesting. It's these little tiny dots here off to the corner. You see Nebraska has District 1, 2, and 3. Maine has a similar dynamic where their electoral votes, 2 of them go to the state at large, and then both of their congressional districts each get 1 congressional vote each. So those 2 states, they operate a little bit differently than the rest of them. Ohio going red, and let's zoom in here, because Ohio's interesting, Andrew. I mean, we've been following elections. Ohio used to be that prototypical swing state. Not anymore. Look at the results. The AP, with just over 50% of the vote tallied, says that Trump's going to take this state with about a 9-point lead. That's just with over 50% of the vote counted. Ohio's interesting, not so much because of the presidency. We expected it to go that way. Let's switch over to our Senate map here, and let's look at how Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno's race is going. So this is fascinating, because Moreno does have the edge over the incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown right now, but you see the difference. There's a lot less room between these 2 candidates than there was between Harris and Trump. Trump had a much more commanding lead at this point compared to Moreno over Sherrod Brown. This is one of those Senate seats that will decide the balance of power in the upper chamber of the House. You see there that over 1.5 million votes have been cast for Bernie Moreno, just under 1.5 million votes so far have been cast for Sherrod Brown. As I've been mentioning, both parties have been sweating this race out. A lot of money has been pouring into this race. I'm curious to see if this is the last true example of Ohio being a battleground. It certainly looks like this race is a tight one, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right. So many resources put into the Senate race there in Ohio by Republicans and Democrats alike. And to your point, yes, Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. So we just brought you a lot of race calls for Trump. We do have a race call as well, though, in a solidly blue state. That's the Empire State as well. For Harris, let's take a look at this. Harris getting New York's 28 electoral votes there. The Associated Press calling New York for Harris. So we do want to bring into the conversation as well. Tom LoBianco at 24 Site. Tom, bear with us here. We have a lot of live events going on right now. Let's stay in New York right now. Democratic Senator out of New York, Kirsten Gillibrand. She's speaking there at her watch party. Let's listen.
With our Cyber Academy, so kids can actually go to college free in exchange for public service as our cyber defenders. That will help us keep our country safer. So we have a lot of work to do, but one of the issues that I think people in New York feel most passionate about is guaranteeing women equality in this country. Making sure that we have our civil liberties and civil rights, making sure that we get to make those life and death decisions over our bodies when we're having children, under what circumstances. We have to guarantee an equal rights amendment in New York State. I hope everybody will vote yes on Prop 1. And the ERA added to our U.S. Constitution as well. So work on this next Congress, we need a national paid leave policy. We need to make sure that families don't have to make these tough decisions about caring for a child or a loved one and bringing home a paycheck. We have to make sure we keep supporting our workers, strengthening our abilities to join unions, to collectively bargain for wages and benefits. We have to expand access to healthcare and keep bringing down the cost of medicine. And last but not least, I will fight against the politics of hate and division in this country. No student should feel unsafe being on a college campus because of anti-Semitism. Any kind of bigotry of any kind. We have to, as a nation, figure out who we are. We are a country that used to love one another, that used to care about our neighbors, that treated others.
Well, two ways, Ahwat. I don't know. I might if from the Lecha, you can just help something. So according like life of the Google week CNN Herkirna, that's the most important. She's 99 and then he's 177 Malitu. Very much. Okay. Well, how about if you go to in the her NBC in the Herkirna again, she's still married like 33 and then he's, my goodness, let me show you guys. I don't know this. Like, I don't know what we can, which one we can take. NBC in the Herkirna, like a big difference. Look this, 168 by 34. Where go? What are the numbers? Abzigan like 33. Yeah. So kind of it's 34 and then 168 Malitu. Very, very hard to say. Senate and then House is 93. My goodness, Republican is killing all these guys, like all big groups, my friend. You know, never give up. Still, we have stuck. All right, still, we have a lot, guys. But Marit Kamzi, Kamzi Tashumi Konen. Probably yes. That's a good time to chat with Yana alone. You know, Trump is killing it. Trump is pooping, man. Like on Pennsylvania too. Yeah. Well, I know handle I think it's a good time to chat with Yana alone. Okay. Oh, Georgia, Trump is winning Georgia too. I kind of lost the Let me back. Let me do this. Let's go with this. Okay. Yeah, he's 138, 168. Yeah, Trump is winning Georgia. Oh my goodness, this guy is killing everywhere. Georgia still not yet, but he's leading. Yeah, he's leading. Very true. Load 52, but Abnaita Google Herked Nagan, he's probably it's counted. تقرينيا تزارب حقها هتودي انت اخ تزاربي عرب طاليان قيرا يالله قرات فرای يا ابزي عند حركتنا تخكل يا جورجيا well almost 2 million نسها 1.7 million مالتي برجع so this is زي قرب make sense زلوا نقول حيزات خيزلا so بزي افلو ندحرجرنا خشنا يمسلني نا 99 ب174 مالتي CNN كوم عينت CNN تاشميات بنا زلا CNN at least 5354 مالتي so CNN كا بس تبنا لا is this prediction دي ولا انتاي okay next plus close at 10 p.m. okay دحان نرأمون نتعزم مو دحان عمان نقول ريالي over ألقن concern right concern damn Let's go CNBC. Yeah, Bitcoin. All right, Ahwat, let me update market update. Okay, Bitcoin now like سبعان كل تنشح. They believe like Trump is doing. معناتهم إيتو سبعان كلام بتحلو. Bitcoin is doing سبعان كل تنشح. It's way unexpected. What is M phase? M phase is negative 2.16. After market مالتي Bitcoin كوا right أو extra زهون it's like increase سبعان كل تنشح. سبعان سلستن بس يعني راب بقدامي إتي resistance بس حتى نيران it's going up مالتي. Wow. How about Tesla? Well, Tesla, what it says after market. Yeah, the Tesla is like blowout, like 3.54% increase get after market malitu. Like this is telling you, okay. Yeah, connection سلز أبيني حوات أبزي تعش من قبل زلخو يقرأتها. Oh, 7 point Alana, California? I thought 54. All right, 7 point. Okay. My goodness. All right. Okay. So, I don't have brain now. Okay, Dahan. Okay, Juliet. Okay, let's go. Juliet, 7 Alana. السيس أبزين تعزب زلا كاليفورنيا 54 إلكتروفوت على عزب زلا. So دحان كرينا نبيني نبيني بخمي بيني دا فرس نف بيني الزحوزة يقولون أجوخ فانتسي بيني دا ولا حرج حزي يقولون ولا حرج حزي يقولون يا كاليفورنيا 54 right 54 يا كاليفورنيا 54 So بيني ولا حد حزي يقول نبيني بخمي يقول يسألوا يا أخوان نبيني دا أمانك حزا he's a super guy man. Okay. So yeah, I know we'll go Marit. Yeah, God who knows. They are too early. سقيلة ما يمزح حقوس زلهم بركن الراخي بنا دحين. كن الراخي بنا. All right, نخيد قال نسمع. Okay.
270. If she's having a very rough night and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin, she has other paths, but she does have a Sunbelt path where if she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona, and get Nevada, hold it once again, she gets her as well. That path, though, would give Democrats heart palpitations. As far as former President Trump, his easiest route, just think of the east side. He holds Pennsylvania. He flips Pennsylvania. He holds North Carolina. He flips Georgia back. He gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she doesn't win any of these three big Midwest states. But for him, he has to win one of them. If he wins Michigan and he flips North Carolina, holds Georgia, he can win any of these two out west, either Nevada or Arizona, put him over the top. But if he can only win Wisconsin, I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us. But every state sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will. And that's one of the reasons why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last two presidential elections, his whole map changes. Guys, back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers. But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaigns spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday morning, like in 2020, it will all come down to Pennsylvania.
It very well could come down to Pennsylvania.
ولا حوات كغيرك علي زي مخنياتو حوات كن عزبة زلنا زي كلن بمولو انت قصري دارجة جميرة نزلوا عمرنا 100% اتينا زبالة علوان so بحلف لي عبنا شيح كل التشيح قال في اللي زلوا it's gonna be like كلواتي كالي they كال ماليتا يكونت so don't just ايتتقعوا حنسا بايتتقعوا حنسا بايتتقعوا the only one is the scary قبل كان اي تم Senate and House كن yeah كباري I like نش بخمة يسألوا أخون نش ورنيا نش قداي نش يسألوا يقولون نش كابتي على جيب ولا جيب ولا حد يسألوا نش don't worry لقاجيبو ناس لا ذي عوالا. Okay, let's go with it. Okay, what we can see, أخوات. Let's go. Okay. All right.
We see Kamala Harris struggling with that. We've seen ads by third-party groups.
Still 62 by 168.
Is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was a uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote against President Biden. 100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary. The margin in 2020 was 154,000. So this is a constituency that very much matters.
Absolutely. And with young voters right now, we just had Hallie, you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out right here. It's large with voters under 30. Of men, 59% going for Trump, 39% going for Harris. Women, 54% Harris, 44% Trump. He's continuing to close those margins. The other thing that's interesting about Michigan, of course, there's a 52,000 person campus, University of Michigan. Back in 2016, Trump only won by about 11,000 votes. On that campus, I actually anecdotally heard students energizing other students by saying, if only a fifth more of this campus were to have come out, it could have made a difference. So what does that look like right now? Who does that mean did better on those campuses if we start to see those margins be eat away at?
And you'll recall back in 2016, sorry, Hallie, you'll recall in 2016, Hillary Clinton, when she did the postmortem of her campaign, the criticism was she didn't spend enough time in Michigan. And so what we've seen from the Harris campaign is she has been there. And Trump has certainly been there as well. He closed out his campaign there. And so the Democrats have tried to learn from the mistakes of the past. Trump has been very focused on that area as well because he knows he's got to.
Well, just to demonstrate how complicated politics is, Harris is on defense to a certain extent over her stance with Gaza and Israel, the Biden administration stance in Michigan, but then also losing some of the Jewish vote, for example, in Pennsylvania and Florida. We've heard about that anecdotally as well. It's about the bottom of the hour. We can do some race checks here. You mentioned Michigan. Well, let's put it up there. Let's see what we've got in terms of results. And the votes are being counted in Michigan, one of those key Midwest battlegrounds. It is too early to call. That's just about a little over 10% of the vote. But now you've got an eye on what we've got there. Arizona polls just closed a half hour ago. Way too early to call there. It may well be days before we're able to call that one. Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call. just starting to get the votes
We
counted.
need this.
Pennsylvania,
Wisconsin,
stop me if you've heard it
Pennsylvania,
before. It may all
Arizona,
come down to
Georgia,
Pennsylvania,
Georgia.
and it is too early to call, but we're about 30% of the vote there. North Carolina, also too early to call at this hour. And staying down south in the Sunbelt state of Georgia, which President Biden carried 4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column. That is too close to call at this hour. So here is the road to 270. That is the magic number that a candidate needs to win the White House, and that is where we are in the early going at this hour.
I always wonder what it looks like from the other side, from the candidates, when they're doing the same thing we are, essentially pulling up these numbers, trying to weed through them, trying to figure out where you can be optimistic, you know, when you don't have the pressure of people looking at you.
You want a fun fact? Fun fact alert.
We love it.
The last election was decided in 4 states by approximately 79, 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters into Cowboy Stadium.
Wow.
That's
You
what we're talking
homework,
about.
girl. Let me
We're
tell
talking
you,
about budget.
that
And
is-
believe
that
me,
is a good- that's a
my
good
husband's
nugget.
going to be very mad at me that I
You
didn't
brought
say
up the
Eagle
Cowboys.
Stadium, but it wasn't the right number for the stadium. I tried.
You stick with any stadium you want.
Yeah, you got, I suppose.
He's sad about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're talking about some of these issues in these key battleground states, nationally, we saw something really interesting here, right? We saw consistently in public polling over the course of months, it's economy, inflation, cost of living that voters said over and over again was the most important issue to them. But look at this electorate from our exit polls that we're seeing now. And again, this could shift a little bit. These numbers could still change a bit as more waves of information come in. But look at what's number one. 34% of voters say the state of democracy is the most important issue to them. Put a little asterisk next to that. We're going to talk about that more in just a second. Second here, 31% of voters say the economy is the most important issue to them. That is typically what we would see in other elections. It's what we've seen in the past. I would also note that just because a candidate leads on the top issue doesn't mean that they would win the election. Abortion is right there at 14%, immigration trailing at 11%. And why do I bring that up? That was key to former President Trump's close. When you look at the vote breaks for this, which just means who people supported when they said this was their top issue, on state of democracy, voters broke for Kamala Harris. So she leads on that issue. More people who said that democracy was their most important thing backed Kamala Harris than did Donald Trump. She is also leading on abortion as well. It's the flip when you look at economy and immigration. More people who said that the economy or immigration were their most important issue backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we had been seeing over the course of many months since Kamala Harris got into this race in public polling. But here's what's interesting, and let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here.
Damn it, this computer is like headache, my goodness. All right, let me show you this. My goodness, let me show you what. You cannot believe this. You cannot believe it. All right, you cannot believe this. بزعبا ايكونومي ابديت قبركم نيرمش ريخم بزعبا ناي ماركتنا هاي got Donald Trump is 75 cents up as of now 21 cents. Kamala Harris is down 25 cents. Very much who's coming to the power? Somebody. So far بقى كمزي مشان لك زي سعر قال انتاي زبهال بعدنا زي كسعري زي جنزب متحاز مالتي زي بحصيرو جنزب متحاز مالتي. So far he's leading نساعت مرحني رابزي. The only one أبزي أنا سالي تقبل نيرا مالت كمالا هاريس. So he's 75 cents. تايز بحال حجاب كويسو قال ملس قدم نصات نيرنا أنا خمزي مع زغون انتاي what is the name of انتايز بحال باس ما زك أنا بلا. So yeah he's 75 and then he's 29 مالتي. Let's see مالت no like never give up still معاتي زولو let me say that كزارب أحوات كساب كل تم إيدين قلنا يوم مزقوبات نخمرت مالتي نري أزلنا جن almost واحد سبت راح يمرز زولو أزي غير خلي فليب قبر خليو بزح نجر كقاتم خليو أنا هاب كن قرط قبلنا نهجي as of now تاكن وسدا زقبنا كم زي أبدي أون تحفوا أبكال زرعه أبدي دون election 99 and 178 is the most important blow 99 and 178 نعاخن وسدنا still for now كم تراخمو سنة 36 46 قل very scary مالت كنا بنقول لنا Trump is leading it. well yes مودار عندي كنا توادر كل سبات تحزن لهم أو زي حيالي رسم على I guess أنا دي السعادة اللي هو أنت yeah according this in the president 99 and 178 and the senate has 36 46 like all the red is moving 69 ب 68 okay yeah let's back that life again عندي نايزا predict in the 75 سنتيم ب 28 سنتيم big jump okay كما أي نبرن تقول الله. All right, I know. It looks like I don't know. Can we say Trump is winning?
Their boss, if you will, their president. She talked about this issue of loyalty, but at the same time, she also says my presidency will not be a continuation of the Biden administration.
The problem that she had was when asked specifically, I believe on an ABC program, what would you do differently? She said nothing comes to mind. And boy, that Trump
Keeping in mind,
campaign.
her campaign's been, what, 108? You know.
Well, right, but that's
days,
about,
yeah.
you know, that question's coming when you have an unpopular incumbent. We want to go to NBC's Sam Brock. He's in Asheville, North Carolina, where I understand the counting is wrapping up. What are you hearing?
Savannah, it's done. Look, I have it fresh off the presses right here from Buncombe County. The official results are in. First of all, we had a 73.69% turnout, which is almost a record high. It was 78 back in 2020. But considering everything that happened in Western North Carolina about a month ago, this is extraordinary. And the results are almost exactly the same as they were 4 years ago as well. It was 60-38 in favor of Kamala Harris for this county, which is about 140,000 votes. It was 59-38 back in 2020. This was not, however, your grandmother's democracy process, being sort of a fly on the wall to watch all this happen. Walk with me here for a second. So these are the tabulations that came out. These receipts, guys, were so long. They were strewn across this entire table. I watched as the board went through line item by line item to authenticate it for the unofficial results. There's basically a caravan of cars that comes in. They're all holding from each of the 80 precincts these thick orange cases that have flash drives in them. Bobby, who I'm told has been here with Buncombe County for generations, a 70-something-year-old woman, takes the flash drive out, comes in here and brings it into this room. In the room,
All right, surprise. What? Bitcoin is up now. Just now. Bitcoin is up. Please. My goodness. All right. How about I guess yeah. Yeah, Bitcoin is the only one سنة خير هجي. My goodness. They believe it. They believe it, like Trump. Okay, Bitcoin is 73 شيء. It's already all times high. بس حتى مالت أبز حلف بس حني راندا. Is that all times high? Somebody ski update كبرنا. Bitcoin 73 شيء. بس حني ولا 75 شيء. Is that jumping again real? Oh my god. Is that okay? 75 بس حني راندا مثلاً. I hope so. I hope so. Please come on. حوس حوي. I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, like know about president. I need somebody captive. I need it. Telling you guys, we need it. Not Tesla 269 Fache. Is that right? Tesla 269. Yeah, look this. Tesla 269. Okay, why Tesla 269 is able to أبزعل فيديو قال more regulation slow go Trump Tesla is going to be the sky malati. If Trump is here, if you don't invest Tesla, man, I have a lot of shares for Tesla malati. So yeah, whoa, okay, all right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. داويتهم هيك 75 سنة بتحنرا. Yeah, it's just going. It's just like blowing, my friend. My goodness. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Let's go.
Black belt where you have those counties with high percentages of African American voters. It usually, almost always in the last few elections, has picked the winner. 2012 Obama, Trump flips it. Biden didn't go. It went with Biden in 2020. That wasn't a correct pick. But today, Trump is on top, and you can see that's good news for him, considering that Biden took it in 2020. We're also watching New Hanover. This is Wilmington. You have a lot of people who have moved to the east coast of North Carolina, the coastal communities here. Only 5% in, but this is also one of those counties that has always picked the winner in North Carolina. Not enough vote in to even compare it. I do want to talk about the trial. This is, again, sometimes the forgotten metro area, but huge population center for North Carolina. A lot of the historically black universities are here as well. Greensboro, Guilford County, 55% in. Let's see how she's doing compared to Biden.
Yeah.
Look, she's holding her mark.
Yeah. Okay. كل شيء I am really sorry. Apologize مخنياتو. I don't know why my computer is like I think so. I know somebody requested your news and computers in كتجزأ لك هايلو. So كجزأ كون among us stack and dagger قريتها. So as of now, according NBC مالتي NBC news انت عتبنا زلا look this حوات. Somebody house Philip يقبر لنيورجن. I don't see that. Look this حوات. Like Kamala Harris is 81 and then Donald Trump is 185. أزي كم لسه خلي حوات. It's just don't believe in these numbers. Let's not believe. أبزي كن أمن يبلن. إذا number زي كم لسه كأليس. So house 10 شعة بس هلا كل 110 شو من تويك على الآن
Ohio had managed to get it through in the past.
We have another presidential projection here we can put up on the screen here and walk you through it. I see it as you see it. NBC News projects Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio with 17 electoral votes. There is the breakdown of 441,000 vote difference now. 64% of the vote in Ohio. And again, Donald Trump is the winner there. And there's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 185 electoral votes. Harris with 81.
All right, let's go to Savannah Sellers. We always need not one, but two Savannahs sitting at the desk at any time, if possible. Exactly. Savannah, I mean, you've been looking a lot into the youth vote, and we were just talking about abortion. And for young women, that obviously is a galvanizing issue for many of them.
It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue. And that's where we're really seeing a huge gender divide also. For young women, 42% saying it is their top issue to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier, the threats to democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain states too where we are seeing, I know we're talking about North Carolina a moment ago, where we are seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men, the under 30. In North Carolina, when I came to set just a little bit ago, 60% said they supported him. That's up from 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina, just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris and within Michigan, as well as in Arizona. Arizona's an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but the state of ASU.
We're going to check in on the blue wall here, and we have a new characterization in the state of Wisconsin. Our decision desk now calling it too close to call. You can see Kamala Harris out front right now, 23% of the vote in there, but again, too close to call in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
Oh, my bad. It was like, sorry, man. Yeah. أخوات Okay. Yep. 7292. Okay. Bitcoin. Okay. Let's go with this. Google view in the hurricane now, but Google in the hurricane now, but nice CNN. Like she's Kamala Harris is 99 and then Donald Trump is 188. Malitu. Zia in the hurricane now. So very much yeah, leading up كلهم أبزمنا أنا زيجن كندي أتيهم الله كردا نازل لحوات كريه. Let's say in the her نورس دكتور عند حركتنا 15% راح يريبورت قبل اللحوات 15% في اليوم. اوكي دونالد ترامب 39 شح يكون مريص والله ني كمالا هاريس 16 شح تراي مريص والله ازي كقير يخل حزني ازي هاي نمبر اندحر 7 قله ترينا انا اونت زم راي هجو ساوث داكوتا 4% راح يعطيهم زلو 4% كله خلنا سو ستيل ريبورت يكونن يا 13 شح عند بحموش شح كقير يخل يتنمبر فيري ماتش زي هذا موست امبورتانس بنسلفانيا 36% ادم الله كمالا هاريس اللي تقبر لا ازيون كقير يخلي اولموست نايكل تميت شحسي 1.1 and 1 تنقلن شحفل اللي الله وان ازينا خري ازلا كقير يخلي زي نمبر زي سو لونج نايت يزلو مالتي قرب كاينتاو قبل لي قال اندحر بناي ام بي سي اندحر نخير لنا اي ثينك ام بي سي زلع على نمبر حيزم مصلو تزلع على نمبر مخنياتو Kamala Harris 81 and then Trump is 191. Almost he's hidden, my friend. He's right close. So many ناب المريض النزل حتى أبزي أنا خرج لنا. Okay, let's say look that North Dakota. Okay, كندي سبعتهم أتهم زلوا اندحري لنا 15% in still. It's like okay, women like almost 3% it's still allo. مالتي حوات it's just allo. كم زي don't rush ourselves. እዚኦም ክቅየሩ ይኽእሉ እዮም እዚኦም ኣብዚኦም ምስ መፃናስ ክቀያየርስ ይኽእሉ እዮም so still it's not close ማለት እዩ so Georgia too close too close to call ይብለና ኣሎ Georgia too close to call ማለት Trump is leading 52 ማለት እዩ and Michigan too close to call Kamala Harris is leading Pennsylvania Harris is leading and Wisconsin Harris leading look this أحوات أبزي نبعلنا هلو كبرى she is leading أبزي تمرح الله like absolutely in the حر كتعود كإلا Michigan إن أبزي أن سلستي إن the حر مسيا مهنياتو Michigan كندي الله مسيلكم Michigan 10 الله and then Pennsylvania 10 الله almost 34 حزلي and then Wisconsin كندي الله 10 الله 44 plus 10 44 أبزين سلسة ست اندحر تعويته 44 اندحر أبوها متيا كابزين كأم عز غننا بعد كاليفورنيا ناتين بزحات كألوام عليجي still كم زين بلزلنا تو early to call still جزي ألوام عليجي كنت بقينا ود حوابي أبره هلا ود حوابي بونك حز تعود تتنكا let's go نابو well come on Marta Media why are you doing that my friend he's like according New York Times Susan 60% Trump is winning Iblanalo okay all right I don't want to take that but like if you say that okay let's get it with this but it's hard to get that yeah
All right, welcome back. Here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. The map is slowly filling in. I think we're still at 6 of 7 battlegrounds. We've seen the polls close right now, so we are kind of in a waiting game. Actually, we have Kansas now. I believe we can make a call on. NBC News projects the state of Kansas will go to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. Here's the map now to 270 as we add that to the group. And Donald Trump out with 191 now to Harris's 81.
You mentioned we have 6 of 7 presidential battlegrounds to get to. Nevada will close here at the top of the hour. But let's look at Michigan. Too close to call right now, just 15% in. We could be up all night and perhaps beyond. Michigan didn't get called till late the next day in 2020. Pennsylvania, need I remind you, we were here till Saturday waiting for its results. But officials think they will be able to move a little bit more quickly. But at this hour, it's much too close to call. A tight race there, difference of 48,000 votes. So we will see how that shakes up. About 9:53, we've got more polls set to close soon. Candidates hoping to strike gold in the silver state, Nevada, rolling their dice. We're heading into the final stretch. More poll closings across the West, including another battleground state.
Nevada and its 6 electoral college votes could be critical.
Nevada, get out and vote.
Nevada, ours is a fight for the future.
Both sides going all in, trying to win the state by targeting its large population of service workers.
No tax on tips.
We will continue our fight and eliminate taxes on tips.
We're moments away from the first results from Las Vegas and the rest of the state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. And that brings us to NBC's Steve Patterson, who's in Reno, the biggest little city in America, and a key swing county there. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Savannah. I have some bad news if you like to sleep in this state. We're maybe about 5 minutes before the polls close, or do they? And I say that because the lines are still ridiculously long. I'm in Washoe County, as you mentioned, in Reno. This is the Washoe County complex. It's like where all the government buildings are, the county clerk's office, registrar of voters. If you come this way, you can see this line snakes beyond the county recorder. That county recorder means you have 40 minutes to go left if you've reached this point. Meanwhile, though, we're hearing about lines that continue to be long all across the state, southern Nevada. There's a place called Nye County where we're hearing lines that are up to 3 hours long. They don't have enough
here.
Yeah, I did tell him that. Okay, who do you want to win?
Trump.
Like, hold on. Let me do this.
Daddy,
Yes.
I'm reading that again.
Hmm?
I'm reading that again.
You
Me
reading
too.
that again?
Yeah. No, didn't done his. I just ate small because I just ate bunny and
All right,
cheese.
tell them who do you want to win? من قعوة خدلي. Tell them that. Tell them this, friends.
Trump.
Can you say again out loud?
Trump.
How do you like Trump? Why not Kamala Harris?
I don't know.
Say that. Why?
Yeah, she's girl.
She's girl. So you don't like girls?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Come here. Like, he's gonna be a president. Can you tell? Like, this is our people. Like, men قعوة دلي again?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Out loud. Say that.
Donald Trump.
How do you like Donald Trump? Why do you like him? Why do you like him? Is he good like in economy? Is he good in policy? Well, like, policy. Okay. All right. Do you save money? Where is the money at?
In the lally.
In the lally. You have, how much money do you have?
10.
Okay. What is the money for?
Save
and invest.
Invest.
Save. The money works for like save and invest, right?
Invest.
Come here, Nerd. Come here this way. Tell them that. Do you want to tell them? Not. The money save or invest?
Invest.
The money is invest, right? Everybody should invest, right?
Yes.
Good. Everybody should invest.
Daddy, you did it 3 hours.
I did 3 hours. Yeah, I'm tired. That's what it is. Yeah, I got a coffee. All right, guys. I love you. Thank you. Good day. All right. Bye. Go to your sister. All right. Thank you.
I'm really good.
All right.
Look.
I know. All right. Let's back this. Yeah, let's back it. Okay. Okay. They would مشت iyo khoyno حوات. Oh, like he's getting 201 Trump مالت comes عن توزبلنا حوات 201 مالت يودع مالت هيكون جينا يزلو. So جينا يزلو جن كلته 201 مالت you. Okay. What else do we have? Yeah, Senate move مقبار أبي الله 4 34 House move جرام 130 حدا مالتي. Okay. هبار إن دحر up to Google كدنا according Martha Media خمس بلنا عن تبو ناب Google دحر كدنا still 99. It's almost ولا حتى لو تبلن 99 198. اتيا كمان زيادة ما تعمل لحوات. My goodness. Look this. Okay, let's go there just a little bit. Yeah, it just very much. He's leading it. Trump is leading it.
The economy is a big factor in this state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor. That
Democrats for a long time had a big registration advantage, but that's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office, the governor's race in 2022.
It's also one of these states with an abortion ballot initiative as well, and a state that the Trump campaign believes you could see some ticket splitters on that.
And it's a competitive Senate race in Nevada as well. We talked about the fact that some of these Senate races, if you rewind about a month ago, weren't so competitive. It is incredibly tight. Senator Jackie Rosen looking for another term.
Look, if the way so far that Donald Trump's performing tonight versus Harris, this really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years. Because you want to talk about Nevada, you talk about the voter registration advantage. Republicans, basically, for the first 3 years of this presidential cycle, just destroyed the Democrats' voter registration. All across the country in the battleground states, Republican registration advantage. The last 3 months, Democrats have done well. 3 years versus 3 months. so far, the 3 years is paying some dividends for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for.
This is أحوات according Ephraim he said that PA እንድሕር መሪሖም ፔንስልቫንያ እንድሕር መሪሑ ኣሎ ኮይኑ while ናይ Kamala Harris ዝነበረ look this أحوات he's up 1.533 almost 44% ካ in ኮይኑሎ. All right, I think so. That's like I'm sorry بقفح كايسعر كالا يترف እንድሕር ፔንስልቫንያ እንድሕር ተዓዊቱ ከም ዝሪኦ ዘለና 44% in ኮይኑሎ ንሱ 1.5 ሚሊዮን ንሳኻ 1.5 ግን almost ናይ ሸሓት almost ናይ 10,000 ኾን ፍልል ያለሎ so ንሳ ትመርሖ ውዒላ ህጂ ንሱ ኣትሎ. Look this is what FR says. Okay, all right Shalom, where are you where are you Shalom, come on, what do you say? Come here, Batu.
We are getting to a much higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit with Tom Yamas. He's right over there, North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes, too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona, too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom. And I mean, Pennsylvania, we cannot talk about it enough. It may all hinge on Pennsylvania just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA, guys, not to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland right next to here. It butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. But we only have 1% in Erie County, but we'll be watching that. Let's move east now, because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember, so Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers. Again, we're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late. Monco, 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final ad sitting right next to Governor Shapiro. County, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania because you're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk a minute about the amount of money that has been spent in some of these races? Pennsylvania, I'm looking here, Pennsylvania, Biden, Harris, plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yeah, 314 million, I think, overall when you add both campaigns together.
$1 billion if you throw in the Senate race.
That's right. That's right.
No, on one state. I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had $1 billion presidential campaign. One state.
Isn't that so funny? Because it started out as a tie, and now tonight we're ending up, and it's a tie right now. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to be living and breathing Pennsylvania.
That's interesting, though, what Tom just mentioned about the exit poll. And again, do your caveats, but for Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be pretty huge because there's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially in that Lehigh Valley.
That's right. There's a big Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania, too, the most of any battleground. So let's talk about where that is. And I want to start with the national Latino vote here. And Savannah, love you for the grain of salt caveat. We know that these exit polls could shift a little bit. But here's what's so interesting here. It is Kamala Harris, of course, the vice president, who is winning the Latino vote over former President Trump, 53% to 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago.
All right. Bitcoin hit 74,448. That is the highest one. This is the highest. Bitcoin did it, guys. Bitcoin not like I hope I didn't invest a Bitcoin invest I get for 48.77. My goodness. Look this. Yeah. Very much I guess Martha Mary Antabo according to New York 66% Trump so market is also calling for Trump so far. Yeah. Well, let's see Ibrahim. I don't know. Malet dating for some like what in yeah, well, yeah, that's it. Let's see what it is. Okay. Wow. That is big.
And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really, really well. We talked about the Latino vote. That is a very scary number for the Harris campaign, and they're going to want to do better. But the thing around the exits that we haven't talked enough about is really the senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit polls and some of the early results than expected, than a little bit better than even Joe Biden. You'd rather have those much more high propensity voters and a lot of a bigger overall number with those seniors. So those are three things that I'm seeing very early that make her campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers in the rural better than he did in 2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who are breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats and some of the long lines at the universities.
Yep.
Is that unexpected to the level of the lines you're seeing?
I think both sides have a little bit of excitement here. I've talked to Harris officials in the last hour who say, look at the lines in Penn State, look at the lines in Arizona, look at the lines in the Philly college campuses. They feel really good about their ground operation. They have the best ground operation person in American politics, and Jen O'Malley Dillon is the chair, who has built a $1 billion field campaign for this moment. And they're really going for it on the college campuses, and they kind of need it right now.
Jim Messina, good to see you. Thank you.
All right, we've got a winner to announce. Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected. It used to be a battleground years and years ago, but has really trended to the Democrats in the last couple of presidential cycles. And here's how it shakes out with 54% of the vote counted. In Colorado, they vote by mail, and those ballots get to be counted quite quickly. So we see that Kamala Harris will take Colorado, so we can fill out the map just a little bit more as we lay out the road to 270. But those big battleground states, we have yet to call one of the battleground states for Kamala Harris. Right now, her best path remains those 3 industrial Midwest states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Donald Trump flirting with Georgia and North Carolina and perhaps Arizona and Nevada. It'll be a while before we get results there. We've got Garrett Hake, who is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. And Garrett, what's the mood there? What are you hearing?
Savannah, I've been talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche on election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic. What has happened in the last half hour is my sources have stopped using the word cautious to describe their optimism. They are feeling increasingly confident as more and more votes come in, despite the fact that no battlegrounds have been called, that their theory of the case is being proven correct. And what I mean by that is the Trump campaign set out at the beginning of this race to expand the Republican Party. They knew they couldn't win with their old coalition. They had to get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground, states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line. They feel like there's not much else left for them to do but watch and wait, and increasingly.
Yeah, very much. معاسم اوفيس كوسد زبل حتو እቲ ተመርፀ ሕጂ ፕሬዚደንት ጥሪ ዕለት 20 ምሒሉ ክወስድ ማለትዩ ኣሕዋት very much ንሪኦ ዘለና ከም ዝረአ እዚ Tesla is about 272, is that right? Tesla is 272. Okay, so yeah, ጥሪ ክወስድ Google almost win. Yeah, I don't know why that Google is kind of give us a number different, almost win, but we like to, NBC حشنا أحوات. Okay, let's see. Let's back to NBC. Still كنفلت عين خلين دام تعويته منابلو جنا قرب جزء وسري جن still number نهرينا. Yeah, still it's not changed. ولا حنتغير لنا 9 حدا بخلطة 200 حدا مالتي. Yeah, 9 حدا بخلطة 200 حدا. According to NBC. ندحرنا بجوجل كدنا أبتي ناي وجوجل دي ولا whatever CNN ندحر كدنا جن. Let's see CNN what it says. عشان مثلا CNN. CNN is almost حدا 9 حدا sure 9 حدا ب178 CNN مالتيو. So just Google result in the حركة ناقن. Google result in the حراب Google أتينا خيرنا و100 شعتن ب198. So NBC استيكن كبر NBC 9 حدا بغلط 200 حدا. استاذ حشنا. Okay, Senate 35 ب40 شعتن. إزيهم أي ريبابليكان دم حدش تأسم لهم حوات. إزيهم أي حكا ريبابليكان مالت 130 شمنتن كل 210 شمنتن نفتح. زيها 40 شعتن 5 نفتح. 3 left. جن غير كأخالي أقام 11 ميكونن. So Bitcoin, I don't have Tesla access, guys. Tesla, somebody, hold on. Okay. Again, Bitcoin is doing now. Like, yes. So on 4 meeting So very much market now knows Trump is coming. So according that predict comes the ganzamna mithaska 75 سنتيم ب20 سنتيم سكي كده يا جماعه رياض نحني 75 thinking I have another computer كل كمبيوترات اتاكو بالليل بقى error occurs. Okay, I don't like that error whatever this. Yeah,
no
it's okay sorry, all right.
No.
Yeah, 75 okay stay. 75 ب20 So very much the most probability as of now It's all over Republican. I know it's too early, but it's all Republicans. President, Senate, and House, as of now. But let's see. Let's see. Okay.
And it has padded them. It's what Texas, look, Republicans got stronger in Texas. I mean, that Latino vote in Texas, when you've got over 60% Latino men moving in Texas towards the Republicans, that's realignment. That is realignment that's happening.
And I think we have another Senate call to make now in the, I believe, in the state of Maryland. NBC News projects that in Maryland, Angela also Brooks will win. And there's against Larry Hogan, former governor, difference 171,000 votes there.
So here's the Senate at this hour. The Republicans have picked up 1 seat. They need to pick up 2 to take control of the Senate. And the ones hanging in the balance right now in terms of that are Ohio, Sherrod Brown in the fight for his political career in Ohio. We've got Michigan we're watching, Alyssa Slotkin trying to hold on to that seat after retirement there.
And Montana would be the flip. If it flips, that would give Republicans control of the Senate.
Absolutely. I think Montana and Ohio are the two, if you are Republicans, that you're watching quite closely to see if they can flip those states. I do think it's notable when you think about the realignment that Chuck is talking about. You think about the state of Pennsylvania, the Latino voters, the split there, the fact that what Trump is running on, remember, is his first day in office to start a mass deportation plan. A lot of folks have asked him for details about what would that actually look like. He has not given them, but it is notable that he's increased his support based on what we're seeing so far amongst Latino voters, that is something that has resonated with them. Democrats making that late play to try to win them back, and so far, based on what we're seeing, didn't work.
Well, yes, most probably لو ما عندي مشات كن فليتنا maybe مالت ولا ها تنتايتي celebrate ويكا فيكتور انت زي هلوه most probably by midnight بقى أنا كل شيء جوال أنا خدر داني كباب midnight بزل هو عادي يا يسوعي مالت يسوع ده كونس كله تنامبر آتيو جل رئيخاس يا كنرينا خونينا جن قرب ندخل حليفة خنرينا مالتي so maybe yes maybe no again according now we have some kind of view كله نا لو مالتي good night زجم
voting data now. 45% of the vote is in, but let's look at Polk County. This is the biggest county, the most people. This is Des Moines, the capital here. So she's on top, 55% to 43%, 94% of the votes in. But look at Trump's margins. Trump's actually doing better than he did in 2020. Let's go over here to another county, Dubuque County, 94% of the votes in. Trump's at 52. Trump was at 50. So he's growing in both those districts, in both those counties, I should say. For Democrats to flip Iowa, he has to be doing worse in those counties. Again, look, there's still a lot of vote out. A lot of vote has to come in. But this would be a shocker if Republicans lost Iowa. Remember, Trump won 98 of the 99 counties in the primary. And when you go back to elections past, he won by 8 points in 2020, and he won by 9 points in 2016. So my point here being that if the trend was Iowa was going to turn blue, she has to be turning out the votes in Des Moines and in other places. And right now, that's not happening.
We actually have a call right now. Let's play the music here. Projection, and Iowa will go red, as was widely expected until that poll. Right there, Trump wins the 6 electoral votes of Iowa. And so we can see the breakdown there with about half the vote counted there. So there was this thought that perhaps because of his restrictive abortion ban that just went into effect in July, and this highly respected pollster coming out, that perhaps there was going to be a wave of independent women who could somehow turn this red state blue. But this was not to be, Chuck.
No, I mean, look, this is a miss because this looks exactly the way Iowa looked 4 years ago. You know, we're in margin of error range there. So look, she thought she'd found something with
the pollster, independent women looking like they were
choosing. And certainly we've seen
According
some
to
evidence
Mo,
of it in national polls, a point or two here or there. And look, I've seen it throughout the Midwest,
Oh my God.
but it's a point here or a point there. I don't know if it's
Facts,
enough
Ahmad. Tesla
to
is
make up
president
for the
according to himself.
loss of voters of color
Is
that have
almost
clear. I mean, that
600.
that continues to me to be the big story of the night is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters
Whoa.
are swing voters, and I think what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as an identity group. Whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat, and so there's been a lot of hand wringing about this inside Democratic circles. A real split, it was a total misread, sort of by the coastal strategists, when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. Before Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class, not necessarily seeing evidence of working class African Americans, but adding working class Hispanics. That becomes a very durable majority.
Well, another way of saying that is the education gap.
Well, it's the
Whether
same
you're
thing.
College educated or
Correct.
non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
Right.
But is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party?
Hmm.
Okay, meaning I don't, it's the Democrat. It is, first of all, Latino voters in many ways are driven by the same issues. And there's one issue in particular, actually, that Republicans align closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters align more closely with the Conservative Party, and that's school choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, the economy, those issues, bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. Not saying Democrats weren't, but for the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may with college-educated whites or even African Americans.
And we saw the Trump campaign hammer some of those issues
Over
in
and over.
ads over and over again. Take a break right here. Coming up next, things are heating up. The votes are rolling in. We've got the latest on the battleground states, and we're inching closer to that 270 mark. Stay with us. Election night rolls on.
All right, let's get some update. We are very close. Maletna ta 270 come to Zulwazalo according NBC Maletu. We are very much close. What we have according that NBC in Taizalan Nanatuhato. Let's get some update in here. Senator Ted Cruz is elected in Texas. All right, that's good for him. Okay, 207. 207. Woo! Senator is about to hit, guys. Senator, look at this. 48-35. My goodness. And then House is 142 by 93. Sorry for Democratic. I know. I have got zaman because inflation and galan I have got zaman. We need yeah. ليت ريزولو يا ليت له بأنا ساعات شو ما تنفرق أنا مش هذا له يا very much أحوات جانايو كنا هو خيبلنا جن Donald Trump is 207 and Kamala Harris 91 Senator 4 شمنتن بتحهم على أن 36 ديمقراطيك ريبابليكان درجة أرميسنا 5 نبصح قريبا مالو دازمر 5 تبصحهم ولا 5 بريزيدنت دحر دونالد ترامب كوين already control غير مغلطي مالتي زيكا being controlled زنبري so key battlegrounds too close to call then أقدسن بلانزلنا نحنا زين key battleground so yeah PA woo like Halifwa look this what look this 1.9 1.8 almost like yeah it's almost 51% by 848. Yeah, Pennsylvania and the Herwin Geruta Awit like Trump. This, what does it matter then? I don't see any. Okay, yeah, Georgia is also he's leading. Georgia is also leading. What? He's 2-4. All right, how about Michigan? All right, 602 by 583. 15. Oh my goodness. All right. I guess come away many. Somebody says no, not yet. But like, let's see this. My goodness. Yeah, House is 144 and 95, and the Senate is 48, and then. So what in Arizona? Okay, Arizona. He is leading in Arizona too. 897 نص فوت كله هولو كامالا هاريس 893 almost 14 حقهم في اللي الله ما بزدرع. Okay, Nevada. Okay, Nevada. Somebody was asking. Nevada doesn't say number Wisconsin. Wisconsin, right? Wisconsin. Is this a Wisconsin, right? Yes, Wisconsin is 781 and 776. About almost like if I did 10, 4-ish, 5,000. That could be hit. But like, yeah, look this out. Wisconsin and the Hernusu Hizua, and then Pennsylvania and the Hernusu Hizua, Marihua, and Nevada, not necessary, but in the like not Nevada, okay. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, yeah, Georgia, والله Georgia and the Hernusu Hizua, Maritodia. Celestian and Tawitu. Kedagmane. Georgia 1. And then Pennsylvania Klute. Wisconsin and the Hertawit, Abzian and the Hertawitu. That's all. North Carolina. Like North Carolina. Let's get that. And where do you go? North Carolina somewhere here, right? Yeah, it's too early to call, but he is leading 2.4 by 2.3. Abzian leading Gabriel. 83% in coin of Luwazi. أبراهالله دحوبة يا مريض هاي تعيتن هجي فرح كنا تا كلا خايف رحنا زوعلنا هج فرح كنا أبراهالله دحوبة هج فرح كنا تودي هج فرح كنا أنت حاول بتكرم هذه زارب علاج بتكرم يعني ممكن يزارب الله تاز قبر الله تا كده فين علاج اللي بقى علاج حكاها علاج I like it إيشي thank you I'll take that. Okay, let's go with it. علاج. كم امتحان بعد قال علاج.
Counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Sauk is one, and Dorr is the other one. You've probably heard of Dorr if you've been following the political headlines lately. Our data at a Dorr is a little skewed right now, so we're going to wait till the numbers get corrected there for right now. But Sauk County, we can look at 48% is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. 47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again, still a lot of the vote is out. We're going to have to wait and see and what happens. And in case you're wondering, Sauk County, home of the International Clown Hall of Fame. So if you ever want to go down there and you're near Madison, drive over to Sauk.
We're getting to the witching hour. We got the
Fun
fact
fact
alert.
alert.
Fun fact alert from Tom. Welcome to the fun facts. Yes, exactly. Let's go to Stephanie Gosh. She's in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. A lot of hopes riding on Pennsylvania for the Harris campaign. What do you know?
Yeah, there certainly are, Savannah. You know, we are here in Philadelphia at the tabulation center. This is where they're going through all those mail-in ballots. And, you know, we've been noticing in recent weeks and months kind of a lessons learned category from 4 years ago. And this place is a perfect example of some of those lessons that have been learned. You may remember in 2020, the tabulation of the mail-in ballots in Philadelphia took place in downtown Philadelphia, and it was basically chaos. Now they're in this entirely new building. It is secured by a fence with barbed wire, and they are doing tabulation inside here. We're actually not allowed inside, but it's going on as we speak right now. And one of the unknowns back in 2020 at the end of the night was, well, just how many mail-in ballots are there out there? We don't know. Well, tonight, right before midnight, we're going to get a briefing here from the city commissioner, from Seth Bluestein. He's going to tell us how many of those mail-in ballots from Philadelphia have been processed and how many they have yet to process, to give an idea of how much more time it is going to take. All of that, more transparency, this more security, so things go much more smoothly. Savannah?
All right. Thank you, Stephanie.
Back with our panel and guests, former Missouri Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill and Mark Lauder, former Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Good to have you both back. How's the blue wall looking right now, Senator?
Well, you know what? I just got to say, with the exception of brave Ann Seltzer and her poll in Iowa, where clearly she did not get it right. It looks like the pollsters got...
Texas Trump تعويت እዩ ማለት still lead ይገብር ኣሎ ማለት እዩ okay what you got Texas Trump okay Texas Trump most probably ዳርጋ ኣብ ኩሉ ኢና ክንብሎ ህጂቲ ማለት እቲ ናምበር ኣሎ እንዲ ገና ከኣትሎ ሕዋት እቲ ቁፅሪ ከኣትሎ ኩሉ እቲ ቁፅሪ ብስነ ስርዓት ገይሩ ከኣትሎ still ቁፅሪ ኣለዉ Texas نهلكا Texas almost 74% تقصيرو آتيو ترامب ليدي جبرالو look كندي فللي على almost ناي 1 مليون لعلي 1 مليون فللي على ناي Texas لعلي 1 مليون 74% إن كوينو له لعلي 1 مليون نخون مريح له مالتي كل زقيح زلو سناتي 79 هلكا لايكس 4 كلتن اوكي ميسيسيبي ميبي فلوريدا 9% 6 مليون ب2 مليون مريض حليفو الله so very much hey كولورادو عدين هلكم 1.2 رخيبا نسخ 968 رخيب له كولورادو عدي تقبص النخار انت ابيك قبص انت مارتا ميري ابيك قبص مقباص على دي مጨረሻ ኳህ ካይበለት አይቀብጽኒ انا مقباص بحال يله all right yeah well look this California ساعة 10 حدا خمس يوم Oregon ساعة 10 حدا خمس يوم almost Washington ساعة 10 حدا كندي الله هجي almost 2 hours فللي دحر فرق ساعتها كباب خنري منا زين دحرينا زين انتن افرهت حوات زين كندغمن عن تبو what is PA look this زي مالت PA almost 58 يخون ان جيرو مالو 58 سبات زمرصو اتيلو 19 الكتريك فوت አለው ማለት ኣብዚ ትራምፕ ብ2 ሚሊዮን 68 ሽሕን መሪሕሎ ካማላ ሃሪስ 1.9 ዳርጋ 100 ገለን ከባቢ like you know ከባቢ like 70 ሽሕ ሆን ፍልል ያለው ማለት ንሳዓት መርጽ ነራ አተሐልፎ ነራ so ካለ እስከሪ ሚሽጋን ህለኩም ሚሽጋን still very close ቃንጣም ዘሎ 645 ب639 مالتي جن مرحله مالتي ويسكنسس نهلكم ابزي خاطري الله هو she's just up now صارت مرح نير عن طب ولا انا اتقاقي نير شمونت ميسن 30 بشمونت ميسن 30 كلتنش اسنان عبي في الليل بلو من ابزي عبي في الليل سزي انا انت ثلاثه كريان دل زلو جورجيا نسمرح الله كلتن 4 ب200 شي حكباب انا افرج مريحوالو انا نورث كارولاينا ازي اقداستيا كلتن 400 جلن شح كبابي مريحوالو بزيخا زي انن اندحن بي اي زي انن ناون دحر كيدن እንደገና زي اخا اندحر كيدا عاوتنا حفاش مالك والله ابز انت مصت like you know Washington is 11 California is 54 it's not really gonna help here والله yeah والله Nevada is 6 زلو okay let's go حراي بولسكي كومو يزلو تور yeah North Carolina yeah نسيز مرح زلو يا قبا North Carolina نسي مرح له that's him yeah I know she was leading she was leading they already Martha come on they already announced Trump is winning come on Martha what do you like get up Martha I don't know قال لك ودي sorry قرأتها No, not yet. Who said that? Still, not yet. Kana izallo. Almost 4 gallon hizbiyum 4 gallon million hizbiyum well almost 100 شح مالتي. Where is the Google one? Yes. دحر فرق ساعات update كلوناي. Let's go. I like it. 50 states will be covered with the red one. That seems very much. This is unusual. I don't know. Manalo gize Trump mirich azkro. I know I don't trust Google. I like that NBC as ghizelo ta Google I trust agaberkon NBC as ghizelo. Manalo gize Trump nebere. How was is there anybody search gbor galiko? How was Trump
had enough with Donald Trump?
Let me just pause the conversation very quickly because we have a call now, I believe, in Nebraska. Okay, this is NBC News projection. 3 of the 5 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. 3 of 5, you ask? That takes me to Tom.
No, I appreciate that. Again, so Nebraska, remember, they give out their electoral votes for the popular vote, whoever wins the state. Republicans thought they maybe had a chance in Scranton at least to peel away some of the votes there. Again, this is where Joe Biden was from. People wondered if he got the friends and family discount there with voters. She's underperforming tonight, 51% right now. Biden was at 53 in a state where it could be determined by 40,000 votes, 80,000 votes. Every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right now and you're a Republican, you're probably feeling a little bit better. But again, I just want to say it's still so early in the night and there's still a lot of vote out. Philadelphia County, just because this was brought up on the set earlier, 62% of the vote is in. Biden was at 81. She's at 77. A lot of the vote is still out. But again, she wants to be in the same high water marks for Biden, these guys.
Yeah, Mark Lauder was just here. You know, you staffed Vice President Pence, and you're obviously a longtime Republican operative. You think there's not enough vote for her to make up that margin?
Well, there's still a lot out there. I just think all of these things start to add up. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. And so if you drop 40,000 votes in this state, maybe 6,000 or county, this 6,000 in another, next thing you know, you run out of options. I'll leave it to the brilliant minds in the decision desk to figure out when that happens. I'm not nearly that good at math, but it's starting to look a little more encouraging. And when you see the Latino vote come in, when you see some of the closing of the gap with the young voters, it's starting to add up.
Well, let me just jump in on that because there are several places, as we're starting to now at this point in the night, get some trends across battlegrounds when it comes to exit polling with all the necessary caveats that you have heard by now. And there's a few places where former President Trump is making improvements from his performance 4 years ago. It is Latino voters, as you talk about, Mark. It is voters under 30, as you talk about. It is independents. He doesn't mean he's winning them, but he's doing better than he was 4 years ago. Here's where her improvement is. And this is interesting. It's with seniors. It's with voters over the age of 65. And we're starting to see that trend for her.
You pointed to me when you said seniors.
No, oh my gosh, Savannah.
And I just want to let everyone know that we noticed.
It deflected off your shoulder and hit me square.
To full disclosure, we talked about it in the commercial break like 2 hours ago. So it was more of a...
Yeah, say that Arizona Darga Trump ይመርሓሉ በአሪዞና very much ኣብ ኩሉ ኢለንን like Trump ይመርሓሉ well I don't see any probability is Trump is the most probability ሕጂ ማለት ከም ትሪእዎ ዘለኹም ካብዚ ኣብ ሸር ጌርና ስለፀናሕና ኣሕዋት let's get share again 4 ساعات 20 دقيقة نقرنا بزيها I like NBC I don't like that Google thing look أحوات بمولو درجة Arizona is most probably نهلكم Trump 900 سبات مريضهم 900 حدا نبقى like you know بزح فللي يلون أبزي ناي قرب فللي إذا ግን 51% in كيرم الله حوات 51% up in كوينلو so the scary زيادة قربة شجارة 6% in كوينلو Trump 2.1 and then نسخة 2.0 سات مرة حلا مالتي in here too not بزح هيكونن ناي ميشيغان كو بزح تلوا أيكونتن 15 no 15 نسا مرة حلا أبزيا okay ያ ዊስኮንስ 10 ኣለዋ ኖርዝ ካሮላይና ዝብልካ መንኻ ንህለካ ንሱ መራሕ ኣሎ ትራምፕ መራሕ ኣሎ very much ዳርጋ ኣብ ኩሉ ያ ኣብ ኩሉ ሲ ቀፂሉ እዩ ዝኸይድ ዘሎ ኢና ንብዘልና እዚን ተሪፈን ዘለዋ ኣለዋ እንዴን ግን okay 210 my goodness 210 48 101 150 okay እዚ እንድሕር ንሳሙር ከይዳኻ ከብል ይኽእል እዩ حلف يخلي اوكي let's go جهزتك Yeah, stack your what did you go? Oh wow, DGT. You're right. Let's go. Something.
Zoom in on Detroit here because that's one of the largest Arab American populations in the country. When we focus in and we go in on what is, and let's just make sure we get this correct here. We're focusing in on the area where Detroit is. So Wayne County is what we're talking about here, AG. So right now, Wayne County is showing that Trump is up 61% to 37.5%. We're talking about Trump having a commanding victory so far with 24% of the votes in. 24% may not sound like a lot, but what do you make of what we're seeing out of this county so far?
It really comes down to the precincts that are coming in because, you know, a county in and of itself isn't necessarily the thing. You know, there are precincts in the counties that'll tell you what the real story is that's happening. And, you know, when you're watching that precinct data being dumped in, you know, that can move these totals. And we've got these margins as thin as they are in Michigan. You get 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 votes dumped in. And if they're D plus 80, you know, that makes a remarkable difference in the narrative.
So we do have some race calls we do want to get to right now here on the presidential level. Let's go to Kansas right now, AG in Austin. So you see there Trump getting Kansas's 6 electoral votes, the Associated Press calling Kansas for former President Donald Trump here. Let's stay in the Midwest. We also have a race call there in the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Iowa's 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump there over Harris with 56% of estimated votes counted. Now, this is really interesting because we got to dive into some of the numbers there in Iowa because there was this poll that was put out over the weekend by Ann Seltzer. She's considered the gold standard there of polling mavens in Iowa, AG in Austin. She had Harris winning Iowa by 3 in her poll. She even considered her poll an outlier here, AG, but obviously we're not seeing that here. Trump getting the state, and it's a pretty sizable margin so far, more than half of votes counted.
Yeah, I mean, the Trump campaign said that, you know, they tell people to look at the Emerson poll, which is more of a 10-point poll. You know, the Seltzer poll, the methodology seemed really weird to me. And, you know, this idea that there's this groundswell of women in this very conservative state that elected Kim Reynolds governor and all of that was moving over to Harris, it didn't make a lot of sense. But, you know, when you look at polls, we know this. It's like it comes down to your sample size. It comes down to your random pick. So you got 600, 800,000 people. Not all those people are created equal. So it looks like a real sampling error from Seltzer, back to the drawing board moment. But, you know, every presidential race has really wild polls. And this just happened to be one of them. And it raised questions about Iowa, but I don't think those questions were legitimate. Obviously, voters did what we expected them to do before this election. Leaving aside that Seltzer poll.
Yeah. So, AG, as I zoom in on the map here, we're starting to see that almost every single battleground, in fact, every single battleground that has results, save for Nevada, which we do not have results in for yet, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. None of them have been called in Trump's favor yet. All of them so far are, they're light red. They are leaning red right now as Trump is ahead in these races. What does that mean? We saw so many discussions out there saying that this race would be as close as it possibly could be. Is this something that's fascinating you as we're seeing this night progress? I mean, Georgia, North Carolina, we have over 80% of the vote tallied. Over 60% of the vote has been tallied in Pennsylvania. Michigan has just about a quarter of the votes tallied and over 50% of the votes tallied in Wisconsin, as well as half the votes tallied in Arizona. Out of those 6 battlegrounds, AG, what's standing out to you?
I mean, to me, it really is the trend. And you know, you have to ask yourself right now, who would rather be, Trump or Harris? And, you know, Trump, basically his strategy of going all over the place, campaigning everywhere, taking all kinds of questions, even from adversarial media, it seems to have paid off. And, yeah, I think voters are responding to the authenticity, to the viscerality of the Trump campaign, to the approach, you know, and to the central question, are you better off 4 years ago? Trump weaved that question in over and over again in his closing arguments. And, you know, many of these voters in these states, Michigan, Wisconsin, you know, and so on, you know, they looked at their pocketbooks or bank balances or credit cards, and they said, no, we're not better. And, you know, I think Harris not doing press conferences on kind of doing these parachuting in, doing these scripted rallies, I don't think that helped her. I think voters really wanted a connection, especially after the 2020 pandemic election where, you know, Joe Biden basically campaigned from his basement. You know, Harris did a version of that. And the voters seem to be rewarding Donald Trump here.
So, AG, let's just transition briefly here to some of these Senate contests and some of these Western battlegrounds as well here. We're getting results in on the Arizona Senate race. Let's take this. Ruben Gallego up over Lake 53-46 right now.
أحوات نوح زبالة زياب حتصير زود أيقونن still كهلوانا كندي كيلومتر تريفهم لوحة كندي كيلومتر نوح تريفهم على نوح كيلومتر تريفهم على so أبنوح نود أيقونن still تقصري زبحال أي بس إحنا ينزلنا Allison, are you back again now too? Like, are you back now? I'm happy now. Don't worry about it. I'm with you, my friend. Okay, so very much good. كم زري أزلنا سمعوا أنا سي he work hard بزح سريحيو سلازي فرز عرو رخيبي ولا لا I think كم الله هيرسون بزح كم تخيد نبرت and unfilled كن I don't know why yeah as of now قرب كنت بيعلنا almost 10 دقائق دحر 10 دقائق كال تورن كجبران نصبين زلواتن عبتن like swim states بحالا نساتن اندحر مزيان أنا نساتن اندحر drop جيرن yeah big change مالتي yeah well let's say this okay let me get with you guys I like this NBC stick
race, and we'll take a look at the road to 270. It is 10:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to 270 electoral votes. Those will be the keys to get into the White House in the next year. Right now, we want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature in the room.
Peter?
Well, we're outside and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early, a lot of votes still to count, but I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in part, quote, it's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for. It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling this evening right now. Again, a lot of numbers, a lot of data still to be counted right now. But as Claire McCaskill said a short time ago, some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And frankly, speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that that's going to be a tightrope that they have to still try to walk tonight. Lester?
And Peter, we were just talking here. There's a sense that the polls were, in fact, right. Are they getting that sense that the polls are really reflecting what we're watching?
Well, I mean, nationally, this is basically an evenly divided country, right? So the idea that our last poll showed at 49-49 is sort of a overall popular vote, that may be pretty close to where this thing ends up. But remember, for the Democrats to win the Electoral College, they generally have to have a better advantage as it relates to the popular vote. So if the country's evenly divided in terms of a popular vote, that may not be enough for the Democrats. Still a long way to go. Obviously, nobody here is leaving. They're still waiting to hear from the vice president. They recognize this may be not just a matter of hours, but days right now, and they're still hopeful that people are waiting in line, including on those college campuses. They point to campuses in Pennsylvania in particular, some of the campuses out west in Nevada. They're still circling on the map as a place they think that they're have the ability to perform well in right now. But, you know, frankly, that's the candidate assessment for the people I'm talking to, so I pass it on to you.
Yeah, and as we said, none of the battleground states have been called as of yet, so we continue to watch.
But they're as close as they can be. Let's go to battleground Wisconsin. Shaquille Brewster in Milwaukee for us. Hi, Shaq.
Hi there, Savannah. And, you know, one thing that we're hearing is that just heard from the Milwaukee elections clerk, and they're saying that they are processing these absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this warehouse. And this update is despite the fact that there was a little hiccup that we saw earlier today. I'll show you.
Well, مسناي حلفة مسناي كلينتون مدورة الروزة اللوحوات so far كمزي I don't want to say that مالت كبل ايدلن ديمقراطيك كمزي صافي لهم ويك زق لهم مالت بعل على السن like يقول له so يقول له زعينتي سلازي جنا يزلو تودي مالت أكونن جن وربتي تمورال كمزي تتنقفي إزقال زلو still جنا I don't know why we still we have a lot to go مالت بزح من جديد بينا زلو صويات ناي مرجع 5 يورو زلوهم درجة 7 وديهم كلهم كلهم دان كوين اللوجن ستيل كمرتيهم كقصريهم كالك مالتي so خرينا بزي زودا مالتي يكونن I know really hiccup like nervous she's so true it's unusual مالتي unusual if you bought the one that supports against what you believe don't complain later because you made the happen well it's okay بزح يزلنا let me read what is this listen who's seen it what is this in it I don't know what is this in it okay so تنقندتن عبيت خرينا لنا حوات اتن بعل PA and جورجيا ميشيغان ازياتن ندحر نورث كارولاينا ازياتن ندحر اقدعن ندحر ناب ترامب كيدن بروجكت يزحوات تصبيتيو غنا قصري اتي زلو تقطري اتي زلو زين ندحر ناب ترامب كيدن بملئن maybe بقى فيكتور مصي خليس كباب فرق ليتس كعوتو كزاربو خولي مالتي we have another 3 hours 3 minutes علنا turn in كخون نغرات مالتي ቅድሚ ዝኾነ እንተሊና let's see my friend where are you yeah I think so this is yeah ዝኾነ ተሓደሰ እንተልዩ yeah still the same but this number is hidden أحوات رأيوا Senate is controlled by Republican أنا خازين أنزل إني رزين كلتين اندحر بحد not only Republican ولا comes out as if let's go back مرت حواء قدا او دمتي yeah no أحوات like وانا سوال كمبيوتر تفلالا connection problem and a computer رسينو it's too much almost كندي ساعات جرز الله مسلكم أبزي دارجة حموشة ساعات جرز سلازل له يا مسماري حما قالوا I'm about to do something different كم زي هتصبحون yeah بتخكل apologize كرتان دحتتنا هنا جن yeah okay what are we gonna do okay let's do CNBC خلينا هجي كول سلازلنا أقداس يا تاكل كن
I
سمعان
think this does point to what we were talking about. We see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on in some of the other Charlotte areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where she needs to overperform.
I think when it's all counted, when everything comes in Northern Virginia, and Chuck's not here, so I'm a little nervous. But I think she'll end up winning Virginia by a comfortable margin. And I think when you actually analyze the data, what you're going to see is there was more enthusiasm in the rural areas of Virginia than there was for Biden. I mean, I think we need to like start saying out loud that, you know, what is different between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Everybody thinks they're exactly the same on policies, but one is a woman of color and the other is a white man that everybody was really comfortable with, that were moderates and knew him well and had known him for decades. So I think you're seeing more Trump support in some of the areas where Biden could cut in. And you're not, but Virginia's going to be fine. She's going to win Virginia.
But you might see that maybe in like a Lackawanna County or something in Pennsylvania, like that same dynamic that you're talking about.
Yeah.
We shall see. Okay. We want to pause just a moment. We've got a lot more to get to. Top of the hour, we're going to have the big poll closings in California. Got an election alert. Poll closing in about 20 seconds or now. So there'll be some biggies out there to talk about.
Yeah, you see California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. Those will all be closing here in about 10 seconds. And then, of course, we'll have the latest characterizations. We're going to pause for a moment while some of our East Coast stations go to their local news now.
California!
And welcome back at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock hour here in the East. NBC News can project that Kamala Harris will win in the state of California. 54 electoral votes In the state of Idaho, NBC News projects Donald Trump will win and take those 4 electoral votes in Idaho. Here's the map where it moves in the road to 270. Donald Trump at 214. Harris now with 145. So things certainly becoming a little more interesting as the evening progresses.
Okay, for the 11 o'clock poll closings, we have a couple of uncalled races, Oregon and Wisconsin, and we just called California. Now let's go to our battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock in the West. Same story in Michigan, too close to call at this hour, with about a third of the vote counted there. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. You knew it would be a tight election. The polls all showed it, and that's certainly been borne out tonight. 60% of the vote in there. In Georgia, it is too close to call, getting closer to that final number there, but we're still, the margins are just too close to make a call in that presidential race. Same thing in North Carolina. In fact, it's too early to call. We're still awaiting vote there. In Arizona, let's go out west. We've got 2 battlegrounds out west. We've got Arizona and Nevada. Polls closed there about a couple of hours ago. Well, 2 hours for Arizona, last hour for Nevada. Both of these too early to call. And Tom Yamas over at the board. And we talk about Arizona. We haven't given its due tonight in Maricopa County. And don't forget the great county of Pima County, home to Tucson, Arizona.
And give some credit to Arizona. Already 50% of the vote is in. I mean, they're doing their job there. So congrats to them. Maricopa County, this is the big swing county that we're going to be watching here. This is going to be about 60% of the vote in the state of Arizona. So important. If you want to win Arizona, you got to win Maricopa. You can see Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, with 50% in, Kamala Harris is on top right now. Phoenix, one of the 5th largest city in the country, one of the fastest growing areas in the country. Something else interesting about Maricopa, it's not so much people from other states moving there for the jobs. It's people from all over Arizona moving to this area. You have Mesa, Tempe, Scottsdale, a lot of growth there. We're going to go to this other county here, Pima County. Savannah, you've heard of this county? Maybe not. 50% of it is in. This is Tucson. This is a Democratic stronghold, but it's not like Cambridge, Massachusetts, right? It's not 60-40 split. It sometimes is, but not really. Tonight, she's doing well. She's turning out the vote there, about 30% Hispanic in Pima County as well. It's on the border. Just next door to Pima is Yuma. Now, this is majority Hispanic, an interesting county, but this is a place where Republicans can run up the score. Trump overperforming right now. Only 35% of the vote is in. Arizona, still very, very early, 11 electoral votes. As we get information, we'll sort of dissect it and figure it out, but it's going to be a while before we call Arizona, Savannah, as you know.
All right. Thank you, Tom. We got our panel here. We got Chuck. We got Savannah Sellers over here. Chuck, what are you making of what we're seeing with the trend lines are?
There's a reason why there's anxiety in the Harris camp and growing enthusiasm and optimism. I mean, all the trend lines, this looks a lot more like 2016 to me than it does 2020. And you're seeing whether it's rural turnout surging up, but we've had to up our projection of total turnout in Georgia than what we saw. And as we'd been saying, and we'd seen this, higher turnout was always going to be better for Trump. Not, there's always been this pre-Trump era conventional wisdom used to be Democrats would perform better, but he has the sort of the occasional voter. And it looks like, and we're actually even seeing evidence of what I call these shotgun Trump voters. They come in, they vote Trump, and they leave because there's about 100,000 vote gap. I mean, the Democratic Senate candidates in the blue wall are all in better.
Well, here you go حوات نتصبين زلوا اتليست كابزن swing state اندحر تصبينا خاباتن كرينا اندحر like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia as the end اندحر سلستي ان ترامب كيدن no question بقى at least yeah مخنياتو هيك او cancel this مخنياتو انت خوني تعاوتنا وخمصي مالتي. So as of now, نتبع زلنا 153 Kamala Harris, and then Trump is still 114 very close نسلو. Here we go. Okay, come on. Hey, my goodness. This is San Haden. نخرج 110 شمال نكره already they're gonna hit it the house مالتي 4 شمال 4 شمال طويلة هذا حكي طويلة 48 هنا probably ናይ ጆርጂያ ክልተ ሰነት እዮም መስለን ናይ ጆርጂያ ክልተ ሰነት ኣለዉ ክንሪኦ ኢና ናይ ጆርጂያ እንድሕር probably ምስ ትራምፕ ኮይኖም ክንሪኦ ኢና ድሓን so yeah very much this ከምዚ ገና እዩ ዘሎ ኣሕዋት ሕጂ እውን still ተስፋ ክንቆርፅ ማለት ኣይኮነን ዘበት ዓበት never ተስፋ ምቑራፅ የለን ኣብዚ ገና ክንቅፅል ኢና yeah according Google yeah 179 and 214 ኣሎ I don't believe that I don't want to go with that ምክንያቱ yeah ኩሉ ናይ Google ብሙሉ already ወዲእዎ እዩ ዘሎ ናይ ኩሎም ዳርጋ ተዓወታት ታምፂዎ እዩ ዘሎ ሸር ገብረኩም ክለ ግን I like with you know ንሪኣ ዘለና the most important ንዓና ተብለና ዘላ NBC ማለት እዩ yeah እንድሕር many 179 እዩ ዘሎ yeah ድሕር simple ካብቲ Google ኬርካ very much yes ዋላ አንተ ኾነውን look this all red many አንተ በዝበላ ሁላ ቀያሕ ተቀይራ ኢልዋ very much ኩለን ተቀያሕ ተቀይረን ማለት እዩ so ትሪኦን ዘለኹም like Colorado my hometown my home hello okay yeah look very much كله بقى كله تودي لهم زلنا جنزي فليب قبر خليك غير خليو ولا حنتي ام مونغو يزلو مالتي يا اوريجون 45 already so far اتم الله كمال هاريس نع ريد جروزلو that's why 179 النساء and 314 بتحي زلو زي كنك قصلي اوكي يا ግን ክንጽበየን ኣለና ሕጂ ክምለስ ኣለዎን ኣትሊስት ኩላተን በዓል ጆርጂያን ገለን ሕጂ እንድሕር ሂበናና እቲ ተስፋ ኣብአን እዩ እንድሕር ንሰን ናብ ከም ገለ
I don't see either of those two states mentioned here. They do talk about Nevada and Arizona. It's going to be a bit, but the bottom line is they feel like this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours.
The fascinating thing about what Hallie just read, Chuck says this feels like 2016. That's almost verbatim a memo that we got in 2016 saying we're focused on the blue wall. Everyone's focused on the blue wall. No one panic. And this, we have a lot more vote to count. So I want to be very cautious in saying this, but tonally, it is fascinating that that is the message that they're
Well,
sending
not for nothing. They did their last rally, Kamala Harris in Philadelphia on the
whole
eve
last
of
day.
the election.
All she did was focus on
which is exactly what
They had their eye on the ball. I mean, you can't say, right, they didn't do that in 2016, right? She was doing Arizona, she was doing Texas, and she
But
sort
the
of...
night before was in Philly.
True, but they sort of didn't do the blue. To their credit, I mean,
Yeah.
she lived in Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you this, we'll see. There's probably a lot of people wondering who should be the running mate? Who should be on this Democratic
We
ticket?
had that discussion.
Yeah.
That some people will, if
It'll
she loses
be-
Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot
And
of
if that's the only state, right, that'll be
If-
the hand wring.
But because Josh Shapiro is a very popular
Right.
Democratic governor who was on the short list for vice president. Let's bring Savannah Sellers into this. I mean, what are you reading out of the exit polls? Are you seeing any trend lines? I know you've got your brief. You really look at young voters and you've got your finger on the pulse there. What stands out?
Absolutely. I'll start with some numbers and then give you some anecdotal information. First, let's talk about first-time voters. This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for Harris. Back in 2020, 64% went for Biden. Something that I've been tracking, and I've been even watching it tonight on apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram, when you just talk about like who's popular, who do people like? The Harris campaign had such a robust internal social media play. They had this team of 20-somethings. They had very little oversight. They were allowed to kind of post what they wanted, react in real time to trends, to the news cycle.
We
The Trump
remember Brad
campaign-
Summer and the whole Brad.
They
scene from the
co-opted
Harris
that
campaign,
immediately,
right?
exactly, which by the way is a compliment to say Brad now. But for the former president, there wasn't so much going on internally. It was not as robust. He had this sort of grassroots organic patch on TikTok. I heard so many young people say to me in a positive way also, he is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively funny when you see this information. So many young people, therefore, on these apps were served content straight from and straight about the former president. And we are hearing so much right now. I'm hearing that in lines in Arizona. Gotti was mentioning that earlier. It's so much. It was because I heard him on a podcast. It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok. I also heard from a voter in almost every single swing state and multiple in several of them, including Pennsylvania, voters who were eligible in this age group to vote in 2020 who did not. And they came out tonight to vote for the former
I'd be
president.
so interested. He's winning the youth vote in these exit polls. I'd be fascinated to see what the gender breakdown is there too, because this poll with young men, and that was a concerted effort by the Trump campaign, and the Joe Rogan and the bro wave seems to be
two
real.
Gen Zers, okay? I have one who votes and one who's going to be voting next year. One in each gender, and I see it with their friends. You see it. It's real. This gap, this is not about Trump and Harris. There is a growing cultural gap, if you will, between young men and young women.
I have that number
is
too,
really
if you
there.
want it. The gender gap on this: first-time men, Trump 62%, Harris 36%. First-time women, the gap is less here. Trump 46%, Harris 53%.
Yeah,
so that
I mean-
young men turnout is real.
Well, people who thought that young women would be voting in droves for Kamala Harris, especially because of reproductive rights. I mean, that exit poll does not suggest that.
Absolutely.
It doesn't, and this goes back to what Chuck has been saying, which is that the person who ultimately winds up winning this war of the sexes is the candidate who does a better job appealing to the weaker gender for them, whoever's weaker for them. And so we've seen Trump not only clearly energize, drive up young men of various different racial backdrops, but also chip away at Vice President Harris's lead. I mean, her lead among women continues to be, based on what we're seeing so far, less than his lead with men.
The gender gap is interesting, but also, as we've alluded to here on the table, the education gap is also becoming such an interesting storyline here, as Chuck talks about kind of a realignment in this moment and where we are. That's another thing to be watching for tonight. Again, it is 11:11 Eastern time, but there's still plenty of vote to come
I
in.
want to go to Tom right now. Tom, I'm looking at Wisconsin. Looks like 62% of the vote in there. You're picking up some things. Share them with
Yeah,
us.
too close to call right now. Trump on top 50%. The difference is 39,000. Remember, the last two elections in Wisconsin, presidential elections, 20,000 votes was the difference between both candidates here. We want to go back to Madison, the capital of Wisconsin, Dane County. This is also the site of the University of Wisconsin as well. 92% of the vote in. Harris doing a little better than when we last checked in with her. But again, she's slightly underperforming Biden. She still has time to catch up. There's still 8% of the vote that's out. We actually know exactly how much of the vote is out. About 30,000 votes remain there. So maybe shakes up the margins there. We also want to talk about Milwaukee. This is the biggest population center in the entire state of Wisconsin. Right now, 54% of the vote is in. So a lot of that vote is still out. It's probably going to be a little bit later till we can call Milwaukee by itself. Biden was at 69. She's down about 2 to 3 points. Again, this would be concerning for Democrats. But look, there's still a lot of vote out in Milwaukee. Door County, if you've been following the presidential race at all, everyone's been talking about Door County in Wisconsin. It's this peninsula that shoots out into Lake Michigan. The last 6 statewide elections, presidential elections, I should say, they've picked the winner. This is a good sign for Kamala Harris. She's on top there, overperforming Biden just slightly. 95% of the vote is in. Again, Door, if we bring it out to past elections, it almost always picks the winner in the state of Wisconsin. So that's a good sign for her because it's a bellwether. I do want to check in some of these Democratic strongholds. Eau Claire, 92% in, kind of performing at the same level as Biden. That's good news for her. She wants to keep it there. We don't have any data there. What else we have? I think here in La Crosse, this is another Democratic stronghold, 92% in. Biden was at 53. She's 55, I should say. She's slightly underperforming. So listen, still a lot of vote. Let me see how much vote is still out. Still about 40% of the vote. But here's what's tough for Democrats in Wisconsin. Of the battleground states, each of those blue wall states is different. But of all the battleground states, Wisconsin is the widest. So they can drive up the margins with at least African-American voters and some Latino voters that are going to stay loyal to the Democrats in this election. What they can do, there's about 100,000 college students in the state of Wisconsin, and they usually fare better, much better with those university students. We're going to have to wait and see, as we say right there, too close to call.
All right, we got a big projection to give right here. This is the Ohio Senate race. It was a hotly contested race. Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, Republican, will pick up that seat, unseating the incumbent Sherrod Brown. This is quite a moment because, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it appears that Republicans, with that victory, will take control of the United States Senate. Again, it's not an official projection at that moment, but if things happen as expected, it would look like a two-seat gain here in the Senate. And so this is a hugely consequential vote here. Sherrod Brown, in a red state, was fighting for his political life. He's pulled that rabbit out of the hat a few times, but not here tonight.
My goodness. All right, let's go. The Senate is about to hit. I don't like that. My goodness. Why are you doing that, guys? Yeah. My goodness. Becca, Senate is about 49 by 39. Most probably Senate up تحتي Democratic يعني Chuck Schumer حلف نيرو majority leaders, but no more now. We got Senate Republican 49 مالت well yeah عسرت حدا Democratic أتيهم تلكمني maybe حدا دخايس إنه زياتهم حدا وكلته حدا ترخيبهم that's it for sure Trump قامت على done. So this is the scary one. أب Senate متيمالو House متيمالو حوات. This is I don't know why. مجمرة جزء بزعبة life نايزي أمس الله مجمرة جزء كأسلس يمعوت الله. سلازي I have to stop the YouTube, right? Tell me that, Alison. I have to stop YouTube right now. I have to stop YouTube. 40 to 50. نقص خبي إذا متوصل. نقص فاكس نيوز لخاطر إذا لها. نقص فاكس نيوز يري إلا مثلا نياك. I have to stop YouTube. لو مهجي متى هجي كلهم سلستي أمن دحرب Republican حزمهم. Americans are ending up electing this is okay. Yeah. Okay. نقص okay. Oh, send us the source, please. Now start serial nabzi. Please, Nuguse. Yeah, stop. He's right. Stop. Yeah. Down 2024 economic of for USA. Yeah, well, yeah, I know. Got it. I agree. The main state is behind. 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 Yeah, PAMIWI like Kullan, especially. Wow, but I'm mostly focusing on the Senate still under a Democratic. So far, House Abli Lomos Lozhonet Agamai Baran. Senate and the Hera Hidat Agamai Kolona and Wala Trump Tahone Wala Kamala Harris. That's why my belief, my lady. Alright, send us what else do we have? What else do we have? And as well, Fox News they nab ta'ashum slazazin yam tagam zallo nab mostly nab Republicans slazazu. So thanking blan zallan holakum zin tsabaya zallo hanat. Even yeah, Pennsylvania look Trump is qadim zallo 51% wala tatawat and then Georgia nusumari hillo while Wisconsin nusumari hillo ab like Michigan نسمري حلا Arizona نسمري حلو زين ده نتبين ذلوا أنا North Carolina نسمري حلو Arizona yeah Arizona بزيرنا it's like it's hell of the world my friend اندحر زين كلهم تري الله يا ترامب أبزلو مري حلو أب جورجيا مري حلو أب ميشيغان تراح مري حزلا سا ميشيغان تراح سامري حزلا بر أب كله ترامب yeah Trump right. If this is state and then زين أنت بزلنا نايزين اندحر كل جرم done. All right, 23 to 170. Okay, all right, let's go with it. Let's go with it. While still كل شيء كرينا دحان تسفا كوين قرصن كما يقرنا ده تسفا قرص نايمن كنوسد
for a portion of the night, he was doing, I think, what many people sort of imagine candidates do on election night,
Look
meeting
this.
with advisors,
I
watching the returns come in, checking the numbers. At some point this evening, according to multiple sources who are there and have laid eyes on him, he has transitioned into essentially party mode already, down in the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, shaking hands, thanking supporters, participating in the celebration that has begun among his closest supporters.
Like at Mar-a-Lago, up to now to Bota, Wake Beach, whatever it is, he's enjoying it, Trump. مخنياتو shaking hands, like enjoy go already تعاوتنا بلو. That's all. Okay. All right. مخنياتو, look this. Georgia is leading, North Carolina is leading. No word to say, my friend. Come on.
Money when so much of them remain to be counted. He has refused to take an early declaration of victory off the table, and it's our understanding now that conversations are underway for him to make some kind of address here tonight, regardless of where we are on the path to 270 votes.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. And we're joined now by podcast host John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. I believe we have them right now. Oh, not yet. We're going to go to... if they're coming up.
We're going to go to Peter Alexander.
Peter Alexander, for get the view from the Harris headquarters. It sounds like Donald Trump is talking about coming out and saying something. What are you hearing from the Harris campaign?
That's 3,000 votes, less than that.
Yeah, well, I always defer to the Pod Save America guys. If they want to go, you'll let me know when they're ready. But we are waiting to hear, of course, from Kamala Harris at some point over the course of this evening. No indication when that would happen. Some early indications that might happen in the course of this hour. No confirmation on that at this time. We'll keep you posted as we know. I will tell you, though, in the course of the last 15 minutes, NBC News did obtain a memo that was sent out by the chair of the Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the woman who orchestrated Joe Biden's victory in 2020. This was sent to staff, and it gives you a sense of where they are heading into this evening. They expect nothing will be determined until late into the night, and certainly they say they're going to be at this again tomorrow. But as she notes in this memo again, she says that they have always said that the clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And here's what she says specifically about Pennsylvania. She says that we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County, one of those key collar counties, those key suburbs of Philadelphia. She says we don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with non-white and student populations. One thing they're keeping a close eye on right now. About Michigan particularly, they say the city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong turnout from early vote and election day voting in other parts of the state. And finally, in Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall, that they do not expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway perhaps from this memo is the sense that as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leaning heavily into the blue wall, which started and may be ending as their best path to victory here. In spite of some numbers that show they still have some ground to make up, there's still a lot of data out there. And that's where, at least according to her memo, which effectively said goodbye to the staff for the night, said we'll do it again late into the night and start again strong in the morning. That's where they are as this night heads toward midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go to the hosts of Pod Save America, Democrats John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris campaign is saying, but the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly, and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that seems right. And when you look at the numbers, it's very clear that Trump is overperforming in rural counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties. And what is going to maybe the deciding factor here is primarily going to be what is the turnout and the vote margins coming out of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And if they are what we think they are, then she has a very clear, albeit narrow, but clear path to be the next president of the United States.
John, let me ask you about what we've been observing. Young voters, particularly male voters, who seem to be breaking for Trump and him, in fact, winning the youth vote, according to our exit polls. Does that surprise you? What's your take on that dynamic?
That would be surprising. I think that's another reason to drink. But I do think that I think
drinking
it's
alone,
pretty
John.
early. I think that's fine. That's fine. I think it's pretty early to be drawing conclusions based on the exits and trying to figure out what happened with specific demographics. I think where we're at is this was always going to be close. It is close right now. I think there was some hope based on vibes that perhaps this wouldn't be as close based on some late polling and some late momentum and a terrible event at Madison Square Garden. Could we hope that maybe this night wouldn't be as long? And the answer is no. The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately come down to Pennsylvania? I mean, that certainly has been what's been telegraphed for all of these months.
Republican.
I mean, it's the essential state because if Georgia and North Carolina, she does not win, and there's still a lot of outstanding vote in Georgia. It's once again a narrow path. But if those do not end up in her column, there is no math without Pennsylvania. You can replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania. And so it will come down to Pennsylvania.
All right, Dan Pfeiffer, John Levitt, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
And we have another call to make. I believe we're going to get a Washington State of just to bear with me for a second because we have another projection we're going to put up here on the screen.
What is this?
And this is the state of Connecticut. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in Connecticut when all the votes are counted. 7 electoral votes. There is the breakdown right now, about a 10-point difference between the two of them. And here's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald Trump standing at 214. Harris now with 172 electoral votes. We'll get back to our conversation. Sarah, let me turn to you. You've heard a little bit about this memo now with this campaign memo. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's a campaign doing what it can to try to keep hope alive. Look, I don't see any good news for Democrats in these results. Donald Trump is running about a point or a point and a half ahead of where he was in 2020. And in these counties, in these blue wall counties that 75% of the vote is in, and Kamala Harris is running behind in these urban areas by 1 or 2 points compared to where President Biden performed. You look at that coupled with Donald Trump's overperformance with Hispanic voters, with young voters. I don't think they have a lot to hang their hat on. It's not over. There's votes to be counted. We should point out that these blue wall states tend to be red mirage. They go red and then they tend to go the race narrows as these big urban areas come in later. But when you just look at the underperformance of Kamala Harris and the overperformance of Trump, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for her to catch him.
Yeah, the Harris team is saying they believe they overperformed in Philadelphia. Does that give you pause?
I don't see where they're saying that. Now they're looking, I'm sure, at precinct analysis, and we're looking at a county total. So we should give that caveat. But, you know, Joe Biden got 80% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 80%. I think the last I looked was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as it is.
All right, Sarah and Mike, thanks to both of you. Tom Yamas has more from the big board on Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, but I also want to give us just sort of a vibe check of where we are. It is still very early in the night, right? And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House. Even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there in the Peach State. Still too close to call for NBC News right now. 91% of the vote is in, but let's talk about where the vote remains. Look at, okay, the giant circles, remember those giant bubbles? That's the vote that still is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number, or we can estimate the exact number. We think it's going to be about 487,000 votes. There's still almost 500,000 votes out in Georgia, still up for grabs here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we move further south. Look, she's almost exactly where Biden was all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020. Tonight he's at 69%. And they've almost got all the vote counted there. I want to move down, though, because there is something interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia. I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina earlier and how she was underperforming there. Remember, this was Biden's number. This is her number tonight. Watch as we go around here, okay? These are counties where it's a majority African-American, 52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia. So guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I want to go to Chuck because, Chuck, we were talking about Donald Trump getting new voters, people that didn't vote in 2020, and those voters breaking for him. And you're seeing some pretty astounding numbers.
Well, you are. You know, it's interesting. Well, first of all, look, Georgia is going to shrink. You got about all of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2-1. That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And where the vote is outstanding, you think there's a shot?
I think we will be. I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're them, you can't totally write it off. There's a path there. But our pollsters did some noted some comparisons to 2020. Just simply Trump margins. These are not in the battleground states, but it gives you a hint of the possibility Donald Trump could actually win the popular vote if he wins the Electoral College tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, he only won Texas by a little over 5 points in 2020. He's won it by 14 points tonight. In Iowa, it was 8 points. It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. Now, let me give you some blue states. Virginia, it was a 10-point Biden victory. It looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15 points Biden. Right now, it's 5 for Harris. Illinois, another state, is little under 10. It was at 17 points for Biden. So Trump has improved his standing in a lot of blue states. We'd seen that in our own polling, but it is why this time we are unlikely to have a split between the popular vote and electoral. Whoever wins the Electoral College is probably going to win the popular vote.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. I mean, we're not picking about a point or two here. You're talking with Texas
5 points,
5,
10
6,
points,
7, 8. I mean, that's
this is the Hispanic shift in the Southeast. It's clear. Florida and Texas, that's the massive Latino shift that we've seen tonight in those 2 states. But it may be spots of it everywhere.
So I'm getting reaction in from Democratic lawmakers, from Democratic operatives. Some are still saying, look, we could still win this thing. We can hold on to the blue wall. And that's absolutely accurate because we're still tracking the vote. But one Democratic lawmaker, sort of to the point that Chuck is making, saying, if this race does not go Kamala Harris's way, this is a moment of reckoning for the Democratic Party. This person saying there needs to be a hard look at what went wrong and potentially really a real passing of the baton when it comes to leadership. And of course, the attention will turn to President Biden. And when he stepped aside, 72% in our exit polls saying the country was headed in the wrong direction. That's the backdrop to all of this. President Biden and this immense dissatisfaction with the direction that the country's headed.
It could be the Democratic Party was allowed itself to just organize itself being an anti-Trump party. And in some ways, so focused on creating an anti-Trump coalition, they stopped being a political party, right? To come up with a basic agenda and again, right now, I get what that lawmaker is telling you, because if you look at the last, right, the whole Biden wasn't a pick of the future. It was a whatever you can do for Trump.
All right, we're gonna pause for a moment to welcome back some of our stations on the East Coast. It is just past 11:30 here in the East. Welcome back to those viewers rejoining us on this exciting night. I'm Lester Holt.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie. Glad you're along with us. This is NBC's election night coverage, and we've started to fill in that map, but those all-important 7 battlegrounds still in gray. We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections, all leading up to this road to 270, which is the magic number needed to win the White House. So let's go through some of the boards here. This is Pennsylvania at this hour. 79% of the vote in, too close to call. We've talked a lot about the different counties and whether there's enough for Kamala Harris to make up where she's lost in some of the rural areas. Let's go to Michigan, too close to call there as well, but a lot more votes to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there. About 2/3 of the vote or so, too close to call. In Georgia, we're getting close to a close there, but they do count their votes fast there, and it's 91% in, but we will see what happens. Too close to call. North Carolina, too early to call. We will wait and see what happens there, but again, starting to see 88% of the vote coming in there. Let's go out west. Arizona, too early to call. Polls closed about 2.5 hours ago there. What looks like we have a projected winner. This just came in right now. Okay, North Carolina, Donald Trump is the projected winner. You see the margin there, 136,000. So Donald Trump improved on his margin by back of the envelope math, 50,000 votes there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had hoped that if North Carolina could be clawed back into the blue column, perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west, a Sunbelt path. It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now, 172 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the lead right now.
Let's go to Tom right now. And what?
Okay, another call. North Carolina call جرام. إذا خلينا نقول لنا جن حوات كل شيء still not ready yet. مالت زودا economy. Yeah, well, this is another point. By the way, I like this. Senator Democratic is 41. مسيوم Senator ko. Come on, get it more. 41 بأربعة حدن بأربعة تسعة. السنة زي قرب كده جمامو قال أنا برتم سهلنا. So Democratic House كام 220 شدشن ب270 حدن إزاء لك رعيوة President خا كل 230 ب285. So منيا كل جيران نزل الحجو دارجا إزي أحواس project رعيوة نورث كارولاينا. Yeah, that's got it. كل 3.6 مليون كندي سبات مريض 89% in كوينلو. So 10% is good لما عليتي. So 10% yeah واحد يخون زغل سنات بدارجا نورث كارولاينا وخيد عمالتيو. So Georgia still لنا 9 in كوينو حوات. زي أنا نتبذلنا Georgia عند حر ترامب وسيروا 9 in كوين لو. So electoral vote وسيروا له مالي 2.5 2.4 3 لهم. Okay, Pennsylvania 2.8 2.6. Wow, أبدون بقى في حالي فلو 8 in كوين له. So زي أننا نتبذلنا هجي Georgia, Pennsylvania, and then like Wisconsin is okay. مالت ولا أنت خانت 10 voting زلوا. ميشيغان او ماي جاد ولا ميشيغان حليفوا مثلا هجس ابيد على دا انت طفي اب كله اوكي هبار اريزونا ولا اريزونا حليفوا انت ابيد لا دا okay anyway غير خلي الحين North Carolina is called or projected winner is already called هلكم projected مالتي with Trump okay Pennsylvania 51 and 47 Trump Georgia heading like gonna call a lot it's close to call مالتي ترى لهم زي projected مسألة he's heading السي مرة حلو كله اب اريزونا ها 51% ان كون له هيز السامر حلو كلاودي all right okay no worry welcome guys let's it's aga my corner all right okay somebody right قالت رخمنا ان انت اصلي حول قالت رخمنا لا اوكي نغير بول انا دحان عن كنت بينا تا فيكتور مو اي عطوانيه اي عطوانيه okay
does become challenging. I think part of the purpose of an email like that is also to buck up the troops inside the team who's been working so hard for months. That's part of it, and also to send that note to supporters. But yes, it becomes as the path becomes narrower, there's no more margin for error. Or no more margin for something going a different way than you hoped it would. And right now, what the Harris team is doing, which happens on every presidential campaign, as you know as well, is sitting in what you call the boiler room, which is kind of an intense word to use, but that's what it's called. And they're looking at their vote goals in these counties and how the outcome aligns. And you look at everything from did they get what they needed in the big cities in Philly? There are some cities that haven't fully come in, so they're waiting for those. But also what the margins are for Trump, which are higher, as you've been reporting, and we've been talking about over on MSNBC, in some of the rural counties, meaning he's getting more votes there that they need to make up for in the cities. So it's a numbers game in each of these states.
But even in reliably blue states, we're seeing narrowing margins. We just saw it in Virginia. We called it. Kamala Harris won it, but I believe by a smaller margin than she did, or that the Democrats did 4 years ago. I want to show Minnesota right now, which we are calling too close to call. And this is a reliably blue state. Let me show you what the numbers look like, the breakdown. Half of the vote in, it's called too close to call. Again, when you see that wide margin, you were thinking, what are you guys talking about? It's because our decision desk is crunching the numbers. They know where those votes have come from, whether they're reliably Trump districts or reliably a Kamala Harris or a Democratic area of the state. And on that basis, they're saying too close to call. Does that surprise you?
Minnesota is a close state. It often is a close state. It's one certainly that the Harris team would love to have been in their win column earlier. But again, I think for them, what becomes harder and harder is as you get more vote total in, and the path becomes narrower and narrower and narrower, and that's a bit where they are
By
at
the way,
this moment.
the sitting governor Tim Walz on the ticket, Minnesota's governor Tim
And
Walz.
a pretty popular governor in Minnesota. And there's a lot of things that bend the mind a little bit if you're the Harris team, including that. I don't know that they're overly worried about Minnesota, but certainly, yes, would have liked to have that and Virginia in their win column earlier.
I've heard a lot from people on the left who have asked over the last several weeks, how can this be a tie? What's your answer?
I would have asked the same question. I mean, I think
Under the same scenario.
because right, obviously with the economy, with the 2/3 of the American people who think the country's on the wrong track on the immigration, like all of the issues and kind of general polling would suggest that this would be a runaway for the Republican or for the non-party in power. The fact that it's not, I think there's obviously a lot of.
Do you think if any other Republican were on the ticket, you'd have much greater margins in terms of a Republican victory?
That's difficult to answer because Donald Trump brings out such a passionate base where you might have a problem getting that overperformance in rural areas because he is so animating, especially on the right. Now, he's equally animating on the left, which turns out that opposition.
Or you might get suburban women on the side of a different kind of Republican.
Jen, has the conversation begun yet about Joe Biden and about the decision to ask him to step aside?
It will begin. It will begin depending on the outcome.
And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is not a Harris win, that will certainly be part of the discussion. She's run a campaign over the course of 107 days. That is not something we've seen in history, and there'll be lots of questions about exactly that, the timing and the impact of that.
Well, Chuck was bringing up the history. I mean, in terms of vice presidents trying to win the presidency with a unpopular president, he said it's bordering on politically impossible.
And this gets back to something that we talked about. The favorability rating for President Biden is low. And you look at some of these numbers on how people feel about the country right now, and about 3 in 4 Americans in the exit polling say they feel angry or dissatisfied. And that is something that may end up being critical in this race as well.
And one of the things that I think is so notable heading into tonight, I think one of the big questions, would the economy be the top issue, as Mark is talking about, or would reproductive rights, given that abortion is on the ballot in 10 different states, would that be the biggest energizing factor tonight? What we are seeing is that right now it seems like the economy and immigration continue to be the most motivating factors for people.
And I'm almost interested to see, though, because we did see, especially using Florida as the example, it was not close in Florida, whether at the presidential level or with the Senate. But at the same time, they're sending Rick Scott and Donald Trump. Obviously, they barely defeated a constitutional amendment on abortion. So they almost, like we do, they split ticket voting with Senate in Congress and president. They kind of split their ticket going, no, I don't like this, but I do like them.
And that's not something that is captured necessarily, because polling doesn't function this way in polling about abortion rights, right? That there are people who could vote for Trump and also vote for protecting abortion rights. Arizona is another interesting state to watch on that front, as you know, Arizona native, because I talked to Senator, or maybe we'll see, Congressman Gallego the other night, and there are people who could be Gallego, Trump, abortion rights voters, which bends the mind a little bit, but that's where maybe we don't entirely understand how the electorate comes down on these issues.
Well,
It
maybe
feels
people
conflicting, but maybe it's not for them.
Neatly categorized as political journalists would like to believe.
Yes, that's true.
Well, we're just moments away from midnight here on the East Coast. What are you guys doing tomorrow? I'll tell you what you're doing.
Right
The
here.
battleground states, they have not been called yet. Stay with us. We will be right back after a quick break.
I'm Steve Urash. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm a Colorado Center Party candidate for state representative in Fort Collins. Public service is important to me, and I've served on the Larimer County Board of Health and the Fort Collins Electric Board. The cost of living, property taxes, and insurance have skyrocketed, but the legislature responded by trying to fool us with Proposition HH to take away our Tabor refunds. Housing costs are breaking our budgets, and all they do is make it worse, taking away local control and our voice regarding growth, housing density, and land use policy, which greatly impacts our quality of life. I want to restore balance to our legislature, protect us from the extreme elements in both major parties, and give a voice to the moderate majority. Vote for Steve Urash, Colorado Center Party candidate for state representative in
Show me this.
Thank you.
Okay, we already got through. still نتن عبيتي إن نصب زلنا حوات ماجيك رأنخلنا حوات we can see this magic دحر زياتنا دحر تغيرا we might see that بدخل كل رأنخلنا okay let me what is my alright okay زازريكم source not happy كتري واخم مالتي okay يسمع عند حرالية صبو حدا تلكم صبو تيا يسمع له. So many president نقول according the New York Times مالتي recently he just was a source president likely Trump 91% chance of victory. Look this. It's arrow likely. Who's gonna win? Likely 91% Trump's gonna win. Yeah. بقى. So it's in electoral vote 250 320 كما تخيل popular vote كا like plus Trump 1-0 مالتي. So very much he is I know he's leading. So according this New York Times بقى تصوري زخنا سورسي 11:46 p.m. قدمي 4 ذوصوهم likely he's the winner. So finance بزلنا ودحاو بيدا likely he's the winner. So I'm not lying. زي أتم كحجزي كحسوا يقولون يوم عينا ويردعنا أيه. So yeah كل نريد أن إحنا like estimates قبرو. How about do they have them for Senate or not? Yeah, Trump is going to be about 301. Kamala Harris is going to be about 237. Okay, 91% is going to be a winner. All right. Yeah, he is a winner. How about forecast for Senate? Senate, let's see. Let's figure out. Yeah, they hit it. Senate already. Republican 50 አቴማሎ. I just flipped 2 seats. My goodness. ክልተ seat already ተቀይሩ ማለት ካብ ዲሞክራቲክ ናብ ሪፐብሊካን አሬም like 50 መጽሎ. This is true. እዚ ጠቅላላ ዘይሕሱ ማለት እዩ. New York Times 50. So yeah, US Senate election results 50 already ንሳቶም በጽሕሞሎ 38 seat not up for election yet. So 50 ንሳቶም በጽሕሞሎ ክልተ seat እንድሕር flip ገሩሲ already one more كوسخه ማለት 50-50 ነይሮም. So one more كوسخه 51 Republican it doesn't matter حوات እዚኣ 50 ምብፅሖም እዚኣቶም that's good enough. ምክንያቱ ትራምፕ እንድሕር ከም ዝረኣናዮ እንድሕር ክዕወት ኮይኑ 91% already Senate ውናቶም 50 እንድሕር በፅሖም 100 እዮም ዘለዎ ብሴተን ኣብ Senate sorry 100 እንድሕር ኮይኖም 50-50 እዮም. So already ተዓዊቶም እዮም በቃ Republican ተዓዊቶም እዮም. According the New York Times Republican is winning ማለት እዩ. All right. There you go. This is what good news does better. No, bad news for the economy. All right, let's go to house. What do we have house? Well, still okay. 168. Come on. I have already. يخف لكم من دي على أبو. ما عاد كنزب كأزو خف لهم زيادهم. So all right. 298 and then كلتهم 220 حدا Republican قال 11:53 updates زخوني like right now. So mostly okay كري أنا خلنا زي هابات زي أنت حيزم ماخي democratic good no matter what good. سلسلة أنت حيزم ماكن I will have some videos tomorrow بزعبا stock market what it looks like. Stock market ناي حقوس لي نزبل كده مهج سريحاني I'll figure out. I don't think so. It's not gonna be happy about it. So democratic شو عادة and a Republican سلسلة 24 left and 36 left. Yeah. ولا أد تجرنا 36 left and 24 left. كلهم أد ندحر جرنا محوات ناب house راي. 30 شدشن left ندحر كوينو. Oh wow شو عادة okay 30 شدشن أد جبرنا بزيا. 30 شدشن أد ندحر جرنا still it's not gonna make it. 24 أد تجرنا it's not gonna make it. Okay. Most probably according yeah New York Times yeah they are yeah Kamala Harris is 200 but hala and then 230 but still it doesn't matter ولا 200 تبصح العمر it's not like PN هلكم Pennsylvania almost 83 in كوينو له نص يمرح له almost 3 مليون نصها أكلتنا شوعات مالتي so 3 almost 2.9 and 2.8 كلتهم يتشحفل لي له اوكي هابات من ميشيغان كبابي 4-5 سنه مرح له دونالد ترامب حدنت بخلتن الصحه حدنت بحده ابزين دحر تعويتا ياس لمت زي عند حرنا فيبرنا تغيراتا ميشيغان نبات ندحر ويسكنسن نبات ندحر تغيراتا زين سلسي ان ندحر قيراتن most probably كتعوت خل كنبلا نغيلنا مهنياتو اريزونا خا انا انت حير تغير مالتي زي فور شور ناتايب 5 electric vote ኣለዋ so እዚ ነቫዳውን ናታይ ፀገም ኣይኮነን እዚአን ድሕር ፌቨር ናበን ቀይራታ most probably ናይ ምዕዋት ዕድል ኣለዋ ናይ ምዕዋት ዕድል ኣለዋ even though likely Trump is 89 chance victory like down ከይናላ 91 ነራ ራይዋ down ከይናላ ማለት እዩ so still ናይ ምዕዋት ዕድል ክህልዋ ማለት እዩ okay سمع عند حركة نتصبق نزي أخن كنقد فاينا who's good for economy don't answer now come on برجر نحمد I'm not gonna answer now we don't like this أحوال I know Trump is good for the economy but Trump good economy مالت هجي نريو زلنا سلستيو ناي Congress sectors مني عن تبصح في نبري اندحر كونغرس يكون بريزيدنت يكون كل اندحر بصحفتات نساتهم اندحر حيزمو no it's not good economy I remember I'll find out that صباح رح نكتب تاعتها فيديو وي صباح وي دحر صباح no ولا ايكونومون صباح ايكونومي مخنياتو نعم زد ليهم كحلف يا ريبابليكان زد ليهم كحلف يا alright مجمريا corporation rate cut كمسيب okay let me go with this هبدأت نشتغل جوركم مالك ترامب يكون نعي هذا زاربان زلوا حوات أنت كل سيت بحدا بارتي كابر مقبارو I don't like that مهنيات economically بتعني صباح يكونتين I'm not good for freedom yeah not good for freedom yeah oh no okay sorry نعم okay Trump so Trump مسمت أبيت حفظ illegal alliance مالت Rodis wage for everyone نتهم illegal سرحو سبات دموزم كوغدو ليبل الله حادي 1 point حزني mass deportation بزح زخونة deport الرزاق قبري مسأتو نتهم illegal ورق زي بلهم زلو أبزي دموزم كود القبري ليبل الله تسخفلو حادي kind of confused right إيجاج أول لوبتيون then mass deportation بزح عين deportation كدالي قبل الله detention campus نا إسربيت كامبي كدالي قبل الله كم زاناي مالتا قبل اليوم مالتا تأثيرنا خلنا ذكر okay expansion of the border walls border wall نا مكسيكو ها بتعني أخسر حلهم هانو for sure cut unnecessary regulation this is مستسلع حقتات زلو سئل كالو أبناي زونين أبناي سيتي ستيت قال ملا بزح حلو special مزناي بعال green energy تأثر مزناي oil تأثر إذا كله نعز هنا regulation حقتها على نتي especially ناي جزان خسر شجرات على نسو كات قبري I like that that's what I love I love that point مالتي and then سمع لهم مش حق okay no جنا كله زي كونني زي almost okay ساعات يقولون كله مالت كلن إنك قبر على number كالك Rodis mortgage rate by slashing inflation okay slash inflation Rodis mortgage rate ka very important netbi I like that net بزيا inflation كباب 7% على أنت تجاجي هجي 7% زلوا down كجبرة okay inflation down مقبار مالت حوات easy money مسألة easy money مسألة مالت economic growth خوني oil بعلنا هم في حرب أمريكا easy money مسألة easy money مقبار economic growth متي GDP almost 8% increase خونا له إذا زلوا أبسعتي so فللي كمتي كفتري okay تهابتم okay إسران حدا نزخوف لزلو كوربريشن بيلس ويكا تاكسي ناب 15 خوري اتهابتام كهبتمي اتدخا كدكي جنزب مسرخبه لايك ريل استيت بل كال بل هاي كبصحيو احوات اي صبوي انا زر انفليشن فطر يخلي ولا انفليشن كو زي كونه انا زر جاك فطر يا بيسي زر بعد عمت جاك فطري كم زي هجي غزا حسرني غزا خنغزينا غزا نو اندحر ولد كوغد لا يخوين هجي is going to be like maybe كل عام 3 عامات ولا تقريلو كلهم investors وول ستريت ما تمكو زوي مالي مخنياتو حدا نمنتاي تاكس تقممالو كلا نجر اب تاكسي كواليفيكيشن تاكس بحالالو انا بعلي بيرسونال سيف تقبرولو له تاكسي اقول له تقمي I saved a lot of money انا مالت كم ترام كاب ترام نسو اكس لايك كنا وحيجي قال very federal land housing construction ناي فدرال زلو بوتاتات كا نغزاو تخسر حبل اوكي يا صبو I like it استاذ بوديا من like نزخلو oil and gas بوست قبره okay no federal taxes نتيبس توصلت لهم هل renewal job cut that is me personal تسألوني أبزي مالتي So yeah, corporation ከም ወይ ዝበልና social security or like ኩሎም እዚኦም ታክስ ዝኸፍሉ ኣይክኸፍሉን እዮም well it's good ማለት economically is good Trump all right ካልእ ኣብ ተራፍ ማለት ተራፍ ቀረጽ ነዘን ካብ ናይ ደገ ዝመጽእ ሰደዳት ማለት ይሕዋት almost 10% on all imports from all countries 10 an addition to ዘሎሲ 10% okay then additional tariff on ናይ በዓል China ከዓ ክመጽእ ማለት እዩ so this could be 60% China ዋጋም 80% ገብረላ ኸሊ who knows so we don't totally we don't like this what ሰለስቲ ብሓደ ክትሓዝ not really good not about Trump አይኮን ክዛረብ ዘሎ already Trump ዝብሎ ፀና ሕጂ ኩሉ ሕልፈይ ማለት Elon Musk is going to happy Tesla is going to happy by the way opportunity ናይ ተስላ እንድሕር ተረኺቡ ዕድል ረኺብኩም not personal finance ሕዋት ኢላ እንድሕር Trump መጽእ it's a good time now robotax is going to be right away robotax ሕጂ ክትመጽያ ማለት እዩ up 2025 ክትመጽያ ረቨን ክጅምራን ተስላ to the moon that's why Tesla Elon Musk ክሳብ 7 ትሪሊዮን ዝብላ ዘሎ it will now that's why Elon ክንዚ ኾን ገንዘብ ዘጥፍእ ዘሎ ማለት he knew that autonomous so not personal finance okay all right let's go what's the غادي حسكي انا حسكي انت انا حسكي قال قد خمس على yeah 2-4 it's not a big nugget 2-4 is not really yeah 2-4 this is like you know New York time you know this is 2-4 is not like a big things كل شيء انت اخم تريوا مثلكم ازي انا بعلا بالطعمي اقداسيا زي انا likely victory بقى 89% كعوت نسو يزبلنا زلو 89% دحر كعوت كاين نسو كله بقى Senate already the win like 50 already they hit that نسو دحر تعويت they got it already boom كلتا فليب سيت ገረም አሉ ናይ ዲሞክራቲክ ነበረ ክልተ ሲት already በሪፐብሊካን ተሓዲግ ሎ ማለት እዩ all right house ያ ከመጽ ይሕዋት ናብቲ ላይፍ አይ ነው 128 I hope this number እዚኣ እንድሕር ሃሪማትና ማለት ንማርኬት ኣነ ዛረብ ዘለኹ not only ንዝኾነ ፖሊሲ not only ማርኬት ንዝኾነ ፖሊሲ ሓደ ክሕዝ የብሉን ሓደ ፓርቲ simple word ሕጂ ኣብ ውድድር ኢና ነርና ኣብ ባእሲ ዝኩሉ 4 ዓመት ናተይ ናትካ እዩ ነይሩ ሕዋት ናተይ ናትካ እዩ ነይሩ ብጣዕሚ ዓብይ ፍልልይ ነይሩ I know ኣብ ያ በዓል ቻክ ሹመር ይኹኑ ሚሽን ይኹኑ ኩላቶም እዚኣቶም ኣብ ሃውስ ይኹኑ ኣብ ሴኔት ይኹኑ ብጣዕሚ ሕማቕ እዩ so this is really not good for democracy let me tell you this ሕጂ እንድሕር ሒዞማ እዚኦም እንድሕር ከይዶም ቆጠባ ሃይ ክኸውን ኣሜሪካ ኣብ ዝመጽእ another 4 years to Venice እቲ vice president ዘሎ ንሱ ክኸውን ምክንያቱ already ንስኹም ብኢንፍሌሽን ኣብ ልዕኩም ናኹም alright democratic ብኢንፍሌሽን እዚ ኩሉ ዝመጽእ like ካብ ዝሓለፈ ይመጽእ እኮ ኢንፍሌሽን ብሰንኪ ኮቪድ ይመጽእ ንስኹም already ብኢንፍሌሽን ኣብ ልዕኩም ናይ ሓደ ኩነታት ጂኦፖለቲክስ ንገንዘብ ናብ ዝትሕግዙኹም ከምዚ ኢሎም እንድሕር ትራምፕ ሕጂ መጽኡ ኢንፍሌሽን ጎዲሉ ዕድል ገይሩ ራይዎ ሬት ክቆርጽ ኣብ ምቁራጽና ዘለና ጽባሕ ድሕር ጽባሕ ሬት ኣለና ምቁራጽ ኣብ ምቁራጽና ዘለና ነገራት እንድሕር ሕሲርዎ ገንዘብ ኢኮኖሚ እንድሕር ቦስ ገይሩ we are down our economy is really down so another 4 years almost 8 years ካብ now I don't think so democratic ዝረኽቧ I'm not sure ምክንያቱ እቲ vice president ንባዕሉ እውን ኣዝዩ ኣያል ዝኾነ መንእሰይ he's very smart look ሃይለ I hate democrat not ብዛዕባ ይኮነን ሃይለ ወቅት ፈቱ ትኽእል ክጸልእ ትኽእል እሱ ፀገም ኣይኮን ናትካ ኦፒኒየን እዩ ብሓደ ክትግዛእ የብልካን ኣሕዋት እዚኣ ክትሕዝቡ ኣይደልየ ፍፅም እዚ ፅቡቅ ኣይኮነን ንቁጠባና ፅቡቅ ኣይኮነን ንኩሉ ፖሊሲ ሓደ like ሓደ ክፋል ሓደ ፓርቲ ኩላ ክሕዛ ፅቡቅ ኣይኮነን that's our plan all right Alison is happy send me private I'll send you a gift but you will send me a gift my friend yeah let's go back up there انا عاطر حصاب ዘለኹም በር I'm not really ታሽም ይኮነን ትራምፕ መጽኡ ገለ ይኮነን እቲ እንድሕር ኩሉ ብሙሉ ሪፐብሊካን ከምዛ ዝረኸማ ኮይኑ yeah እንድሕር ኢራን ገለ ኢላ ትራምፕ is going to be like hey why فتحت تبل nuclear كسديا تيلو everybody approve it simple word let's go there
Central Bucks, Upper Bucks, and it looks different in some
You
of
have
those areas.
Starbucks?
You also have
Sorry,
plenty of
it's
Starbucks.
Oh,
It's
Wisconsin,
I
Mr.
love it.
Johnson.
Get the M&Ms ready too.
Yes.
But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here. And I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better. And we're starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress. So it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching. And I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks
Yes.
County over the course of many years in politics. You know, looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. And, you know, Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone. For
Well, in the
Democrats.
case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since. So that's, I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years. But with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack Obama, there was this famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign, right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or what their other plan is. And that's a different
I disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on
All
that.
right, it's
I do
okay.
think
Level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record primarily prior to COVID and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign prior to the pandemic, I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and looked around, said, I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything. But I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign without being the incumbent.
With the benefit of 4 years, and people do
that's
it.
right.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about
No,
this.
I will.
But it's a bit of a revisionist. It is a revisionist. So to me, that still is a messaging cultural thing and not actually a policy debate.
Okay,
that's
I'll give you
what I
that
would
part of it.
lightly
Yeah.
dispute.
All right. Well, Garrett Haake is at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. How's it going there, Garrett?
Lester, there's sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers from a crowd that has been filing in here, drinking beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say, anecdotally, it is a younger crowd. It is a younger crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican events that I've covered. And I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote.
Yeah, I think so. Trump voters ንትራምፕ ዝመረፁ ንህለኩም ኣብቲ ማሌግራፍ ናቱ ብች ዘለዉ ሰባት እዮም ቢራን ገለን ይገዝኡ ኣለዉ ሰለብሬት ክገብርዎ ብለና ኣሎ ከን ዊ ኦፐን ቢራ እንታይ ዳ ከምኣ ዳ ክንገብር ምስኦም መስለካ ኣብለ ኣለሰን ከን ዊ ኦፐን ቢራ so yeah like very much ናብኦም ይኸድ ዘሎ ተስላ ሰሊሓ ወይ ተስላ is going to be lucky በቃ ተስላ is lucky I hope ማለት opportunity ናይ ምግዛእ ክመፅእ ይኽእል እዩ ሕዋት ተስላ ክመፅእ ትኽእል እያ so the most important ተስላ regulation ይሉዝ ክገብር እቲ ሕጊ እቲ robotaxi like autonomous እንድሕር ዘይተኣምኑ ኮንኩም ኣብ ተስላ ብዘይ ሰብ ትዝወር like invest ትግበሩ ሕጂ ግን ንሱ ክመፅእ ትራምፕ መፅእ ኣሎ so Tesla is going to be the sky no matter what I have invest like well good invest ኣለኒ with Tesla so I'm gonna keep ኣድየ ክገብር ማለት እዩ ኣነ so Tesla is good ግን ኩሉ ሻዕ let's see what happen market ኩሉ ሻዕ ክነግሮ ይሕዋት not personal finance welcome corp ሕዋት I know እዞም ናይ welcome corp ብዙሕ ኣለና so እዚ ቁሩብ ክንፅበዮ ኢና how digest ይገብር ኣብቲ ማርኬትና ከመይ ክመፅእ ይኽእል ቁሩብ ኣሸጋሪ ንምንታይ ኣሸጋሪ ዘለኹ እዚ like ምምሕዳር ትራምፕ እንታይ እዮም ገብርዎ እንድሕር መፅኦም so ናይ ብሓቂ ድም ነዚ ክዕወትሉ ዘለዎም ድዮም ክቅፅል ምዃኑ እምነት ኣለኒ ግን እንታይ እዩ ዘሎ ግን ዝብል ሕቶ ናምበር ከጉድሉ ይኽእሉ እዮም ግዜ ክወስድ ይኽእል እዩ ቁሩብ ነገር ምጥዕንቅፍፋት ክረክብ ይኽእል እዩ ድሓን ኣብኡ ቁሩብ ክመፅእ እየ ድሓን እንታይ መስል እንታይ ሕጊ ቀይሮም ገለመለ ኣብደይት ክገብር ኣይገድፋን እየ ኣሕዋት ንሳ ፀገም ኣይኮነን ክሳብ መወዳእታት ክንመፅእ ኢና እቶም ዝኣተኹም ፅቡዕ ዕድል ገርኩም እቶም ኢንተርቪው ዝገበርኩም ሰባት ተሊኹም ናይ ኢሚግሬሽን ካልእ ግን ተስፋ ይትቁረፁ ንስኻትኩም ምናልባት ኢንተርቪው ዘይገበርኩም ካልእ ተልዩ ፋይል ተገበረኩም could be okay ፋይል ተገበረኩም ካልእ ተልዩ ቁሩብ እሱ ክንሪኦ ኢና ኣብ መፃኢ ድሓን welcome corp እንታይ ከምፅኦም ምሕዳር እዚኣቶም መፅኦም ክንሪኦ ኢና so Tesla is good luck ንተስላ investors ንተስላ ማለት እዩ ኩሉ ሻዕ ሓበሻ ኤዱኬሽን ትምህርቲ ንህብ ኢና ኣሕዋት ክሳብ 9 ዓይነት ፕሮግራም ኢና ትምህርቲ ንህብ so ናይ መዝገባ ክንፅውዕ ኢና we don't need business ኣብዚ ክንሰርሕ ኣይንደልን ግን so ንምህር ኢና ሓበሻ ኤዱኬሽን ብዙሓት ኣለኹም so well not really it's not going to cancel Salamite it's not going to cancel already is it cap ስማሃበኒ ካብ ካናዳ ኮፒ ዝኾነ መፅኡ so ይሰርሕ ዘሎ ክንደይ ቢልዮን ገንዘብ እዮም ሴቭ ዝገብሩ ዘሎ ትራምፕ he needs money ትራምፕ እኮ ብሕጋዊ ዝመፅእ ኣነ ተፃውኦ ይብለይን እኮ he like it ምስ በዓል ቻይና ክወዳደር እንድሕር ኮይኑ ሕዋት ምስ በዓል ቻይና ክወዳደር like billions of billion ህዝቢ ክወዳደር እንድሕር ኮይኑ ኢሚግሬሽን ከም ዘድልይዎ ንሰራሕተኛ ከም ዘድልይዎ ይፈልጥ እዚ ግደፎ ዕውር ኣይኮነን ንሱ he's a businessman እሱ እንታይ ፀልእ ተልክኒ ከምዚ ቆራሪፅካ ምምፃእ ኣይነው ናብ ምን ንህና ህዝቢ ይፀልኦ እንተልኩም ንኻ I don't want to say a public sub ዘለና እሱ ጥራሕ ይትሽግሩ ካለ ኣይኮነን እዚ ብሕጋዊ ንመፅእ ብመርዓን መፅእ ድዩ ብረፍጅ ንመፅእ ድዩ ብገለ ንመፅእ ንዑ ብዙሕ ተፀዋዕታት ኣይክገብረሉን ግን ናምበር ክውሕድ ይኽእል እዩ ንሱ ሕጂ ሓሪቆ ዘሎ ምዞም ኣብዚኦም ኣብዚ ውሽጢ ዘለዉ መዓት ልዕሊ 8 ሚልዮን ዝኾኑ ህዝቢ ዘለዉ ነዚኦም ኣብ ኣፀጋግዕ ስለ ዘብሎም ክንሪኦ ኢና እምበር ቀዳመይቲ ፕሮጀክት ናቱ ኢንፍሌሽን ኢንተረስት ምቕራፅ ማለት እዩ ኢሚግሬሽን ነታ ቦርደር ምዕፃው ብኩሉ ናይ ኢሚግሬሽን ዘሎ ማለት እዩ እዚአን ተን ቀዳመት እዩ ካልእ ኦይል ንኸፍሕር ማለት እዩ ክንሪኦ ኢና ካብ ጥሪ ዕለት 20 እዩ ናብ ኦፊስ ክኣቱ so ክንሪኦ ኢና ክንመፀ ኢና most probably I think so ተስላ ዝበልካ መሊሰልካ ይመስለኒ ሕጊ ከጉድሉ እዮም ፅቡቅ it's not good we are out of America if we are not like why we are not out ብዘይ ባና ክኸውን ኣይክእልን እሱ ግደፎ so እሱ ኣብዚ ዘለኹም ኣቲኹም ዘለኹም ገለመለ ወረቐት ይሃለወኩም ወላ ይሃለወኩም just please just let's finish if he win ሕግታት ክመፅእ እንዲ ድሓር ኣብዴት ገብረኩም ሓበሻ ኤዱኬሽን ግን ስኻትኩም ኣይትፍርሁ the only one ክፈርህ ዝኽእል ሰብ ኣብ ደገ ዘሎ ጥራሕ እዩ alright let's get what we have call okay Let's see what we have. Okay, now ያ ሶሪ ሕዋት ቃጨው እንዳበለት Let's go this one. Yep, Kamala 205. Let me see. Yeah, still it's not changed. ولا حتى غير 205 by 330 still قرب جزء توصل حجي. Senate. Oh, done the deal. All right, 51. They got it. Republicans are in favor of taking control of Senate as Democrats are on the defense in the several swing states. 2 seat swing states, the Republicans believe the chamber. All right, done the deal. Yeah. All right, Senate is almost controlled. Okay. All right. Senate is like hit it. Under. This sounds never. Okay. Holy shit. All right. Still night house. Alana meeting of Ansha Dishan. Be meeting Salasan Chatania. Senate's already done. I know many youths if you love Senate's. Yeah. One Senate's up, Alison. Yeah. No, okay. Okay. All right. Collab Alaska, Alison. All right. Senate is done. God damn it. Okay. Let's go. It's a band.
Guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the stuff you feel, your gas prices, your groceries, it doesn't feel that way. So that may also be the rationale.
That's exactly my point. I was trying to make earlier, and you just did it in a more articulate way, which is that there will be there are always leaps to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses, or if they lose. And again, we don't know yet, but and people will leap to different ones, right? The country isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for a Black woman, all of these things. But there are a lot of factors that play into the win or a loss. And I think if she loses, I'm hopeful people will look at the broad scope of where the country is, the cultural divides, the rural-urban divides.
The education divides.
The education divides. There are just a lot of factors at play in presidential races.
I'll give you something that may be positive for you going forward. Should this all end the way we were talking, that's a possibility. You still have a very young, good bench in Governor Shapiro, the governor of North Carolina, the Gretchen Whitmer, who could possibly bridge that gap,
Trump is 247, right?
as opposed to saddling them with the L.
All right,
if they would have joined the ticket with the vice president, or if they had replaced the vice president and become the nominee with 100 and some days out in a very difficult situation, I think you would have been weaker as a party for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think that if she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be millions of people in this country who voted for her who will feel like we're in the state of an emergency. And I think that is how people will respond and feel. And they will be looking for hope, a resistance, an opposition. And there are a lot of people in the Democratic bench. You mentioned some of them were in the beef steaks. We all, lived through this summer. Some of them were not, who I would expect would all be out there on everybody's shows in the coming days.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope, because of course there was so much discussion even over the summer about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
Yeah, is that right? Pre-market Tesla 358.70. Kuflom, are you sure that? No, there is. Please just double check that. What? Are you sure, Frey? No, I need that. I need that seriously. Come on, Allison, check for me. Like they are playing. I know the Flom. 285 makes sense. Yes, 285 makes sense. Or like he said, 358 quite low. All right, we need 255.44. Like please check for me. The right number. Okay, 251. No, 251 closing the Agera. I don't have that access, Annie. The only one I have is Bitcoin only. And so Bitcoin is kind of 74. Stick with it. 258. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Oh, 272.51. All right. 258, 270. Anyway, the hand Bitcoin and Tesla, and then Trump media. Yeah, 258. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, Kahase. Okay, yeah. 272. 273. Yeah, I got take some money, sell. I'll make some money tomorrow. Anyway, let's get most probably yeah, or don't give me مثلا Nicholas Gobru.
Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play, too close to call. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of Kamala Harris as we continue to watch this one unfold.
Let's zoom in on Michigan with Tom Yamas. What you got?
Hey guys, okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester, 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County. It's Detroit, not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but 68% tonight, right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here. Trump was at 53%. There's only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas we want to watch: Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held a rally last night, and or I should say, yes, on Monday. Sorry, getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washtenaw. This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden, 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is in. Biden was at 65. Harris is at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still, a lot of the vote is out, though. Look, we still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared here with Michelle Obama. It was the Harris and Michelle Obama appearance. Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other states, we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well. But again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's a lot of that vote that's out.
So interesting to see you do those university towns because
It's shocking.
Well,
Yeah.
because there was a lot of turnout and Democrats early in the day were kind of giddy about that. But I think this might be a function of what we've been seeing, which
Right.
is young men turning out for Donald Trump and maybe skewing what you normally would expect from a university town.
And something we haven't mentioned just yet, because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn that makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens? Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We want to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have those votes from Wayne County, specifically Detroit, where I am right now, as Tom was just mentioning. Here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed. So we haven't received word that that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in the evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee ballots were ready to be tabulated before Election Day. So that was what was the expectation heading into tonight. Just a short time ago, we heard from the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated. Her initial estimate before Election Day was by midday Wednesday. So today we would have an answer on the unofficial results. She says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won this state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in Battleground, Georgia, Ellison Barbers in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he'd backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022. Lester.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
All right, let's go out west. Reno, Nevada. Steve Patterson is there in Washoe County. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Democracy in action, Savannah. We're in the tabulation center. The machines are humming. The ballots are coming in from polling places all across the county, although it is now abundantly clear that the workers you see over my shoulder are going to be here for a while. That is because we just heard from an election official about 10, 15 minutes ago to say that people are still voting. It is, 2.5 hours past when polls were supposed to close. People that are still in line can still vote, and they are still voting. We're hearing that there's a polling place, a tribal community that has about 50 people still in line. It is going to take a while for those votes to get counted. In-person votes that come in today have to wait to be counted until the very last person in Nevada takes their turn to vote. So this is going to take some time. We also understand there was a University of Nevada, Reno, that took a while. There were about 50 people that still had to vote after polls closed there. That is because we're hearing same-day registrations were spiking at college campuses. College students realized, you know what, I think I am going to vote. And so they signed up to vote on the same day, clogged the system a little bit. None of this is to say that this is any indication that there's anything wrong, any indication of fraud. It just means that the system is taking a while. And as we often report in the Silver State, it may take a minute before we get totals here. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. She's at the Vote Watch desk with an update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Hey guys, yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight. And at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states. And it's worth noting here, the place.
Yeah, okay. I guess Kafali. So ولا حتى ابديت سلا زيبلناي ابديت زي قبركم زلو حوات نصبينا زلنا مخنياتو كمصا الله still 210 ب 230 አለው ያ ትራምፕ መርሕ ኣሎ most probably ትራምፕ ከም ዝዕወት እዩ forecast ዘለና ሕዋት forecast እንድሕሪና according the New York Times look all the way in here 91% chance 91 ከም በኢቲ ናይ ዓወት ናይ ትራምፕ very much so ኣብ ኮፊልና ዘለና ስኒ 9 ከም በኢቲ በቃ ናቶም ዓወት ኢና ንርኢ ናቶም ጽቡቕ ዝኾነ ኣለዎም ኣብ መጨረሻ 91 ከም በኢቲ ትራምፕ ክዕወት እዩ እንድሕር ሴኔት ርኢና ሴኔት ከዓ ንሶም ከም ተዓወቱ ርኢና ኢና ሴኔት 51 ንሶም ተዓዊቶም ኦልሬዲ ታ 50 ሓሊፎማ then house ክንከይድና house ከዓ very much ማለት 178 ብ147 ኣሎ ስለዚ ንሶም የምና 218 ቀሪቦም ዘሎ 219 ተገይሮማ ንሶም ተዓዊቶም ኣለዎ ማለት እዩ so the most important እንታይ ኢና ክንርኢ ዘለና ግን ኣለና still ሕጂ ስለ ዘብሉ ዘሎ Trump wins yeah North Carolina معت هون okay we don't have to read كل زي already من كم تعود كم زلوا نري لنا مالتي ومولو نري لنا حوات زينا نتصب زلنا okay PA بنسلفانيا نتصب لنا 19 electro vote كركبيو منيو ترامب 3.1 مليون له and then كمالا هاريس 2.9 مليون مالتي almost like لتم يتشي هون زيادة 88 votes ገሮም አለው so most probably yeah probably because the election workers are not allowed to start processing so ክሪኤምና ሕጂ ክህቡና ደም ሎም ማዓንቲ አይህቡና እዚ አንድ ሕርኮል ጌራ ግን ዳርጋታ ነገር ክትወዳዓ ወቅቱ ሊያመስልኝ it works coming really sorry let's back again yeah computer قطعو تولاديا okay كنمصينا again ክንቅጽላ ማለት እዩ yeah most probably እንድሕር ርኢና ኣብዚ ብምልኡ Oh wow, what I got it, nothing. Let's back this. Okay. Yeah, توتري كم زري زلنا عينو كالتهم بقول قالوا PA نهلا نابزي من كتبنا ميشيغان نسو مرحلو زي انا the most important PA ميشيغان اندحر ويسكانسا نهلا كسلستي نسو مرحلو 1 2 3 نزينا نصبزلنا نحنا نزينا نصبزلنا منو ستا اسنا ناتاي لايك صقا ما يكون نزينا نصبزلنا احنا 1 ويسكانسا ميشيغان and Pennsylvania نزينا نصبزلنا جورجيا almost 95% in coin law. Very likely are Minister Donald Trump very likely he is the leading كلتنا تمشي سبب غلطنا أربعة so زين أربعة عند حرت أوعين حدا كلته ثلاثة أربعة that's done victory مالتي بقى على حنتي كنت بعين خلينا خاونه ودينا هنا خسر يوم كدنس يوم كري أبنا مالتي most probably ولا لو متذكرني 51% ساتم زل هاوس كتغيرت اللي واو دامت 280 ب 240 شوعة. All right, let's go again. Yeah. كفالي I'm sorry Kamala. I know Kamala Harris هتعود تبز اللغة لا لا. Okay, all right, okay, good luck. Let's who knows? Yeah, who knows? Okay, let's go. Oh, من تسوي عهجي.
NBC News now calling GOP control of the Senate.
Senate
That's with the
controlled.
victory of Deb Fischer, the incumbent in
Senate
Nebraska, who was
controlled
given
by
quite the run for her money
Republicans.
from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side. But it went down to the wire. But in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republican.
Yeah, like public Senate being controlled by Republican. Okay, Senate ናይ ዲሞክራቲክ ነራ ክልተ ሲት ሉስ ገይሮም Senate controlled by Republican. I know Sarah Haley say congra. God damn it. All right, say congra. Well, I'm gonna make up the مع الفيديو. أحوات كم دار يازلنا Trump president Senate Republican. Yeah, Senate Congress. I'm gonna have some. Nothing we can say. ولا I نمرز لأمبر. Nothing we can say. تقرنيا قطو I know حكاها قطو أبلا وتاودي okay برجدنا حامدون تايو NBC غيره مالو اليوم let me see NBC NBC 246 متى مالو okay ماني نسويعن 246 so NBC 246 most probably
tonight. This is probably the least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were held by incumbent Democrats, and the places where they were battling out these races were in places where the elections were expected to be very competitive. And we see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think perhaps the most interesting dynamic that's now playing out at this hour is that where Senate Republicans were confident of winning the majority, but they were very much talking to us about the idea of 50+1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate majority leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking at that blue wall the same way that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president and seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania. These were areas where Democrats were hopeful because they had strong incumbents there or they had strong challengers, people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's 2 other Senate seats that are still on the balance as well. I know you already talked about Montana, which Republicans feel very confident about, but we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Kari Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Kari Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. And that was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out here.
Yeah, different leadership too. Senator McConnell stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the White House. For Republicans, as Ryan mentioned and as we've talked about tonight, the expectation was that this was likely because there's a third of the Senate that is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time, and it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always courted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality.
Already tomorrow, tomorrow. Mitch McConnell, what he's gonna say? Let's listen for him.
I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America.
What is he gonna say? It's not done yet.
We still have votes to count.
Yeah.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Richmond, who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign, and misspoke earlier. Apologies for that, saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
I mean, it reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
If I recall, the race hadn't been called.
Had not been.
When he first came out.
It was called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note that this is a different year. There are still votes to be counted. None of those battleground states have been counted, but it feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are really striking. If you were there at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself.
Antay-gabay na ilang katihom. Baka, chow kina. Anyway, oh my God, I know. Still, we are not done yet. Why can't it be already? I know. Anyway, so let's keep our hope, guys. Let's keep our hope. Who knows? Somebody gonna come. Magic. Let's see the magic. Already Senate is being controlled, and then let's see እንድሕር ናይ ፕሬዚደንት ርኢና 270 እንድሕር ኣትዎ ንሱ
It is the number one issue. It's just that it's in the eye of the beholder and it means different things. I mean, Mark Lauder's here, a veteran of Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020. I mean, a threat to democracy, I think, is, you know, the pollsters, we're going to all have to come and workshop a different way of putting it because for some, for Democrats, it certainly means January 6th and some of those, you know, extra legal, not legal moves to try to hold on to power in 2020. For Republicans, it might mean cultural changes to the way our way of life, things that threaten. There could be a number of cultural issues that they think are just as existential, and it's really about the direction of the country.
Yeah, well, obviously I don't speak for every Republican. I do think there are a lot, though, that believe the threat to democracy also is packing the Supreme Court. It is the use of the lawfare, whether it was in New York, whether it was the special counsel, for things that really, like, as we often describe it, the New York case was about accounting and a paperwork issue. And yet he was, you know, fined hundreds of millions of dollars, faces jail time. So those kinds of things, I think, also resonate for many. But I know we've talked about a lot about the 2016, and I was on that campaign as well with then Governor Pence, obviously part of the Trump campaign. It reminds me of 2016 in so many ways because of the theory. It's not you have to win wow counties or you have to do. I'll use the McDonald's reference because it's an iconic photo. He supersized 2016 and said, I'm going to grow my rural numbers, and then I'm going to take them up in another level even more.
Well, as we go to a commercial break, there's the side-by-side picture. If you were just tuning into all this, I think the pictures speak loudly. On the left, the Harris campaign headquarters for the night as people are packing up and leaving, told they will not see the candidate tonight as they process some unhelpful trends.
በቃ ናይ ካማላ ሃሪስ ሳፖርተር ይኸድሎ ትሪኦም ኣለኹም እዞም እዛ ገዛ ጥርሓት ትርፍ ነትልካ እዚኣ ሕንፍሽፍሽ ኣትዎም ወይ I am sorry ናይ ትራምፕ ግን very packed ንህለኩም ትራምፕ ክወፅእ ኣሕዋት ክዛረቢ for sure. Let's see, we don't want to miss this. Well,
with us, and we'll be right back.
60% of the vote in. I've seen a lot of red lining up and down Lake
Oh, they are
Michigan. And for a while, you know, that
most probably Trump votes early.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Discussion!
Welcome back to NBC's election night coverage. It is almost 1 a.m. here in the East with another poll about to close as we wait on numbers from some of the critical battleground states in the race for president.
We're covering not just the presidential race, though, but also both houses of Congress just made a big call in the Senate. Kristen Welker on the balance of power there, and Republicans have officially regained control of the United States Senate.
They've regained control of the United States Senate, which is significant development, one that was expected. And now the question that we are asking is just how big will their margins be in the Senate? So right now it's 51 to 41. We're still waiting for a number of results. But among the top states that we're looking for, now that they have these pickups, which have given them control, Arizona, Ruben Gallego and Kari Lake, we still haven't called that race. The Montana race is such a fascinating one. Senator Jon Tester trying to win re-election against Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy is a somewhat controversial candidate, and yet it looks like Jon Tester could potentially be poised for defeat. We'll have to see how that race goes.
It's a very red state, Montana, so he was one of the most vulnerable incumbents.
Absolutely. And when Republicans were eyeing how are we going to win the Senate, this was the race that they continued to reference. We're also waiting for Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Dave McCormick, Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. So we're watching, and Tammy Baldwin, by the way, also in Wisconsin is looking for re-election.
How about Michigan? We've got an open seat, a Democratic retirement.
In Michigan, absolutely. You have Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers running very close. And again, I keep making this point. Some of these Democratic candidates actually looked like they had a good shot at winning re-election. And then the polls have just completely narrowed, which is what we've seen at the top of the ticket as well. And we continue to ask this question, will we see any ticket splitters?
The ticket splitter, which just brings me right to Holly. I think we were wondering if you might see, a Trump Slotkin.
Yeah.
The modern political
That's
era.
exactly right, because
might
people are divided. Let's see how this goes, though, because we haven't called some of these races, right, where these Democrats are vulnerable in some of these blue wall states. And remember why the margin matters in the Senate. Not just for funsies, it's because there's a couple of Republicans in the Senate who would be potentially likely to buck Donald Trump if he were to win the White House on some issues. I'm thinking Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. If Republicans can build up that margin, that won't matter quite as much.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're still waiting to see how this all plays out tonight. We've got more headlines. Check back right now with the presidential race and the road to 270.
Coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning in the East, that's the road to 270. The map filling out 6 of 7 battleground states have been called. And we just got word from Harris headquarters and the co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, that we will not be seeing Kamala Harris tonight, but we will see her tomorrow. Let's go to Harris headquarters. Peter Alexander, our correspondent, right there. So what are you hearing? What is the decision-making process there?
Savannah, we did just hear from Cedric Richmond making the announcement to the thousands who had gathered here. Frankly, many of them had already left as we approached 1 o'clock, saying that they would not hear from the Vice President Kamala Harris tonight, instead saying that she would speak to her supporters, not just here at Howard University, her alma mater, but to the nation as well, in an address that would take place at some point tomorrow. No specifics on when that would occur. For those who have kept track of the Trump era, you'll remember in 2016, a very similar circumstance there at the Javits Center in New York City at Hillary Clinton headquarters, where one of her top aides, John Podesta, came out and spoke to the crowd saying she wouldn't be speaking. Ultimately, she conceded the next morning, Wednesday morning. So a lot of votes still out there. No plans for any concessions, certainly at this point. But I can tell you in conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. They say the atmosphere there was like a funeral. Another person said that the situation, in their words, was just, quote, not good right now. We did hear earlier from Jen O'Malley Dillon. She is the campaign chair. She had what was in effect a sort of pep talk for the forces, the campaign staff, telling them all to get some sleep and that they would come back and finish this off strong tomorrow. So that's effectively where things are at the end of the evening. But I got to tell you, Savannah, on a day when so many those close to Kamala Harris really felt like they had the momentum, they felt like the vibes were on their side, it quickly appeared clear that, despite her effort to say that we're not going back, that they may be returning to the figures that haunted Democrats back in 2016, where they just didn't have enough to defeat Donald Trump that go around. So many blank stares, glum faces, people not so much holding back tears, but certainly unable to crack a smile here. They had been handing out American flags early on. As some of the early numbers were out, they were cheering and waving those flags. But as the night progressed and they watched the returns come in, no more waving flags. In fact, they asked for the television to be muted here with the returns, with the exception of Hawaii, Colorado, other places that Harris won. They turned them on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted music to try to sort of distract from the situation, try to give a little pick-me-up to the people here.
All right. Peter, thank you so much. I want to go over to Garrett Haake, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, Trump supporters reveling in the news that they're getting here in this ballroom just over the last half hour or so. Huge cheers in this room as the network's called Georgia for the former president, and a loud chorus of boos when Cedric Richmond took the stage in Washington to announce that Vice President Harris would not be speaking. There has been movement from Mar-a-Lago across the Intercoastal Waterway towards West Palm Beach of Trump supporters. The party there emptying out a lot of the folks he had been with. Governor Burgum, for example, other close Trump aides and allies making their way across the street. Still no sign of the former president here yet, Savannah.
Okay, thank you.
We've got another call to make here. I believe this is the state of New Mexico. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in New Mexico, 5 electoral votes. Here's the breakdown right now. You see the difference, 43,000, 95% of the vote in there, so very little left to count. Where does that bring us to in the road to 270? Donald Trump at 246, Harris now up to 194.
Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's at the big board of Pennsylvania, and you've got some bellwether counties that are reporting in now, and it's a good news for Donald Trump.
Yeah, one in the east, one in the west. Let's start in the east. Northampton County, this is Easton, PA, right here, south central suburbs. 95% of the vote is in. Trump is there with 51%. Remember, Biden won this in 2020. So Trump able to flip that bellwether county. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch up. Erie County. We haven't talked enough about Erie County tonight. This is one of those swing counties that we watch in Western PA. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight.
So yeah, أحوات, I know. ترى إذا فلت number نالو معدب زي أمسنا. Yeah, it's already done. It's already done. Senate, Republican, President most probably, according New York Times, خريجه له ولا كله prediction بعده 98% Trump EU. So yeah, according New York Times, come on, 93% chance night Trump EU. So just done. Telling you, it's just done. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Nevada, it's not gonna be just. It doesn't. I don't think so, Herman. It's not gonna be work. So let's finish it. I don't mind. Finish it. So again, it's victory.
He had 51. Biden did in 2020. Trump tonight with 50%. Still some vote to be counted there, but those aren't promising numbers in the collar counties right now. And the bellwethers, one in the east, one in the west, showing signs that Pennsylvania could turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys, but this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why the trend lines in Pennsylvania, from what we're seeing, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there is no longer a path for her.
And you're seeing some of these same patterns in other states as well.
Wisconsin and Michigan as well. We're starting to look at the counties there. We walked you through Michigan and Wisconsin. Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties, through all the battleground states, more and more what you see in the rural counties, Trump is overperforming. Harris is underperforming in the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the other states don't matter. If he wins Pennsylvania, he goes to the White House.
Right. Whether it's a call or not, it functionally is. I don't know. Is the minute if we call Pennsylvania tonight, does he get to 270? I think so. Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
So
That's right. It's ball game. I mean, that's
yes,
it. So.
And they're counting fast in Pennsylvania tonight as well. We're coming up on the top of the hour. I think we're going to have some projections to make. Yes. Don't forget.
We are going to hear
there's
from
one more state to go here.
Alaska right now.
Yes.
And NBC News projecting that it's, well, not projecting at all. We're saying it is too early to call on Alaska. And here's where the road to 270 stands right now. Harris with 194. Trump gaining ground now at 246 as he looks forward to scoring 270 electoral votes.
Okay, let's see the battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, we just discussed it. Too close to call right now with 92% of the vote in. Same story in Michigan, but we've been discussing how some of the trend lines are not positive for the vice president tonight. Michigan too close to call. Minnesota still too close to call at this hour. Of course, that's the home state of Governor Tim Walz, but too close to call right now with the what we have in here. Arizona too early to call. And in Wisconsin, too close to call. So I think, Tom, you've got Wisconsin. Yeah. We'll give you a chance to do the bow and the wow counties again.
Bow, wow, wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Okay, Madison, this is Dane County. For Democrats right now, she's doing just fine here. 75% is where Biden was in 2020. With 95% of the vote in, she's at 75%. That's fine for her. Milwaukee, we're going to be waiting on the biggest city and the biggest county in Wisconsin for a few more hours, I would say, maybe more than that. She's at 66%. But again, 40% of the vote in Milwaukee is not in. This is a big Democratic county, so maybe she can run her numbers up there. But then when we look at the wow counties here, Ozaki, this is the O in the wow, 81%. Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha. Slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these two counties just south of Milwaukee, they're still part of the Milwaukee media market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in, overperforming there as well. These are counties that were blue under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well. We can go to the bow counties now. This is around Green Bay, 56% Trump over.
Very much done, Mogos. Mogos, it's already done. So, قربنا نصب زلنا حدا 20 دقيقة 30 دقيقة دن شعو هينو شالم أجو خامم هري أجو شالم انتاي كنقبل كانها أنا تحرقني انتاي مسيركم let me get I don't like كله بحادة كفال بحادة بارك تحاز that's not happy I know okay Trump حراي مصا جن like House or Senate قالوا تحازني رسول Oh, Nevada leading. Yeah, Dave, it's everywhere now. It's everywhere. He's just bigger fish. Let's see. Let's finish it. That's okay.
But only by about 466 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take Door County. It's still unclear in Wisconsin what's going to happen, guys.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Mark Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign for Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through and there's a consistent of underperformance, what does that tell you about the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me the most, I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey, you know, we have a problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate Eagles.
All right, relax.
طبعا انتوا هاي سمعونا لهم انت يلا نجي شكرا ميرون okay okay hold on
go grow our electorate differently. And it looks like tonight that worked.
We've got another result on one of the abortion referenda. Well, let's go to Laura Jarrett in the newsroom. Laura, what do you have?
Yeah, Lester, this was another ballot
Okay,
measure.
good.
This one in Arizona,
How about
where
now?
overwhelmingly by a vote of
Yes, ma'am.
62%,
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
that ballot amendment has now passed. Again, this would be a constitutional amendment that would enshrine a right to an abortion up to the point of viability, which is roughly 24 weeks of pregnancy. Obviously, a big difference in this battleground state, where currently it's a 15-week restriction on the right to abortion. So a big difference there. Again, we haven't yet made a projection on the ultimate race for president in that state. But again, the ballot amendment we can project has passed there, Lester.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
And you know what's interesting on that front? There's also another ballot initiative in Arizona that has to do with immigration. And the thinking was that maybe that would turn out, if people were going to turn out based on this abortion ballot initiative, maybe they would also turn out based on the immigration ballot initiative, that those would maybe lean Trump. But the Trump campaign has thought that there would be quote unquote ticket splitters or ballot initiative splitters, people who would back former President Trump in Arizona, but also back this ballot initiative that, as Laura reports, has just passed.
One of the things that I think is so interesting is we're talking about expanding the amount of voters who came out to vote for Donald Trump is this decision that he made not to campaign with Nikki Haley. And a lot of people thought, oh, that's going to be a big misstep. To your point, Jim, it was his way of calculating, I'm going to focus on driving out the mail vote, because a lot of people thought, boy, that's a risky strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley?
But he also never made any overtures to Nikki Haley voters.
Right.
When Nikki Haley dropped out of the race, there
We
was
don't
never
need
a
him.
sense of here's an olive branch coming to my
But
tent.
there
It
were
was
a
kinda
million
like,
people that voted for Nikki
That's
Haley
right.
in battleground states. And I mean, that's a real gutsy move to say, you know what, I'm not interested.
But the true answer is you could have done both. Like he could have done both, like a good presidential campaign usually would. In a race where 70-some% of Americans say we're on the wrong track, this race was really close because Donald Trump couldn't ever grow his vote past these young voters we're talking about. Had he been able to do both those things, to your point, 1 million people voted.
Yeah.
They were just sitting out there. I remember Nikki on one of your shows this week saying, no one's called me, no one's asked, because they decided, to your
most probably احوات قربتن كنصبين زلنا خنرياني نمبر يا نورث كارولاينا تعويتيو دارغا زي تعوتو يلن بملو تعويتيو انتاين كول كغبر لهم تا 270 كسات لودن شعو እቶም ነጣቃዕ ከነጣቃዕና እቶም ንጉህ ከዓ ክንጉህና ማለት እዩ never give up ግን don't worry about it so ጆርጂያ ዳም አስኮል ገይሮም okay yeah ጆርጂያ ኮል ገይሮም ጆርጂያ projected winner okay and then North Carolina projected winner. Okay. Yeah, Pennsylvania and on Bezalna Haji, Michigan. He's leading the season Marhazel of Kulun. Yeah, too close to call. Baka Clinton and the Harina and Pennsylvania and Michigan Tarina, Clinton eating some under Ahlan Naikao. Summer of Gabrina. So I think so. Nusukh Matthew. Trump Khazarabi, by the way, Trump Khazarabi what didn't you? Trump Matthew Khazarabi. Trump Matthew. Yeah, thank you كبلي خزاربيو he's win like تعويته جنو كوشنا وقدفو so نسق متين حنسابكم سمعينا خنطق علينا هابو تودا تار استمال
issue go back to the Democratic primary. President Joe Biden, when he was still at the top of the ticket for the Democrats, he had over 100,000 people vote uncommitted in protest of his administration's stance on the war in Gaza back in the primary. We've seen both campaigns make a concerted effort to make outreach to this community on this issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend at a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We saw President Trump in his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from a group known as Abandon Harris that she did, in fact, spend the night, the election night celebration with that organization. And they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call. And it certainly seems that this point that the positions of both major party candidates, or the lack thereof, in 2016, only around 10,000.
Higher state vote. This is the battleground county. Biden won this in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can point out in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out. Clark County, I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes. So still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I want to go out to Steve Patterson. He is in Reno, Nevada, where they had long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, Lester, really an experience, a process that is sort of winding down in most counties across the country is only just spooling up here in Nevada. As you mentioned, you know, voting really ended just a few minutes ago with some of these counties sort of ending the process. People were still in line hours after polls closed. And so the count couldn't really start until it happened, which is why Tom Llamas reporting, obviously, that it's still too close to call, too early to call at this point. Several counties still need returns to come back. It is still very early on in the process, but we saw almost immediately Republicans sort of jumping out to this early ballot lead when it came to turnout. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had, and specifically in those counties in which, you know, Tom Llamas was pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of map, the math doesn't change in those areas. There's really only 2 population centers in this state, which is Washoe and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here, nonpartisan voters. It is a huge, huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break, different leanings. And I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group. But that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is going to go.
All right, Steve, thanks very much.
That's Mountain Time, too, by the way. So even later here on the East Coast, let's go to Garrett Haake. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Any word on whether we will hear from the former president?
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by a campaign official, Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach. And he is expected to speak soon.
Yeah,
now, what
he's
soon
coming,
means
he's
is a little
coming.
bit of a open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very.
All right, he's coming to speak. He is coming. Trump is coming. What? Trump is coming to speak. Okay, let's see that. What happened? So, all right, it's done. Is done. Never give up. Don't worry. Next 4 years, we'll make it. Don't worry. Don't forget Joe Nugsa. He's a great guy, Mali. Trump is on the way. Napti Beach of Florida. So, yeah, thank you. Never give up. Yeah. So he's coming. Trump is coming. Final speech. I think so. 267 Harima Mamasle Ibrahim. Yeah. 26726. And it's already done. Things are done, Malit. All right. Let's
Verbiage is here. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, I've been speaking to some of his allies, and there's sort of this divide about how he should approach this night. And some of them are saying you should be very aggressive. You should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says, because this election, unlike 2020, the numbers are on his side. And again, we still have a lot of votes that need to be counted, so we don't know what the ultimate conclusion is going to be. But it's notable he's coming out in Harris.
Yeah, to be clear, in 2020, he declared victory. The race hadn't been called one way or the other. He hadn't lost yet. He lost
Garrett
5 days
Haake,
later.
you've got some new information, Garrett?
Well, Lester, I just want to add that Trump was asked about this earlier today, and I think we have 2 things from him and from his campaign. First of all, his campaign has made it very clear that he would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled to wait until the race had been called, but when they felt confident in his path, he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now. Secondly, Trump was asked today what his message is going to be to the millions, tens of millions of people who will have voted for Kamala Harris if he speaks after a victory. Would he give a unifying message? Trump said that he would, but described this as a broken country and said it would be important to try to fix it. A unifying message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks before the race is called. Lester.
All right, Garrett, thanks.
And stay with us. Our NBC News election coverage returns right after we take a quick break.
Okay. Yeah, what Trump خزاربي متيو كم زبلو زلو طبقتي انت بلنا صنحي مالت is not good nighty yeah connection ወይ كأن تنعير قالات قبض حيث زاربني ترامب ግን ክንሰምዓይና ድሓን so yeah congrats Trump that's all حقوسو نتم ترامب زمرصنا حقوسنا نتم كمالا هاريس زمرصنا هذا that's okay done is not done yet كل شع one day allo مالتي ቁርብቲ ዘሰከፈካ ነገር ብሙሉእ ንሶም ሒዞሞ like Senate already victory ገረም ሃውሱን ተዘይተጋገ ለምሲ ሃውስ yeah house is like hidden 184 ኮይኖም ማለት እዩ so ኩሉ ዳርጋ ኮንትሮል ገይሮም እዮም ሪፐብሊካን ማለት እዩ እንታይ ክንመርሕና ነዚ 4 ዓመት ከመይ ክመጽዩ very challenged is ዘለና ሕጂ yes ተመሪጽ yes already done it's already done so سبيك قبري كن رينا انتي مثل بتعمل هذا 4 عمت ازي تشالنج لنا كونغرا انكم حقسكم نتوم ناي ترامب مرسكم so happy for you guys I know بزحات لكم بابز صحفتكم يا ببصنيحكم مس هيمانه تتاثر it's like I am back Allison is back again okay زمناي بزيارتنا هيمانه بزحات لكم اخرتي I know يردعني so probably I'm not that guy ناي هيمانه زي ايكونكن so yeah انت خبل يخن سمعينات مالت سبيتش ناي ترامب كا بزح يكونن جن overall let's see what he's going to say good Congrats and then congrats again. Not happy. Senate and House I'm like I am not really happy. Totally frankly. Night Trump I'm not really worried. Like yeah. The Senate not really happy. Yeah, congrats again. Let's see what he say.
Economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's check in on the road to 270 as we put the map up on the screen. All right, there's the road to 270. Donald Trump inching closer to the magic 270. Harris with 194. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, the important battleground state, maybe the most important. Donald Trump with a narrow lead there. That is still too close to call. 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like in Michigan right now. Trump out with a lead over Kamala Harris and a 225,000 vote difference. 67% of the vote in. That's too close to call. Wisconsin, another key battleground state in play. Too close to call there. 89% of the vote is in there. And we can show you Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. Too close to call. 37,000 vote difference. Minnesota, it is Kamala Harris leading, but that is characterized by our decision desk as too close to call. 85,000 vote difference in Minnesota. Tom, we'll send it back over to you.
Yep, we're going to be looking at Arizona right now. The closest margin in 2020. At this hour, we have about 53% of the vote in. It's really tied up. It's pretty much 50-50 right now. Trump's slightly ahead by 16,000 votes, but it's still very early. Maricopa County, 60% of the vote. This is sort of, you want to win here to win the state. Harris is on top right now. We can compare her to 4 years ago. But again, half the vote is out in Maricopa County. But she's kind of where she wants to be. She's doing a little better in Pima County. Again, half the vote is out, but she's overperforming there than where Biden was 4 years ago. But when we go to the Trump counties, okay, places like Yuma, Trump is overperforming. 52% in 2020. Again, there's only 35% of the vote in, but he's at 64%. And we can actually, if we move the state over here, I'm going to pop over all the red counties and you can see how he's overperforming.
Yeah, it's already done. What Trump متسيلو ناو Trump speech كجبره سمعينا أنت عينت promise كبرنا أيو. Bitcoin, my goodness, Bitcoin is like the most ever high مالتي. في 7 كلتهم يتن 8 حدن. 7 كلتهم 8 حدن 4 حدن. My goodness, Bitcoin is high, but عم يتأمر قال yeah, according the needles New York Time مالته the New York Time needles yeah, victory very likely Trump 95% is done. It's already done. Okay, Senate is done. Senate is Republican done. All right, House computer House is 186 with 158 very much done too. House command so yeah, it's very like yeah, I don't know what to say. It's just not really good, but let's done is done. What he can do, nothing. So again, congrats.
Yeah, so this is neck and neck right now. And Dems thought that they were going to have this, this was a lean Democrat. They didn't think this was going to be a tough race for them. This is a little tough right now. But again, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. Let's see. We can see how compared to Biden. She's slightly underperforming Biden. But again, there's more than 20% of the vote out in Clark County. I don't want to make too much assumptions about Nevada without sort of a majority, all of Clark County in, or at least 90% in Washoe, which is more reflective of the entire state. Neck and neck there. I would say, I think it's fair to say at this point with the vote where it is, Sam Brown is overperforming Jackie Rosen, of course.
Yeah, Dogecoin, my God, Dogecoin, Adam, thank you. Dogecoin, do you know how much? Almost 23.13% up today. Dogecoin, what? 23.13% up as of 0.0% never, now 0.21%. This is unusual, like with one day. My goodness. Oh, well, 23.13 Dogecoin. Thank you. That's unusual. Okay. I don't invest with the I'm kind of risky free. I'm a scared guy. This is a lot. This is a lot. Wow. Yeah. Trump is winning. So what we can do? Nothing. Yeah. Wow. I don't know that even. I have never concerned ገይረ ላ ዘይፈልጥ እየ ዛቱ እዚኣ ብዛዕባ ዳ ዲችኮይንስ ብዙሕ እውን ተዛሪበ ይፈልጥኒ ኣነ ዛቱ ክሪኣ ከለኹ ግን ያ እቲ ናይ ፌቨር ኦፍ ትራምፕ ማለት ኢቨን ሸን ቱ ምሽ ኦኬ ዋው ኦኬ በሉ ንርአ let's see where we go ከይሓልፈና ክዛረብ ከሎ
later. What can he say that will make it a less bitter moment for those on the left?
Oh boy, that's a really hard question. First of all, do I think he will? Will he try to reach out and be a unifier and try to acknowledge that this country is divided, incredibly divided? I don't think he will. That's not who he is. That's not how he got elected. And I don't know him. You could probably answer this better than I could, but it doesn't seem like to me that this would be the moment where he would not try to be his authentic self, which is I'm a marauder, I'm a disruptor, I'm somebody who I'm going to be your fighter against everything you hate about government. I think he'll stay with that kind of theme tonight.
Let me ask Mark, is that how he ran? I mean, has he, let's stretch one more question further. Has he made the process more coarse in general, the key to getting elected president?
Well, I think obviously he's got his own unique style and he speaks in his language. But I also think when we were talking about this earlier, I think Jim Messina was talking about it, that Democrats had made the decision to basically just campaign to be anti-Trump. And for the last 10 years, it's been primarily anti-Trump. I remember coming down the stairs with him as president-elect the first time in 2016. And I thought actually he gave a much more open speech to bringing the country together, because that was his first moment speaking as president-elect in 2016 in the wee hours over here at the Manhattan Hilton. And so it'll be interesting to see if he's going to hit on his campaign theme.
I mean, let's remember we have seen him on the national stage for 8 years. I mean, I covered him in the White House. We covered him in the White House together. We covered him in the campaign. We know who this person is. He's been president before. He's been a presidential candidate before. And we know what his message tends to be. He's done it over and over in this campaign. And that is a message that is darker, that casts America as a dangerous place, a place that only he can fix. Somebody who, as we talk about rhetoric, just called Nancy Pelosi as crazy as a bed bug just recently, right? So let's just remember that is, I think, some of the tone. Now, we may see tonight him look to make I'm not even going to say the word pivot, but perhaps extend an olive branch. Maybe. I mean, listen, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do think there's a pattern of history.
To that point, I mean, remember after the horrific assassination attempt against him, the Republican National Convention, and all of the reporting, in fact, everything that he was saying was,
He said it.
He said it. Yes, he said, I am going to deliver a unifying speech. And it was for part of the speech, but then it quickly became a very familiar, almost speech that you would hear on the campaign trail.
That's what he ran for, and is perhaps going to prevail on that very way of being. I don't know that he would have any incentive to change unless, he had felt in the moment some magnanimity towards.
I will make one bold prediction, though, Savannah.
Yeah.
I predict that he won't say that anybody cheated.
Well, remember, though, even after he won election in 2016, he still made unfounded claims of voter fraud. So win or lose, it is something that he has a pattern of doing.
I remember in days.
Where? Abe Zaraballo. AFT Lions. He already started. Where? Which channel? Which channel? Oh, CNN? I'm at CNN. So ኣይጀመረን ኣሎ of course ክንሰምዖ ኢና ኣብ CNN እውን ንሪኦ ኣለኹ it's not start yet ኣብዚኣ ትሕሰና ምክንያቱ ሪዛልት ከዓ ስለ ዘምፅልና ኣብዚኣ let's follow with this
traffic because of the hour and also the motorcade. But we are expecting him. And we've been talking about, you know, what tone he might strike. And also, I mean, Mark Lauder, you were there, you know him. If you, let's just pretend he listens to his advisors, what would you advise him to say tonight?
I would outline what we have to get done. And first off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take the oath of office. So I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. Unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way, you will have not talked to your opponent unless something strange happens between now and then and she calls, they reach out and call. So you're not going to be able to say anything along those lines. And then ultimately, I think, especially if it looks right now, you may not hold, but you're leading in the national popular vote. That's something that you have not done. It's something only one Republican president has done this century. You have a mandate. And
what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the center. I mean, he ran to the base, and the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? What is it the mass deportation? Is it, you know, the tariffs, for example? I mean, he's been very clear about his policies.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts, and then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think you will get into and some of those other areas. But ultimately, I think that's first where you go. Also will depend on if you have the House. If you have the House and the House comes with you on this, then you have obviously both chambers. You'll have unified control. And that changes a lot.
He will effectively be a one-term president. What does that mean in terms of how he would govern?
You have 8 months to get something done before they start running for re-election? No, I mean, in reality, you obviously you're going to have your 4 years, but as we both know, you get that 100 days, maybe that 6 months before Congress goes and starts acting in their interest for their re-election, their campaign interests. You're going to have what I assume would be a primary to be your successor, and then obviously the Democrats will have their primary.
Claire, how would you see that? How would you see that rolling out?
Well, I think it depends on whether or not the House is controlled by the Democrats. Remember when Trump got elected last time, he had the House and the Senate. He had all three, and there was he struggled. He got the tax cuts done. But that was really the only, he didn't repeal Obamacare. He didn't build the wall. He didn't do a lot of the things he had promised to do, even though he had all 3 houses. So I worry that if the Democrats get the House, then whatever he doesn't get done will be Hakeem Jeffries' fault, as opposed to his inability to produce on the promises he's made. But if we don't take the House, then I think he's got a tall order. And I think he's got to do the tariffs. I don't, and he doesn't need Congress for that. He can do the tariffs right away. I've been hearing from my friends that are in Europe. They're very worried about the lines of those countries being redrawn fairly quickly.
You mean Ukraine?
Yes, and more. Orban and other autocrats that now will feel this is a green light. I think NATO will be greatly diminished. I think our European allies will be very, very nervous. So that's another whole piece of this. So I think it really is important for us to know whether the Democrats take the House before we start speculating too much. And part of me, I want the Democrats to take the House because I think there'll be a check. On the other hand, they also will be a scapegoat.
Well, let's be clear. If the Republicans hold on to the House, they have the Senate. If they win the White House, you have an ideological 6-3 Supreme Court. You will have the Republicans in charge of every branch of government in this country.
And not to raise this specter, but it is possible that if Donald Trump wins another term, if that happens, and we have not called Pennsylvania or the race yet, so big ifs here, but if that happens, you could maybe see some court retirements if there is a Republican Senate, Republican House, Republican in the White House as well, and then the court could become even more conservative. Again, potentially, I don't want to go too far down that road. Let's see how the night shakes out, but since you brought it up, Savannah, just to throw that in.
Well, that brings us to Tom Yamas and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
We've been talking so much about those collar counties. I want to talk about the I-222 corridor, and I know we have some PA homies in the house tonight. I'm sorry if my highway is not exact, but it kind of cuts through here. And I want to talk about this because when we look at the counties and how Trump's doing here, this is where the Hispanics are. This is the Latino corridor, if you will, in Pennsylvania, because I want to show you how important this is. So when we start, we can start right here. We'll start in York County, overperforming in York County. As we move up, Lancaster, about even there. We'll keep going. Berks County here, overperforming again, almost all the votes in there. We go to Lehigh now. She's underperforming. Harris is underperforming from Biden. Trump is overperforming. And we finish over here in Northampton again, Easton, PA. Again, he flips this county, overperforming there. And I want to show you the polls, guys, right? This was the exit poll that sort of, I don't want to say it surprised us, but this told us that the story was going to be different tonight. This is Trump support among Latino voters in Pennsylvania. Look at this number, 2020, 27%. In 2024, 41%. It was just not Latino voters. And again, I know this could change. These are early exit polls. So look at the breakdown here. White, 55, 57, but even black voters, he grew his margins there from 2020 to 2024. And again, that Latino margin, that spread right there. And I bring this up because we were talking a lot about that Madison Square Garden rally, that joke that was made about Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans and how it would affect the race and how it would affect what happened in Pennsylvania. So far, we have not seen it have any tremendous effect. Again, we'll get all the data post-Thanksgiving and we'll be able to sort of figure all that out. But right now, it looks like it's not affecting those Latino counties in Pennsylvania. I do want to get a check-in on how the collar counties are doing around Philadelphia. And we'll, again, Biden's number, where Trump is. This is statewide. We're going to start in Chester County. Harris is underperforming, still about 15% of the vote left out there. Montgomery County here, again, underperforming. We come down here to Delco. 62%, 61%, almost about the same. But again, if you want to win Pennsylvania, you have to be at the same mark as Biden or higher. And then Philadelphia right now, this is not a great number for her. This is pretty bad. Again, of the vote, more than 15% of the vote is still out there. So she could claw that back. And I don't want to county here. This is the big one tonight when we talk about the collar counties in Pennsylvania, because Democrats need to win this. They need to win all the collar counties. Biden at 51 in 2020. Tonight, Harris underwater at 48, and Trump up at 50. He may possibly flip Bucks County. 75% of the vote is in. Hallie Jackson's the Bucks County expert here, so I'll leave it to her.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. It was
yeah.
Biden County in 2016 as well, right? By a slim margin.
It was
Sorry.
Clinton County.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
you're right.
I'm sorry, Democratic County, of course.
Yeah, but this is the only
possibly.
Collar County. Yeah, Hallie, you're right. This is the only Collar County Republicans thought they had a chance in, or could at least claw back some of the vote, maybe peel back some of the Democratic support. And tonight it looks like it's happened. We're still waiting on a quarter of the vote. But that's a strong, when you see a number like that in Bucks County, you know it's going to be a tough night for Democrats.
And as we talk about the education gap here in this race, I will just point out that Bucks County does have a bigger education gap than you see in some of those other Philadelphia suburban counties as well. You have an area like Lower Bucks, you see more of sort of that blue collar voter there.
And the fact that Erie County also has gone for Trump, that's a huge bellwether in the state. And that's why Democrats who are texting me are saying all of these signs are just not headed in the right
Well,
direction.
I mean, Joe Biden, of course, picked up, he did better, in some of those rural places. He, is sort of from Scranton or Scranton adjacent, grew up there, but then obviously went on to have Delaware as his home state. But I mean, he did better in some of these rural places that we're talking about.
Well, what was interesting is that when Biden won it, when Obama won it, he drew out a very large African-American population and vote in the Philadelphia area. Yes, did well in the collar counties, but Biden really won it because of the collar counties. And that's what made his win in Pennsylvania so different.
Everyone's speechless here. I guess it really is 1:40 in the morning, except for they're not speechless. They're cheering there at Trump headquarters
I think we can
at
go
West
there.
Palm. Yeah, I think we must be getting close to that moment with Donald Trump. This motorcade, we saw it coming. So I think,
Yeah, Garrett Hake's
yeah.
there.
Yeah, he's there. We can listen to him and hear what the crowd is hearing.
Yeah. Savannah, I can tell you right now, the anticipation far outpaces the available information about what Donald Trump will say and when he will say it. They're broadcasting another network in here, and we're getting a lot of cheers from a crowd who is anticipating a victory speech. I can tell you on the platform behind me, you probably can't quite see it, but the glass is up. The teleprompter glass is up for prepared remarks. But I think it's possible that part of the delay here may be that those remarks don't yet exist. Trump told reporters this morning after he voted that he hadn't written anything yet. He hadn't written a concession speech. He hadn't written a victory speech. He is something of a superstitious person, and it's possible he did not want to put anything on paper early, not knowing the results. For right now, I'm like tapping through my phone. We're reaching out to campaign sources, but I think part of the problem is Trump himself may not be entirely clear what message he wants to give to the country when he decides to step forward and give it. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you. Let's go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, where they're shutting it down. Cedric Richmond had just came out a little earlier saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will tomorrow. Any further word there, Peter?
Yeah, I think most accurate to say that we are shutting it down at this point, shy of 2 o'clock here. We're the only ones left, a matter of reporters here who are sort of bundling up their gear in anticipation of the vice president returning to Howard University, her alma mater, as we were told. I guess it's later today. She'll be speaking today, Wednesday, not just to her supporters, but to a national audience as well. Obviously, this thing isn't done yet, but certainly based on the expressions we saw, the information we're getting from those in and around the Harris campaign, it doesn't feel like a winning night for them, a successful campaign. We heard a funeral type atmosphere from those top donors who were gathered at a hotel not far from here. Kamala Harris never arrived at this location, not dissimilar to Hillary Clinton back in 2016 when it was one of her aides who came out and said she wouldn't be speaking, that she would deliver remarks the next day. Ultimately, it was then when she delivered a concession. So they're keeping close eyes on Pennsylvania. But the bottom line is, there are key demographics and critical counties and crucial states where they're just underperforming.
Peter, I'll ask you to stand by right now. We have another call in Nebraska. In the split electoral votes. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win 4 of the 5. There's the difference. This is District 3. Donald Trump, the projected winner. And you can see 58% of the vote is in there.
And District 2 remains outstanding. That's the one in Omaha, that's adjacent district that usually goes blue and is expected to tonight as well. I think we await District 2. I think we just saw that.
And you can see Donald Trump drawing closer to the magic 270 that would put him over the top and hand him the the White House once more.
Yeah, we await his comments. Stay with us. NBC News election night coverage continues right after this short break.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage. It's nearly 2 a.m. in the East. We're looking at the scene in West Palm Beach, Florida, where supporters of former President Donald Trump are celebrating. Early celebration. The race has not been called yet, but there is anticipation that the former president will speak here tonight, and so there is great excitement. Let me hand it over to Kristen Welker right now, who can talk about the other big headline of the night, and that's the balance of power.
Yeah, Lester, Republicans cheering for this as well, because NBC News has projected that Republicans will take control of the Senate after claiming 2 seats. Let's take a look at some of the races, though, that we're still watching. Let's start in Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for his 4th term in the Senate. This race, too close to call. His challenger is McCormick, and let's look, you can see right there, 51 to 41 so far. So there you have Senator Bob Casey trying to fend off a challenge from Dave McCormick. Let's go to Wisconsin now. Tammy Baldwin looking for another term in the Senate. She is getting a real run for her money from real estate and CEO executive Eric Hovde. Let's go over to Nevada now. Jackie Rosen. A couple of months ago, it looked like this was going to be safe for her. This race now too close to call as she is trying to fend off a challenge from Sam Brown. Let's go to Michigan now, this open seat, Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers fighting for this Senate seat in the great state of Michigan as we wait for a call at the top of the ticket in that state.
So we already know that the Senate is in Republican hands, and now where the question is of the margins, and the remaining incumbents holding on to Democratic seats have always been on defense there, but those are very tight races, and in the case of Nevada, tighter than I think was expected.
Way tighter than expected in Nevada, and quite frankly, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. All of these races have gotten much tighter in these recent weeks. But look, if former President Donald Trump does, in fact, win the White House, having a Republican Senate undoubtedly would pave the way for him to clear at least part of his agenda potentially more easily. Now, of course, he might be dealing with the Democratic House.
And I'll tell you, the Republican, I just got a text from source, Republican Senate source, they're feeling pretty darn good about tonight.
Well, we have a few seconds here. We await the appearance of Donald Trump in that hall in West Palm Beach, Florida. We see a celebratory atmosphere there. People, cheering and hugging, and it looks like a victory party. And when the former president steps out, perhaps that's exactly what it will be. However, NBC News has not projected or made those final calls. Let's take a pause. right here and give a chance to other stations to join.
In the second administration, your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage, 2024 election. This is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Celebration has broken out. The crowd now eagerly awaiting what they hope and believe will be an appearance by Donald Trump. The stage is set. We understand the glass teleprompter has been installed around the podium, so all seems to be in readiness.
By the way, we saw the crowds cheering a few moments ago. Another network has called the race for Trump, which explains the cheers inside the headquarters. We have not. Just a reminder, our decision desk, which is in Philadelphia, crunches those numbers. And the motto there is they don't need to be first, they need to be right. And we really do exercise an abundance of caution.
Somebody I'm looking for here, and I don't know if he's in this convention center or if he's still at Mar-a-Lago with former President Trump, is Elon Musk, because he potentially may have ended up being a factor in this race if, in fact, we do call Pennsylvania for former President Trump. He created this super PAC, put a ton of money behind Donald Trump in this state, did that very controversial $1 million a day giveaway to people who would sign a petition arguing for, First and Second Amendment rights, et cetera. I think it was something like $118 million that he poured into this race behind former President Trump and has become a very close ally of his. It speaks to what we've been talking about. Young men, there's this picture, Mar-a-Lago, Elon Musk, Dana White, UFC guy, out there with Donald
By the way,
Trump.
speaking of, first of all, Elon Musk hours ago tweeted, or X or whatever you call it now, game, set, match. So he's already been feeling that victory. But let's talk about RFK. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Has stated that Donald Trump promised to give him everything having to do with health care in the government. So we'll see if he keeps that promise.
And he is, again, a very controversial figure here, talking about children's health. He's big in the sort of anti-vaccine movement. Former President Trump has said just recently that he would be in favor of him sort of being in position. Remember, there's also this interesting dynamic where RFK ended up on the ballot in one of these blue wall states. You saw former President Trump traveling with him to Michigan and Wisconsin. It seems like to remind people, no, he's with me, right? Put my name at the top of the ticket, not RFK Jr.'s, but he has been brought into the Trump fold as well.
Well, Elon Musk is so fascinating because he was actually in charge of part of the Get Out the Vote effort. And Trump campaign officials, and I interviewed Caroline Levitt today and asked her about this. She said, look, it's unconventional. This is what we're doing. The campaign is also involved. But the bottom line, it seems to have worked, at least in some of these states that we've called so far.
We just saw the actor John Voight among those gathered waiting to hear from President Trump. I think we have former President Trump, Garrett Haake at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Are you getting any guidance on the timing?
Savannah, I've got nothing but bad news for you. I have no guidance. And in fact, Trump campaign officials who are texting me back have no guidance. So we're all in a bit of a waiting period here for the former president, I think, to make the decision to come speak. You mentioned another network having called this race. Obviously, not a decision we have made. NBC News not making any projection, but I do think that will weigh on Trump's thinking now that his audience here in the room believes he has won. I've not laid eyes on Elon Musk yet, but I have seen Tucker Carlson, who was part of the sort of core group of folks at the Mar-a-Lago party earlier this evening. Everyone who was there has decamped for the convention center. So really, the stage is set for Donald Trump's moment whenever he chooses to take it. And this crowd is ready. I've been watching people who in many cases have been here for hours and enjoying the cash bar quite thoroughly, hugging and smiling and dancing along to the program, ready for a victory celebration that for them has been a very long time coming.
Hey, Garrett, let me ask you, we've been reporting for weeks that this is going to be a tie, and we've seen, what Democrats now see. Yeah. Was there any expression of pessimism? Was there concern that, there but for the grace of God go I, Republicans could have gone in the same direction as the Dems?
When I talked to people within the Trump campaign the last couple of days, there were a lot of nerves because what they were trying to do was very much unproven. They had a theory that they could expand the electorate, they could turn out all these new voters, they could convince young men to show up and vote, and it was totally unproven. And, the Trump campaign ethos in general, from the top down, is to be confident, borderline cocky, until you are proven wrong. And so that's mostly what they projected. But in these last couple of days, they saw the same polls we did. They saw I think the vice president's closing message, they saw Donald Trump at a lot of his rallies kind of failing to deliver the knockout blow with his own closing message. And they did get a little nervous, but their theory of the case was always that this electorate existed and they needed to prove it to be true. And I can tell you I have gotten several text messages from Trump campaign staffers and major donors basically saying, see, we told you so. I mean, for them, it was always going to be either a close Kamala Harris victory in their view or a sweep potentially of the battleground states if their theory was right. They have felt minute by minute and hour by hour tonight that the evidence is pointing towards their theory being right. And we won't know till all the votes are counted, but certainly it's starting to look that way as we approach 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we are approaching 2 o'clock in the morning and waiting to hear from the former president, or some words when we might hear from him. Again, this race has not been called by this network. This network still going through its processes, and when it's ready to speak, our decision desk will speak.
But as we look at where the numbers are and what the mood music is, if you will, I think one of the things that is on people's minds is who will be, if in fact former President Trump in his inner circle. And as we're talking about some of this, it may be striking for some folks to remember back in 2016, Jared Kushner was such a presence on the trail, his son-in-law, Ivanka Trump, his daughter, Melania Trump has been a rare presence on the campaign trail, campaigning for her husband this time. And both Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have largely taken a back seat. They've kept an arm's length away from domestic politics here and have not been on the trail much. They may be here tonight if, in fact, he comes out and gives some sort of big speech. They may line up as part of the family, but they have not been a presence in the way that they were.
Well, let's also not forget that 40-year-old J.D. Vance, who served in the United States Senate for 2 years, is on the precipice of becoming the vice president of the United States for a man who's 78 years old. So, I mean, this is a moment.
Yeah. The one thing I'd say about who would serve in the administration, I think this is actually a better opportunity for him coming back after the 4 years in between. Because normally when you have the second term, you just shuffle the chairs on the deck. You've got the number 2 person was really good, so we'll move them up to number 1, and maybe I'll move you over to another. He's cleaning house. I mean, the house got cleaned, and now he's able to rebuild the entire thing.
I think he will, but for example, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Do you think he says, you know what, I'll give you the FDA or the health department?
Or
HHS. Yes, exactly.
Those are Senate confirmed, and so unless you went with an acting role,
Which
he would be.
himself has said he doesn't mind having acting heads in
Well,
there.
I mean, I'll leave that to him. But what I'm also going to say, though, is that when it comes to, whether it's in the national security space, in all the other spaces, he's learned from that. I was there the moment he walked into the Oval Office for the first time as president, about 6 o'clock p.m., 7 o'clock p.m. on January 20th, 2017. And most of the people we did not know because he wasn't the politician. Reince was doing all of this, who was the person of Washington, D.C. You're taking
Talking about his
from
former
Congress.
chief of staff, Reince Priebus,
And so now he's got that knowledge.
Well, and it's striking because so many of the people who served in his administration have said he's unfit to serve. And so they won't be returning, obviously. And we spent a fair amount of time talking about that in recent weeks, all of the people who called him, for example, a fascist. I do think it's worth zooming out a little bit and just acknowledging the history-making moment that we are witnessing. The fact that he's only the second president in more than 100 years, if he does in fact win, to go back to the White House and serve non-consecutive terms.
What do you think of your old boss, former Vice President Mike Pence, is thinking? He did not endorse Donald Trump, and of course, famously, did his constitutional duty on January 6th to the chance of hang Mike Pence. What do you think he's thinking right now?
I think he's probably thinking about it from a policy standpoint. I mean, the campaign is over. That decision has been made by the American people. And so I think he'll look that if there's an area where they are in agreement on policy, he'll engage. If there's an area where he's in disagreement, he will decide whether he will make that known or just quietly wait and know that you've got actually another opportunity 4 years down the road, not to run, I'm not saying that, but to influence another set of policymakers.
But there is a reason that he's seen so many of the people that worked under him leave and now speak ill of him. And so what does that mean for the future of his next cabinet?
Well, I think a lot of times you have to realize how to communicate with him and also what your role is. I mean, I think this is one of the big disagreements I think we had in Washington, D.C. and with the bureaucracy in general, is to provide advice, to provide consent, to provide your best recommendation. But there's only one person who put their name on the line and was elected by the people of America to be the president of the United States.
Claire, you had a thought, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think one of the things that a lot of people will be looking at is the military. We have a civilian-controlled military in the United States, but there is a deep ethos in the military, especially in the leadership, about the separation of politics and the military. And Trump at times tried to blur that line and was frustrated, I think, because he could not get the military to do what he thought they ought to do when they ought to do it sometimes. So I think it will be interesting to see how the Pentagon handles this, because there are so many strong leaders in our military, and they have come up through the ranks, and they have transferred their families all over the world, and they have learned every part of military leadership. And I think there could be some bumps in the road as to how he handles the military and who he puts in charge.
Well, in his first term, there were a number of administration officials who were there because they felt as though they could say no to him. They felt as though they were protecting the government. And by all accounts, this will be a very different second term. He was doing an interview with Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity asked him if he would be a dictator, and he said only on day one. And of course, some of his supporters said, look, that was hyperbole. It was a joke. But the reality is, I think this administration will look a lot different. There will be people there who will support. And the question is, how many will be able to question him, to challenge him? We know that he also has his eye on people like Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Marco Rubio, obviously Elon Musk, as we have discussed, as potential people who would return to a second administration.
To sort of put it super simply here, this is the case that Vice President Harris made for the duration of her 107-day campaign, which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear? Clearly, that is an argument that did not resonate with voters in Georgia. It did not resonate with voters in North Carolina. It did not resonate with the Latino voters that we've been talking about, et cetera. But that is the case that she had been making and was trying to make, bringing up these cabinet officials, other Republicans, people who had previously been allied with him that chose to break apart.
Did he win a mandate?
Listen, the House, the Senate is Republican now. He is on the precipice of potentially winning. Again, we have not called it, but winning Pennsylvania, which would be essentially ball game.
And potentially the popular vote as well.
Which for the first time, he's never had that before, right? And we don't even know, could this be a sweep of the battlegrounds? That's a huge question mark too. So listen, he has been very clear about his policies, the things he wants to put in place. We talked about tariffs. If he has a Republican House and Senate, suddenly, perhaps that makes it easier to find the money that he will need, the enormous amount of money to carry out those mass deportations, for example. And so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
Well, Project 2025, which the former president has disavowed, but it has to be acknowledged, has folks who have worked for him and people that he has consulted with all over it. And there's a lot of talk in that document about getting rid of the so-called deep state. And because the view from the Trump campaign and the Trump way of thinking is that deep state, these are people that were an obstacle to what he wanted to do inside the administration. Mark, how seriously do you think he will take that?
Well, I think he will take. I don't speak for the former president or his campaign, and
we've got an important call to make here.
Moments away from calling one of the key
told to stand by.
battlegrounds.
Yes, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. Here's where it stands right now. Donald Trump out in front. Difference of 188,000 votes. 95% will vote in Pennsylvania. And that goes in the Donald Trump column.
And with that, it's expected that he will have the 270 votes he needs. I see you puzzling over there. That it's because of Nebraska. Yeah.
Going, okay, am I going crazy?
No.
Because we haven't called Alaska yet, and that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called and Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to 272, if not higher. We still haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan as well, but he is on his way. NBC News projecting him on his way back to the White House.
And we were told he is perhaps a minute away now
He's
from
on the way to White
coming
House.
on the stage at the campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach and to make his remarks to the crowd. The crowd very silent right now. I'm not quite sure what they're listening to, but they have been partying for quite some time.
Well, this is history. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 1880s have we seen a president return to office after that gap. So a second term after a gap of time. 4 years later, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, as he was the 45th president of the United States, with the convincing sweep of several battleground states. Several battleground states still not decided, but the magic number of 270 electoral votes has been reached, and we will have many hours and days to talk about the coalition that he put together. But this is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach as Donald J. Trump once again will assume the presidency on January 20th. The United States Senate will be in Republican hands. Democrats have lost control of the Senate, and the fate of the House of Representatives, currently in Republican hands, also in question. Democrats just need 4 seats to pick up to get control of the House. That would be the one check on Republican power, but it may well be that they sweep the House as well. So we have set the scene for you. This long campaign is over, and we await the former president to make his remarks.
Tom, to be clear, how does he get to 270 now? He's at 266.
Yeah, so right now he's at 266. If we fill in, and let me see, because sometimes when we get to a certain point, you can no longer fill in some holes here. But he wins Alaska, and then we go back. In Maine, there's a congressional district in Maine that we're still waiting on. You can see Maine is not filled out yet. There's a congressional district in Maine. Once he gets there, he'll get past 270, or he'll get right to 270, and that's where he'll stand tonight. And when we hit 2024, he'll likely get to 272. Again, and we haven't called Wisconsin and Michigan, so it could grow from there. But as Savannah mentioned, he got to 270. That's the magic number. We're projecting that Pennsylvania is a win for former President Trump. He is headed back to the White House.
This is all, of course, assuming that Alaska and Nebraska and the Maine district go the way that we expect them to go. So I think Tom is making an excellent point here that we haven't hit that magic 270 number just yet. But with the win in Pennsylvania here, the thing I'm looking for, a couple of things. What is the Harris campaign going to say and do now? Because the last that we heard from them, of course, it was Cedric Richmond taking the stage. That memo had suggested to staffers, listen, we've got the blue wall. We're going to wait and see turnout in Philadelphia. We have now called Pennsylvania. That is incredibly significant here. And so do we hear from, if not her, as we don't expect to, the campaign tonight? And then obviously, what are we going to hear when former President Trump himself takes the stage there down in Palm Beach?
And will she call him to concede? I mean, that's my question. If you'll rewind back to 2016, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton did, in fact, call Donald Trump that night to concede.
And the next morning she came before the cameras. It was, I believe, late morning, if memory serves. She did. And I think the Democratic, the leaders have signaled that she will address the country tomorrow. And they certainly could read the tea leaves and saw which way this was headed. And so, we believe and project that he will reach at least the 270 votes that he needs.
Well, and I remember talking to John Podesta in 2016 and saying, have you written a concession speech at the beginning of the night? And he said, no, because we don't even want to think about that. And you have to ask that question. Did Harris even have a concession speech, or is that part of what she's thinking through? What exactly?
Well, I mean, going into a night where, the polls showed 49-49. I mean, I think
well, maybe someone wrote a concession.
I think you wouldn't be blamed for being presumptuous to go out and write a.
For all the talk about the 2016 vibes, and I'm sure it's in your text messages as well, yours, that this feels a lot like that. There is a distinction here, and I defer, of course, to the former Hillary Clinton campaign correspondent. But there was, in some ways, an air of inevitability around Hillary Clinton that just didn't exist around Kamala Harris. She wasn't even supposed to be on the top of this ticket 6 6 months ago, right? So it was a very different vibe coming into this. She talked about, and her campaign cast her as the underdog here in this race, not as the sort of heir apparent, if you will. So there are some distinctions here.
By the way, this is the third straight election in which it appears that pollsters have underestimated the Trump vote. I mean, we will see. We don't have all the numbers here, and we can all do the comparison, but it does appear that he, at least, maybe it's not a polling miss because those were, in most of these battlegrounds, dead ties and within the margin of error. And if it's in the margin of error, it's not a polling miss. But there's no question, Tom, that in the counties that you have now memorized, that will be haunting you to the last of your days, that he was outperforming and getting new voters to the polls and squeezing out more voters, especially in those rural districts.
We were looking in all those battleground states, and the pattern that we kept seeing was that he kept overperforming in the rural areas. She was underperforming Biden in those urban areas, in the blue counties she needed to win. I was signaling you, Savannah, because one thing, I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet, but if former President Trump goes back to the White House, something else you guys, I don't think you've talked about it yet, is the Supreme Court. And what happens in the Supreme Court, and if anything happens there, we saw how he completely reshaped that court. And if he's reelected, and it looks like he's going to be, I mean, not that there's anyone sort of hanging on there at the Supreme Court, but it's something that Republicans are going to be thinking about.
Well, and here's the other point to remind people of. The Supreme Court issued a ruling that gave him immunity from all official acts. Prior to tonight, Donald Trump was facing 3 legal battles and was also convicted.
He's got
a November 26th sentencing date.
So there will be a lot of questions about how all of that will
There are 2 state cases, the sentencing case. The sentencing is in the New York State case. And then there are 2 federal cases which will functionally disappear.
Go away.
I mean, they'll go away. If he took office and they were still going, he could pardon himself. He could have a different attorney general. I mean, there's a million. They're gone. They're just gone.
Yeah, and remember, he also said he would free all of the January 6th convicts. We'll have to see how that works functionally. And he'll fire Jack Smith on day 1, and again, the deportation force, which he has promised to start on day 1. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds.
It's interesting.
Very clear.
Think about what Judge Merchan in New York State Court will do with the sentencing date before him, whether he just tables it or, you know, but in any event.
That could mean another Supreme Court intervention to try to find out
It could. It'll be very interesting. Yeah, it's an experienced judge. I don't know what he'll do. He may just, you know, recognize what's going on. And in the end, it is a business records case. You know, so he may decide, okay, the conviction stands, but choose not to sentence to jail, which actually would be in line with similar situated defendants.
Yeah, so you have
so it wouldn't be surprising.
Your court TV hat back on.
I know. It's like all that legal education put to use here at 2 o'clock in the morning as we await Donald Trump to take the stage here in West Palm.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a holding period right now. The crowd is I guess, watching some speeches or videos right now, and they're waiting for the former president to come out. We don't know whether he will claim victory. Again, we have not made that call. At least one other network has, and the crowd reacted to that a bit early, but we make no statement from that other than the fact that we're our decision desk works along with its own metrics in making these decisions. So they will at some point make calls, and we'll see where the evening ends up.
Yeah, well, barring an earthquake in some of these states, such as Alaska, I think that by calling Pennsylvania, it's sort of all over, but the voting, but we will wait for the official moment of 270 votes, but I can guarantee you Donald Trump is. There's Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum. These are former opponents in the primary who were quickly dispatched and then came over to the Trump side, and perhaps they have stars in their eyes about what roles they may play in a Trump administration.
There's another piece of history that if this goes the way that it seems likely to go here and he does hit 270 electoral votes, he would be the oldest president ever elected. He would actually beat now President Biden by about 143 days. So he would make history in that setting as well. That is not something he prefers to talk about, especially as age has become front and center in this race, as Vice President Harris looked to cast him as sort of exhausted, questioning his fitness for office in those final days of the campaign. Again, an argument that clearly did not seem to resonate for voters in Georgia, in North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, those battlegrounds that appeared to be putting him over the edge.
Let's go to Garrett Hank. He is there at the Trump headquarters. Garrett, can you tell what the audience is listening to right now, and any word on when we might see Mr. Trump?
Lester, they're listening to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so, leading us to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we knew he had not written any remarks earlier in the day. Then we just a moment ago saw staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance we have gotten from the campaign remains unambiguous soon. And beyond that, we are left to wait and wonder with the rest of you as I'm watching staffers make yet another adjustment to the former president's teleprompter on stage.
Yes, it's getting to be late here, and we are awaiting former President Trump, and we're just doing a switcheroo here with getting our Capitol Hill correspondent in position here. We can have a lot to discuss with him as we talk about and potentially a new Washington. We haven't called the race yet, but we've called Pennsylvania, and that just about does it, as all of us who've been studying the map certainly know by now.
A new Washington that looks a little bit like the old Washington, right?
Yes.
With Donald Trump back in office here. The dynamic's different, especially with the way that the Republican Party has changed. Think about it, gone. And Ryan Nobles is joining us, knows this. Mitch McConnell will not be in Senate leadership anymore. So, I remember in 2017 when Kristen and I were, newly minted White House, or you were a White House correspondent, I came on board. There's a lot of discussion about the Republican establishment and Donald Trump, and would he bend to them or would they bend to him? We now have that answer 8 years later, and that is what Washington, it seems, if this goes the way, barring any big surprises, will look like.
Well, and that's what we were talking about at the convention. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party.
Yeah, and the type of new senator that you're going to see coming in and joining the ranks of the existing senators are all senators that are in what you call the MAGA mold, right? These are people that have run campaigns that are in the same vein as the type of campaign that Donald Trump has run. These are people that very much sought Donald Trump's endorsement, felt that it was necessary to connect with him and his base. The best example of this is Mike Rogers, right? Former congressman from Michigan, who at a certain point in his career attempted to try and break himself from Donald Trump, tried to be a part of this kind of anti-Trump establishment. Maybe he thought that was the future of the Republican Party. Went away from politics for a little while, came back when he saw that his seat was open in Michigan, and basically did everything he could to make himself in the MAGA mold. And now he's going to be a part of this new group. Oh, he could potentially be part of this new group of senators. We haven't called that.
Yeah, I'm just peeking. He's leading it by a little bit. We have it as too close to call.
Great.
Well, you look at Senator Marco Rubio, who I just saw there. All of these former opponents, it's either get on board or get run over. And, that's kind of the way that it's been, and many of them have.
Ted
former
Cruz
Trump
is an
critics, I might mention J.D. Vance, a former Trump critic who is about to be vice president of the United States.
Yeah, and I've had many conversations with both senators and aides and people with a lot of influence on Capitol Hill, and they've talked about this metamorphosis. And they've talked about how maybe they don't like necessarily Donald Trump's personality or the way he presents himself or the way he talks about people, but they also realize that, and what is clearly evident tonight, that he has captured the pulse of at least half of the American people, and in particular, the American people that elect Republicans to office. And so you can try and fight against that establishment if you want to be a Republican, or you can get on board. And more you see these Republicans getting on board. The question, I think, becomes, does that translate into some sort of governable posture? They're very good at throwing pot shots. They're very good at complaining about things, turning that into actual action, because Donald Trump has laid out a long list of things he'd like to get done. Like, how quickly can he remove tax on tips or tax on overtime, which is something that he's promised? He may have the votes to do that. Now it's actually time to turn
But then you got to find the money elsewhere when you want money for other things. So budgets are budgets.
I do think it's worth, just as we sit here and reflect on the history of this moment, thinking about not only is this historic because he's the first president to serve 9 consecutive terms in more than 100 years, but think about the political comeback that we are witnessing. Think about January 6th and the days after that, and the number of Republicans who wrestled with whether to impeach him again and convict him, and who tried to separate themselves from him. much like you're discussing, Ryan, and who'd written him off politically, who just could not conceive of this moment. And then he had this incredible showing in the primary. And now here he is tonight on the cusp of
I think back, Kristen,
going back to the White House.
often of that period of time where Mitch McConnell had that moment where he had to make a decision during the second impeachment trial as to whether or not he would lift his thumb and allow a whole group of Republican senators who were seriously thinking about voting to impeach him and put Donald Trump in a position where he would not be able to run for office again. And at the time, Mitch McConnell's argument was that this was not a decision, a political decision, that this would be a legal decision.
Decided in the courts,
He would
right.
be prosecuted, and a judge and jury would decide whether or not he should be convicted of those crimes.
I want to show you very quickly a photo of Donald Trump apparently taken backstage. This is not it, but there it is. So he's.
I think that was posted by one of his sons, just mentioned by Garrett Hake a few moments ago.
Yeah,
So
One of the other, I'm sorry, I was going to say one of the other things, I think there is still some suspense to the evening as it relates to the margin here and to the popular vote, right? Because this is.
Yeah, sorry guys. الله نو خنوداينا خنوداينا نهلكم زخون سبيتش نخجبر بدحرت زي حدش سئل تريوا زلهم يو so probably شعت حفام قال ready قبل له مالتي so yeah let's see what he said انت اخبل كن سمعينا كالو كم تنوري أزلنا درجة 266 لازبوزحو 4 راح يترفوا تنا 4 خا حنت خابتن تريفون زلوان دحر وقعتا توقع مالتي already so درجة تعويتي إنا خنبل مالتي انت أي خبل جن يا خمس نسمع يرحن وقعت بليتي أنا كاي ود أنا يسين خيرنا خمس بهاي و كنت ود أقلك هذا حز كاي كنت ود أقلك yeah you got to make sure that let's see
when you put it in that context. That was one of the things that Vice President Harris struggled with to some extent. And they made the calculation that she wasn't going to get specific about every single potential policy issue. And she is someone who, of course, was thrust into this race with 100 days to go, who had frankly never won a primary. I mean, remember in 2019, she dropped out before Iowa.
You know what's very interesting in one of the exit polls? Kamala Harris's favorable rating, 48%. Donald Trump's 44%.
That's right.
People like him less, and it appears
But the people who
voted
liked
into
him,
an office.
the people who liked him showed up here, and maybe others as well. And look at Joe Biden's approval rating too. I do think that comes into play here. His favorability at 41%.
Well, they may not like him, but they like what he says. They like his
I
policies.
talk to voters all the time that say, I can't stand him. I don't like the way he picks on people. I don't like his tweets. I don't like the way that he picks on people that aren't like him. But I love his policies.
But in his mind, does that validate his worst instincts now? I mean, will the lesson for him of this election be, course works?
Well, yeah, that and also it doesn't matter, Lester, right? Because he's not going to run for re-election again. That's it. He's going to have these 4 years, and he's the same Donald Trump, but he may govern differently. And what I mean by that is that he knows Washington now. The first time he didn't know Washington. Now he knows Washington. And also the people that are going to sign up for his cabinet, they know what to expect. You remember, all these people signed up, they got approved, and then they quickly were dismissed. What we saw with his campaign that was different from 2016 and really from his White House presidency, the team he assembled is the team that stayed, right? His campaign team, those around him, are the people that stayed. What's different this time around, though, Trump's inner circle is much different. You mentioned this. No more Jared, no more Ivanka. There's much different people that have gotten close to him over these 4 years. So it may be a little different, and everyone that signs up sort of knows what to expect. I think when you talk about people like Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Tim Scott, these are people who stayed very close to him. They ran against him, but they stayed very close to him. You could see positions like Secretary of State and other cabinet positions being offered to these senators.
Some of the OGs are still around, right? Some of those 2016 people who came in
Think about
early are
Kellyanne Conway.
I'm thinking Tori Lewandowski, who's back in the fold.
Steve Bannon, still an outside advisor. I'm told not planning to go back to the White House, but I think these are people who will continue to be in his
They'll be in his ear. But I wonder, to your point, though, Lester, when we look at this campaign, one of the things that was much different than what we saw in 2020 and 2016, aside from the candidate himself, the operation was far more disciplined than what we saw in those previous two election cycles.
Absolutely.
Chris LaCivita, who I covered for a long time as a political reporter in Virginia, Susie Wiles, they at least kept the overall message of the campaign very focused throughout the entire time. Now, he would get off the rails from time to time. That made their lives difficult. But you found them keeping everyone together and focused on a specific message.
But look at the Donald Trump we have seen in just the last few months.
Oh, yeah, there you go. He's here.
There's Donald Trump now coming out.
But there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the plains of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time you stand and say, proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that life to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And
we start with the
we
border.
made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? No, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Right? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie. You want me to say something?
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia, and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know,
Don't forget
I was
Tesla.
president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he?
Is he
Bryson? Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson.
My goodness, Elon is here.
Oh,
Whoa,
look
Mary.
at him.
Oh, the guy. My goodness. Hold on.
He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job.
Yeah, that's what happened.
He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustle with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. but this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well. Congrats.
Former President Trump making about 25 minutes worth of remarks, essentially acknowledging that he has been called by other networks, not this one so far, as the next president of the United States, coming out with family and supporters there, a crowd that had waited a considerable amount of time. But obviously eager and happy about the outcome of the evening. As we said, NBC News has not projected that he is over the top yet, but he has a clear path to victory and the White House at this point.
And we just saw Barron Trump, 18 years old, cast his first vote in a general election for president today for his father. And people say that Barron Trump has actually had a lot of the ideas about having his father appeal to young men his age.
One of the young men
seems to be part of the coalition that we're seeing.
All right, let's get it down, and then a little summary. What انت إزبل نسو نشتي بزعبة نشتي كنزارب كارو ولا حنتي بلنا نعتقون كلنا. Okay, what do I have in here? All right. Okay, good. Let's go with it. Something like that. I'm gonna a little summary. All right. Salam. كما تخونوا داق ما ينقع رح نمسخنا حبشة education. كبابي شمنت ساعتنا 4 لايف جيرنا almost ساعات نبولو إز نبر مريج أنا يوم عند خن عزب نيشتي سامر خن قبرينا ويستخدم أنا بعس ويست 10 دقائق مالتي. So welcome. በዚህ አጋጣሚ ነቶም ትራምፕ ዝመረፅኩም እንኳ ሓጎሰኩም ነቶም ካማላ ሃሪስ ዝመረፅኩም ከማ ያ never give up ዳግማይ ክትዕወቱ ምዃንኩም ኣግምተእትዎ ብጣዕሚ ፅቡቅ ዝኾነ ያ ትገብር ዘላ ወይ ከዓ ፅቡቅ ዝኾነ ኣድቫንስ እውን ኣለዋ ማለት እዩ ሶ ክንቅፅል ሴነት መጀመርያ ሴነት ኮንትሮል ኮይኑ ብሃውስ ኦኬ ሰለስተ ብራንች ኣለውና ኣብኣ ማለት እዩ President, Senate, and House. Then Celestian in Azidali Hijmirich as a Kaidnero, Mentawit in Zibel Heto, most probably House Gana Eifelet Nanzelna, House me eating Sancho Mountain Democratic as Azia, and then me eating the Sancho Dishtenka Republican Salo. So according Trump and Tailu Hijik Half Colon is Zarigu, House when Hanahan Hazainalo, Senate but Republican Hizamalo. So حمسان حدن بربعان حدن تعويتهم علوم جنا ستيل كنتبئنا مئة يوم تغلى سنة جن حمسان حدن بربعان حدن كل كلنا تسعة كلتن سبات تمريض أمالو already بابزي أخا يا ريبابليكان تعويتهم علوم تم شو من تولا أنت تحوسوا ناب ديمقراطيك أربعان شعتني خونز خل ستيل اتنامبر حليفات مالتي بريزيدنت نزبل كلتهم إتن سانشدشن اتي إلكتروبوت رخيب له ترامب كساب هجيجن كنري خلنا تكالب هازون كحلفو خمس غلط أجمعلون and then Harris كام 195 هجي أبزي بروجوت كن وصل نخل President Trump Victor جري درجات عويتيو Senate كا Victor جري مم House جينا خرينا أبزي maybe كسب صباح result خرينا مالتيو بمقصال زي أبزي أشجار نزبل حتى و kind of مسكت أبانا دي مسكال زتأثر قرب كبير زخونة بوليس اندحر ترامب أمتي أبزي ساعات زي اندحر هاوس بحلفي ريبابليكان كينوم زخونة ترامب زمصو كل نجار كحلف يخلي مالتي so ناي ترامب أجندة انتاي مثل نابينا خري مالتي ترامب أجندة أخ انتاي مثل انتاي بلان له أنا انت تمريت انتاي قبل لكم يلو بروميس أتونا له نعني شك خنبتحنا مجمرة توم illegal alliance قبل كله بزي حقنا بزي عدد موت صراحتنيا تيزخفلوا جنزب بقى خودله دموزم like رئيس قبري حدا نتبي أتومس بولكو mass deportation بقى بزح زخونة deport كجبر مخانة illegal له لا قطر خلته detention center مكانه إسربيت هنا كمز كامبون كسرحه نظام أزي خطاس نتم illegal موت immigrant مالتهم يا بمقصال border wall كسرحه like Mexico ذا border أزي نسو يا كسرحه قدام نتكري أزلني إبلاله كال cat unnecessary regulation كل زخون حقتات الله حوات أبزي especially أبناي real estate تأثر مسكال كال ون كمز أمثلة أبناي zoning do planning do كتاس بزنا energy do ناي oil نبعله خوت أز حسب زنبرة مسوس تأثر على إذ كل زي unnecessary حق حساب زخون cat قبر إبلا صب كال the most important you know what قلا mortgage احوات mortgage rate ريسك قبر إبلا له so far as of now كابزا لو ما عندي كباب شو 10% لنا mortgage rate نسالة عامة national wise ناي حفل شمالتي كر خلنا بيأسه أزي كم تزحلفه كبابي سلسة دي كباب 4 تري اندحر أوريدو easy money قبرنا له easy money اندحر مسيخا ماركتنا قطبا عبي قطبانا اندحر عبي خا GDP according Trump تايز بلوزلو كساب 8% growth قبراله لسي كلتشان 25 نسم ساعته نابين مرحنا مزخلو زلو ناي job report دي خالق هوب not recession so recession دحر داي ماتيو نتي قطبا نتي economic عري زبل عبي مدب حيزخم زلو مالتي بمقصال زخونه ناي فدرال ناي منجست زلو بوتا ويكا لاند زلو غزاوت خسرحه زبل علامه له غزاوت خسرحه نتي غزاوت خسرحه داس واي تحققات قنيسن خسرح مالتي يا كال يا أحوات حزة drill baby drill oil كن فحرينا خنوصينا أبز حلفة oil ready جري ونيرو أقطع مخيلوجن من محرار باينر مسموتهم executive order جيرهم قطع بيلهم أنت أم حاسبهم حما ما ليت يكوننا من محرار باينر تقبلون ورون أنت الآن بgreen energy خيط رحيت green energy تباهلو بؤز خيز نبري كم زرعنا أبناي inflation reduction act معات جنزب زخونة اندحر مكينة لسه EV مكينة electronic مكينة اندحر تجزء كونكا كسب 17 سولار أبجزء خان اندحر تجبر كونكا كسب 3% واجا ناي سولار ورا ناي قلبت ناي كل ملو so بجرين energy زخيت نبرة ناي democratic already أول له tax credit بحال نبرة انتخ قبري ترامب كرينا أب أوفيس مساعده تقري على عسرة كبابي قاتو انتخ قبري كرينا زي مالت قصل اندحر كيلو this is good news نتسلا in phase تسلا كتاس نتناي electronic زلوا مكاين مالت جن كرينا كسب كلتا شحن 35 كباب زقصل يوم ዲሞክራቲክ ኣሕሊፎሞ ዘሎ እዚ ኣቲ ብኦፊስ እንድሕር ቀፂሎ ማለት ፐርፌክት ንተስላ ካልእ ያ ኣዋር እቲ ኦይል ከመይ ዝበሎ ኦይል ቦስ ክገብረክ ንዓና ይኹን كمان أوروبا هاي ترى بكهبة زبل قمتات الله نحن أنت أيلو ولا عنده بخزار كله بير كابراشان اللي علنا عنا لنا كاب سعودي عربي عنا لنا سلازي دريل بيبي دريل النعو خوص زبل الله مالتي قال no federal taxes no تم تيب توصل حوات تيب كم زي أب رستورانت صرف حسابات نحل لكم تيب توهاب نحركمكم taxes بهال no more أزي زبالو promise يحلف ده يسرح لنا زبل حتى maybe yes اندحر نمنتعنا نزول لنا اندحر like Senate تحزوه House تحزوه بعلو غا President خوين له so most probably yes زخول له حلفة خالي promise أتيل نايب so بمقصال كلتشان عصر شوعتن بزعباناي qualified بزعباناي renewal job actable حدا ناي قرط ويكا ناي tax in small business خون زحلفون يرو نسو هجي expired دا كلتشان 25 يقبر extended كوبري thank you بتعمسو أزي أقداسي in small business مالت very important very important كاري كوربوريشن إذا ما هابتمات بيليونرات كلهم زياتهم كوربوريشنهم سفر 21% يوم تخاف لزلو نسخ كمان كاب 35 ناع 21% بعلو أوريدو أبجزيو so من محدار بعدين ناع 20 تنقصقلين بالنيرم نسخة أنا مستمرت كنا 15 قرط يبلالو big advantage so أحوات asset كالي اندحر أبزاس عزيز أنت زي جزيكم you're gonna miss all this opportunity ناي especially مسنا economy ناي ترامب زومت أزلو مالتي very good point ساتي so نتون corporation دحر 20 حدا زخفلا نيرن 15% انت وريد لن is kind of millions of billions of جنزب انت انقبرو reinvest انقبرو whatever نعبياتين قصلا مالتي so tax important ولاون نسمع lower income houses ون او taxi قرط يزبلالو لسي انت يمثل حبش education كل شيء update نقبرك من هنقصلنا مالتي قال social security توصلوا أبوتات عبيتي مالتي سخاتهم incomeكم اندحر لزان 25 كوينو individually عندنا 30 شيء عند حركين with سبعين سبعين كا no tax that's a good one مالت بحب الشاب إذا أنت زر أنا أبتنايز عارقون مع السلازلو perfect بمقصال أوكي كالو add tariff زيا نبرتات كابدة جزمت this is night trap plan مالت حوات كابدة جزمت زخون النبرة دارجة أيدليني أبي أس كسرح الله أبي أسخ كشيت الله كونسيم نحنا بعلنا هنقبر لنا بهالاي so قرب اتخاب دقز مسألنا سدد ننا هنا نبرت ويكا ننا هنا أقحى انتاي قبر له بحسر مسألة زلو أبزي سلازي كاستمرنا هزبنا نتنا يدقى يقوز له so نا يدقى ندحر قزيكا تريفينو تأتاوخ أنا دقى خير الله so كاب دقز نبرت أو هاي تاكس قبره بهالاي مالتي almost especially in China كباب 6% كون يخل كابون لعل كون يخل that is the most important زي أمس economic قرب أجاج أويتها معناته import تكبر export تكبر الله عن هذا right أو بزح الله مهن أنت يمثل كرينا أبكر منا مالتي سلازم مس China بزيادة idolate مالتي so كربي 6% كون يخلي ويك أمور كون يخلي domestic industry نحرالين تسلا نحر مكينا خسر ليه أب أمريكا خسر حلك إذا قمتي زلوا so depend مست communication ناتو قال لما أنتي أبزقبرو هجي ناي فيكتوري ويكا أنا عاوتنا تو زقبرو نشتي دار قانا 25 دقيقة انت يتزاري نزبل قدامي تبي بوردر جميع رحوات بوردر لايك نتو بوردر بايك أنا تدوبات بتعمل سكر قبري سو نسو من دقدم قبرلو سرقالات عدم قبرلو أو أخسر حيان بتعمل مالتي قال سنة كنترول جرنايلو هاوس كنترول جرنايلو economy will back you نقط طبعا عزيك عبي هجي so أبزي هيل نعطي أبسق أنا زلا كنوت عينا نزل لنا يحمق نجر هجي كنوت عينا yes economically وديقنا لنا بتخكلي بسنك inflation كلا أونا يكون inflation كابو تبقى so هجي كنت سأل لنا أو نسرح لنا زبل صبوا زخونة دسيبل the most important let's move forward حوات نابيس كنا تسلا my goodness تسلا أبزي حلف في فيديو قليس أنيري تسلا مس إيلان ماسك بتزقبرو نبعلو أبناي فلوريدا هجي زقبرو بزحنا قر تواسيو أبزي نايزي هيلث نايزي هيريكنز نبر مالتي تسلا إيلان ماسك بزح نجار كسرح كم زخيل مزنا AI تأثر بزح نجار كجبر كم زخيل أقمت لو ما أنتي ترامب تزارب man good luck so Tesla investors good luck we will see Tesla maybe أبزر بعد عمت ناي ترامب term Tesla different هتكونيا مالتي so far according even كاتي wood Tesla أنت أزبلا زلا ناي 7 تريليون ماركت كاب كلواي 7 تريليون ماركت كاب كلوا نحر كينو نحنت شر لعل 2000 اكبابي إنا خنو لازم خل مالتي سو ستيل اوتستاندينج شر نحر 3 سنه بحدا بيليون اكباب لنا خينو نابو إنا خنو بلا نخل تسلا سلازي انفسترز ناي تسلا لما عنتي ماركتنا تسلا اب كوينا انت زي تقاقي 5% اب كوينا هجي دحري ماركت ترند يبلين according كاب زي السرد لي سبات جن 370 كلتن بصحة it's high too much مالت تسلا maybe ابزي I don't know تسلا بوت خيدو هو تاكس كريديت كود بنير كادس بلا يا maybe عدلات كركب نخيلنا احوات قدمنا باوفيس متاو ترامب قالنا opportunity ناي مجزاء تسلا خركب يخيلي اتين دحر تاكس كريديت بحلفي تاكس كريديت $7,500 يوصدن دحر لي ترامب نعود اطو دحر بلو لي خوينو ريفينيو ناي تسلا خاص يخيلي ريفينيو قبل كله خنتاي بروفيت مخسبه خاص يخيلي جن لونج ران ناي قدميت ناي نوح اوتونومس نامنو زلنا تسلا is going to be number 1 so Trump Tesla قال بيتكوين the highest بتاعها 7,457 something the highest all the time record لما عندي أجهزة كله مرجع بتاعها هجي سفر كم لا ده لان هجي update بلين جن the highest 7,457 قال ملا that's a lot بيتكوين مالتي قال Trump media was up very much and then Dogecoin was up almost كندا 23.12% Dogecoin up كنا مالتي today after market نعمل هجي well you know تناي كريبتو كخلي شع ماركت زلوا مالتي this is great news مالتي إيلان زلوا إمازن أب كريبتو زلون it's gonna be strong كرينا مالتي so oil مالتي يا أمود أتنتا إلي ترامب كباب 900 حدا يخون رالي جري بقى 900 حدا مروت إن دابلا I guess بتقرني مروت إني زبال مروت إن دابلا كباب 900 حدا يخون جزية تمالاليسو بتعمي عزيزة قرمي مالس الله يخيرو so God أنت إلي مودة بزي أخو دا أنون أملاخ سيف قرني خا for a reason إلنا so God bless نعي God سيف قرني أملاخ سيف قرني سي for reason نزي أمريكا زلاتو أجم yeah back again America great again كن قبرأينا زبل يتزاربو that's all and thank you مسحابة شا education مولو معاد زوعالكم قليكم كباب 9 ساعات قرنا لنا مسانا زوعالكم thank you so much don't forget like share subscribe حبشة education 20 كنا بتحلنا most powerful most strong ناي economy and finance and accounting كن قبرأينا قال تمهارو مسانا زمهارو بزحات تمهارو لونا بزحات كل تكلاسنا نخيط كل شع عربين قدام سنبتن in person إن نمهر عربين قدام سنبتن in person بزو من نمهر كل 9 أنا average مالتي تم قدام أي كفال زلوا أمود أمم هجي أمود صفافة من سلازي خد حواسنا عند حر لهم نحن نصدر لكم هنا ممزجبي كتمزجوا مدخلهم كباب 9 عينات نمهر مجمريا بمطاي نمهر باجت نمهرنا دحرو ستاك ماركت بكل ملوت احنا نمهرنا دحرو ريل استيت نمهرنا دحرو بيزنس كميجر جمر نمهرنا دحرو اوخه انتي نمهر انشورانس انت عينت انشورانس كل وقت الله لنا بزح ستات كان نمهرنا بمقصالك تاكس خان نمهرنا حبش اديكشن تاكس قم انتي كمسلالو زو كل تقمنا ترامب ناي حقታት مقيار نبلو كل زي أمونغنا نداغرنا نداتمهرنا نخيل دحرو خنتاي مايكرو ايكونومي the most important نقطبانا نماركتنا ازخا ازينا نصوتلو نمهرورنا so እዚ ኩሉ بمولو كباب 9 يخون برودكت ወይ 9 عينت يخون ትምርት لنا بزحسر واغاي ሓደ عينت ግን بوحدنا 10 ወርሕ ይኹም ሰና ኸፍ ክትብሉ ማለት ዓርቢ ቀዳም ሰንበት بزي ቋርጥ ነን 2 ሰዓት and thank you so much all right let's go another call president መጽና ኣሎ good luck to Trump good luck to senators ኩሎም ንሰም ሒዞም ኣለዉ እንታይ መስል ሓበሻ education ኣጎድንኹም ምሳኹም ኣለና update ተልዩ ዝመጽእ ተልዩ ብልጫኻ ከነምጽኦ ኢና قال أموداتا welcome corp بزعبانا immigration yeah forget it what sorry immigration حقاونا بزعد خطي عن طويل تزارب thank you somebody كمان صحيفه ابزي بوست جرانيرا بحقاو زمص immigration انا تتصابو يبلين له بحقاو زمص immigration تتصابو يبلين انتاي دا بزي حق زمص طرح تتصابو زلن so بتم بحقاو welcome corp نانبلو خالي رفيجنا نبلو please don't worry وري ايتخونو بزعبا خطكم شجر يلن حبشا education كل شيء update نقبركم هنا اقودنكم لنا انتاي مسلكا خنقصلينا again thank you so much حضورنا share and subscribe good night bye bye